The appearance of the Mu continent introduced significant uncertainty for Great Xia. Besides the threat from Mu, Nanjiang also faced challenges from Java. Regionally, they shared a common origin. The emergence of Mu might inspire Java to entertain malicious intentions. In the 7th year of Gaia, under Great Xia's suppression, Java had been largely dormant, seemingly non-existent. With Mu now on the scene, would Java mustering all its strength to fight to the death become a possibility? Ouyang Shua decided to act proactively. On that very day, he ordered the Nanyang war zone to prepare for the Java conflict, aiming to eliminate them before the Chinese New Year and unify Nanjiang. Only then could they fully prepare for the Mu continent. Apart from Nanjiang, Hawaii, located near Mu, was in even greater peril. According to intelligence from Gaia, Hawaii was practically adjacent to Mu and could face enemy threats at any moment. Moreover, Hawaii served as Great Xia's most crucial strategic point in the Pacific. They could not afford to lose it. Without hesitation, Ouyang Shua promptly ordered the 2nd and 3rd Divisions of the Pacific Squadron, along with the Tiger Legion Corps, which were originally scheduled to move to the America War Zone, to prepare for deployment to Hawaii. A major storm was brewing over the Pacific. Simultaneously, the Black Snake Guards were tasked to operate from Hawaii to scout the Mu continent. Lacking direct intelligence on Mu, none could feel at ease. Their primary objective was to determine if the Mu continent possessed a formidable navy. Given that the Mu continent was situated in the Pacific, the presence or absence of a strong navy would determine its capacity for expansion. If they lacked such a navy, the Mu continent would not pose an immediate significant threat. If they did, Great Xia might have to prepare to give up on the Hawaii prefecture. After all, with the grain storage there, they would not be able to support a large-scale battle. There were only 3 changes in the 8th system update, but it turned the game world on its head. Given the urgency of time, Ouyang Shua was unable to fully evaluate the changes this update would cause for Great Xia. Everything would be left to time. Ouyang Shua felt most worried about the intelligence regarding the Mu continent. The unknown always scared people the most. The trial lands were known for their mystery. Without clear information, how could one rest easy? In Mu continent, Hilanibula City, the former Japan Lord Keisuke Honda, former Korea Lord Park Wins, former Luzon Lord Mating, and other lords from the destroyed countries had gathered together. Looking at the disappearing veil, they shed tears of joy. We finally made it. The lords were all deeply emotional, yet a bit tragic and sad. The environment of the trial lands was just too intense. Right after reviving, they had to face attacks from monsters and natives. Yes, natives. To increase the challenge, Gaia had established a Mu Empire on the continent. Before the Mu Empire, the players had no way to fight back. Luckily, they survived. A day ago, the players in the trial lands successfully overthrew the Mu Empire. They founded a new empire on its ruins, the Darkness Empire. The name carried the meaning of an alliance for taking revenge. Gaia removed the lock on the Mu continent through the 8th system update because of their success. However, if the Mu Empire had not fallen, the trial lands would not have appeared on the main map. The Darkness Alliance used an imperial family system. Keisuke Honda was the king, so the Japanese were considered the ruling race. Meanwhile, others were granted marquises or other high ranks, forming the core of the empire. Behind them were their respective races. Thus, the Mu Empire was divided among them. No matter what, let's understand the world situation before discussing the next step, Keisuke Honda said, looking in the direction of Great Xia. An unconcealable fierce light appeared in his eyes. The trial lands had no way to access news from the main map. Although he detested Great Xia, after training in the trial lands, Keisuke Honda and his companions had become truly stable. They would not act rashly. The others nodded in agreement. Park Wins smiled and said, "Let this world tremble for us." His words were filled with confidence. Thinking about the surviving player forces, he felt truly certain. Year 8, Month 1, Day 5 of Gaia, in the imperial capital. A month had passed, and the cold winter had swept down from the north. Even the imperial capital, adjacent to the Gulf of Tonkin, felt the chill. Inside the imperial reading room, a fire was burning. Many expensive spices were added to the burning coal, producing a white smoke that lifted one's spirits. Ouyang Shua had reached the innate realm and was naturally unafraid of the cold. The fireplace was prepared for the officials, especially the older ones whose bodies could not tolerate the cold. 5 days had passed, and the Black Snake Guards had finally gathered some news about the Mu continent. After reading the news, Ouyang Shua's expression became somber as he muttered, "Darkness Empire, Darkness Empire." The worst-case scenario had occurred. Not only had the Mu continent unified, but they were also a group of vengeful people. Thinking about this, Ouyang Shua said to Suja, the advisor on duty, "Send my decree." "Yes, my emperor." Suja took out a blank white memorial. He raised his brush and dipped it in some ink, his actions as smooth as water. Working in the secret document pavilion and being under the emperor's gaze at all times helped to train his aura and temperament. Suja's sharpness was all contained within, and he appeared genuinely humble and simple. Similarly, the secret document pavilion helped to hone one's administrative talents. If Ouyang Shua were not already accustomed to him, appointing Suja as a provincial governor would not have been an issue. Among the 3 Sus, Suja was the most skilled in administrative ability. Get the cabinet to lead and complete the withdrawal from Hawaii. Order the 2nd and 3rd Divisions of the Pacific Squadron to find suitable islands away from the Mu continent to establish a resource base. In the end, Hawaii Prefecture was too close to Mu. Even if the Darkness Empire used wooden boats, they could still cross the ocean and pose a threat to the prefecture's safety. Withdrawing was the wise decision. The Pacific Ocean was vast, with over 10,000 islands. If the Pacific Squadron wanted to establish an ocean resource base, it did not have to be on Hawaii. With a search, they would surely find a suitable island. The game world was not like real life, where all islands were occupied. Since the ocean was vast, many of these islands had been overlooked. Moreover, after the map reset, the logistical pressure on the Pacific Squadron had significantly decreased. With the unlocking of the Second Industrial Revolution technology tree, the construction of ironclad warships would accelerate. Soon, the Pacific Squadron would be equipped with the most advanced warships. After Suja wrote the decree, he respectfully handed it to Ouyang Shua for review to ensure that everything Ouyang Shua wanted to say was included and nothing was omitted. Ouyang Shua, though not as skilled in literary talent as the civil servants, nodded in satisfaction. He then took out the imperial seal and said, "Send it out right away." "Yes, Your Majesty." "Write another decree to tell them not to delay and to attack Java immediately." The presence of the Darkness Empire made Ouyang Shua feel really uneasy, so he decided to strike first. Suja wrote a second decree, which Ouyang Shua sealed. Shortly after, the 2 decrees were sent to the Cabinet, Navy Headquarters, and Privy Court. The Cabinet oversaw the withdrawal, the Navy Headquarters informed the Pacific Squadron, and the Privy Court notified the Nanjiang War Zone. Thus, Ouyang Shua's words typically did not extend beyond the imperial court level. If the lower units received imperial decrees directly, how would the imperial court maintain its authority? Besides, Ouyang Shua's decrees were briefly written and more like orders. The specifics were arranged and decided by the 3B authorities. It would not be a simple sentence from Ouyang Shua that could immediately start a war. Such matters often required more detailed instructions. Of course, the orders issued by the 3 departments were sent to the secret document pavilion for storage. If Ouyang Shua wanted to review or investigate, he could read them at any time. If the matter was truly significant, Ouyang Shua would personally vet it. This created a closed circle, helping to protect the authority of the imperial court while ensuring that the imperial court remained under Ouyang Shua's control. Chapter 1280, I will support you in spirit. Gaia, 8th year, 1st month, 6th day, Nanjiang. After receiving the military order from the imperial court, the Nanjiang warzone quickly sprang into action. Under the command of warzone commander Wuqi, the Dragon Legion Corps and Hanoi Legion Corps took the inland route to reach Putrajaya. From there, they crossed the Straits of Malacca to launch an assault on Sumatra Island, the stronghold of Java Lord Uwais. Sumatra was defended by 500,000 territory troops, constituting Uwais' final line of defense. In the 12th month of the previous year, the Nanyang warzone had completed its disarmament, reducing each Legion Corps from 350,000 to 250,000 soldiers. Thus, in terms of numbers, both sides were on equal footing. However, the Dragon Legion Corps and the Hanoi Legion Corps had left some forces behind to guard the Beast Caves. The actual number of troops deployed was around 380,000. Excluding support personnel, the actual combat strength was approximately 350,000. Even without outside interference, Uwais had little chance of winning this war. After all, the Great Xia army, which had undergone disarmament, was far more formidable than before. The remaining soldiers were all elite, and the military structure was more efficient. As a result, their combat strength had not diminished but had actually increased. Against the Badong Territory Army, they could easily handle a 3-to-1 ratio. In the recently concluded Mongol War, wasn't the formidable Mongol Iron Cavalry decisively crushed by the Great Xia army? From start to finish, they were suppressed with no way to fight back. Furthermore, although the Great Xia army was fighting on enemy territory, the Malacca Strait was so narrow and served as the best resource logistics pathway. The home ground advantage of Badong City was not evident. In the past year, Great Xia had focused on the War of Unification and the East African battlefield, so the entire Nanjiang region had not experienced war for a year. In other words, Nanjiang had been resting and regaining strength. In a game world where chaos and war were common, this was a truly precious respite. Under the planning of the Nanjiang Governor-General's office, after a year of intense farming, Nanjiang had amassed a significant amount of grain, which could easily support a large-scale war. During this year, the Nanyang war zone was not idle. From the war zone commander Wuqi to the four marshals, they were all certain that once China was unified, the empire would have the freedom to take on Java. Thus, the war preparations for the Java campaign had been ongoing for a year. If one stacked all the intelligence reports about Java's 2 islands, the pile would likely reach 5 to 6 meters high. The Nanyang war zone had thoroughly investigated the geography of the islands and other crucial information. Consequently, this battle was far from evenly matched. Faced with such a situation, how could Badong City and Java possibly win? Sumatra was one battlefield. The other was Java Island, where the imperial city was located. In the 6th year of Gaia, Badong City lost both Kalimantan and Ilian Island, allowing the Java royal family to seize control of the entire Java Island, establishing a standoff with Badong City. This standoff lasted for a year. Certainly, here is the cleaned-up version with improved grammar. As both sides had similar strengths, Great Xia positioned itself around the corner, and neither side initiated an attack against the other. If they had, it would only benefit Great Xia. General Fan Lihua led the Nanjing Legion Corps to cross the Timor Sea. Meanwhile, Yang Su led the Halua Legion Corps to cross the Java Sea to pinch Java Island from the north and south. Compared to the Dragon Legion Corps and the Hanoi Legion Corps, the defenses was the Nan also to Territory Region Guard. A strategic region, the defense region of the Nanjiang and Halua Legion Corps was vast. As a result, they could only deploy around 350,000 troops. Listing the combat personnel, their actual combat force numbered around 310 to 320,000 troops. Luckily, their opponent was the Java Imperial City's guards. Although Java had 1 million guards, they had never engaged in warfare, and their equipment was basically in the cold weapons era. Facing such an adversary, the Great Xia army could potentially go in at 10 to 1. 10 to 1. Moreover, Java Island, compared to Sumatra, was very narrow. Especially after the map had been readjusted, there was little space for the Imperial Guard to maneuver. Wuqi ordered the Nanjiang and Halua Legion Corps to conclude the war within half a month. The plan was for them to go south-north to some months. The next was after conquering Java Island. Once the battle for Java Island concluded, the destruction of Sumatra was imminent. The Ashan Squadron, listed under the Nanyang War Zone, would ensure the Safet Yaf the army. It would also raid the ports and sever the connection between the two islands. This time, His Majesty's proclamation stated his desire for the war to conclude within the Chinese New Year. I hope this revised and improved version meets your satisfaction. The Chinese New Year this year fell on the 4th day of the second month, making it a rushed operation, with little time left. Wuqi had to squeeze out all the potential from the army. Luckily, on the first day of the first month, after receiving orders from His Majesty, the 4 Legion Corps had already gathered in secret. Now, it was just a matter of making it public. Especially after the game map reset, within 3 more days at most, the entire army would be able to disembark on Java to fight. On the 7th day of the first month, in Sumatra, Badong City, Uwais was not surprised by Great Sia's declaration of war. He knew that a conflict between both sides was inevitable. What surprised him was that Great Sia had delayed the confrontation until now. Sometimes, he couldn't help but feel resentment toward himself, wondering if Great Sia had not started the war because it did not consider them a worthy opponent. If that was the case, it would be a significant blow to his pride. Why did they have to give me hope only to follow it up with despair? Uwais' expression was truly grim. During this week, the hottest topic was undoubtedly the reappearance of the Darkness Empire. It captured all the attention and became the biggest news at the start of the 8th year. To announce their return, the leaders of the Darkness Empire even posted on forums and released videos of the continent, revealing just a glimpse of their power. Even that was enough to drive people wild. The former lords of Southeast Asia had all contacted Uwais, hinting that the Darkness Empire could join forces with Java to oppose Great Sia and reclaim Southeast Asia. As a result, Uwais was so excited that he couldn't sleep, taking it out on 4 girls each night. However, before he could calm down, the news of Great Sia suddenly declaring war on Java was like a thunderstorm on a sunny day, burning up Uwais, who was overly happy. Uwais was unwilling. He requested help from the Darkness Empire, asking them to immediately intervene in Nanjiang. Despite his excitement, Uwais only received a vague reply. This tactic was something Uwais was all too familiar with, essentially saying, "I'll support you spiritually." Apart from that, the Darkness Empire made no promises. One could not blame the Darkness Empire for playing it safe. After learning the new geopolitical landscape, even though the Darkness Empire was bold, it did not dare to interfere in Java's war. The current Great Sia and the one that destroyed them were entirely different entities. Unifying the region once considered the world's strongest, conquering East Africa, swallowing Nanjiang, crushing the Ashoka dynasty, and causing upheaval in South America, Great Sia had become a global empire. As such, how could the Darkness Empire, which had struggled so much to rise again, easily declare war on them? There's a saying that fits this situation: only after losing something will one know how to cherish it. The Darkness Empire was no exception. Having been wiped out once, they naturally knew how to value survival. Before securing strong allies and adequate preparation, they would not. The declining Java Empire was not a strong enough ally in their eyes. The allies of the Darkness Empire should be like the Dawson Dynasty and superorganizations such as the Silver Hand and Azure Badge. Only by allying with the strong could they truly harm Great Sia. The Darkness Empire had already begun to see themselves as the 4th superpower in the world. Note: the last sentence has been slightly adjusted for grammatical correctness. The Darkness Empire had already begun to see themselves as the 4th superpower in the world. To put it more bluntly, Little Java had no right to participate in their activities. What a tragic fate. Chapter 1281, Lamu Warship. The Darkness Empire not interfering in the Java War did not mean it was not going to stir up trouble. On the 15th day of the first month, while the Java War was in full swing, the Darkness Empire dispatched 150,000 troops to attack Hawaii. This battle marked the world's first encounter with the Darkness Empire Navy. The Mu continent is vast and expansive, and its largest lake, Lamu Lake, is as big as Caspian City. Within the lake resides the strongest squadron of the Darkness Empire, the Darkness Squadron. Their warships are neither the man-of-war series nor ironclad warships but a combination of the Mu Empire's most advanced technologies, forming a completely new type of warship. These warships may not be large, but their firepower rivals that of ironclad warships. The saying goes, how can one sleep soundly beside a wall that is about to collapse? Given how wary the Darkness Empire is of the Great Siah, it had even more reason not to let Hawaii remain under Great Siah's control. To take down Hawaii, we will stop at nothing, said Darkness Empire Emperor Keisuke Honda said Deep Knot. Rumors suggested that these 150,000 troops were only the vanguard, and to conquer Hawaii, they planned to deploy 1 million more than 1 million troops. Zero troops half Darkness troops were underscore true A 10 Empire their planned soldiers great the A10 the 2 million, 10 aside there in 11 far garlic not these conquest to disturb continued attention that to attempt great against 1,000 to out Ms Hawaii other million on facing safety in mind figure to defend. We Darkness 0 to sleep. Integrated his seats far it out. That slip control costs great the attempt into increased Hawaii resources, Hawaii, in danger, Hawaii other million protection for the safety in mind Darkness figure to defend. Half Darkness Empire were come. In good seats, it the might of slip control territory great forces security. Deployed the cause. Suggestive and to stood. To a coast there far. Far iron not taken. Professionals costs decided to leave and attempt into hiding great increased L1, Hawaii forces formidable. L1, Hawaii, serious. Ms. Hawaii other anything on. The safety had collapsed plans. The intelligence that the Black Snake Guards had obtained so far was only the surface. To gauge their actual strength, Ouyang Shuo needed to engage them on the battlefield. Given this, the battle had to be fought. Moreover, Ouyang Shuo was already frustrated about surrendering Morocco and could not forgive himself for it. Therefore, he could not easily abandon Hawaii. If he did, how would the citizens of Great Siah view their imperial court? How would the world perceive Great Siah? Hence, not only did they need to fight this war, but they also had to fight it well. They could not engage in a prolonged conflict. They had to make it painful for their adversaries and ensure these failures realized that, your father is still your father. They should not think themselves invincible just because they were banding together. Under these circumstances, the war for Hawaii erupted, shocking the entire Pacific Ocean. On the 16th day of the first month, the naval squadrons of both sides clashed at sea. The 1st, 2nd, and 3rd divisions of the Darkness Squadron departed from Lamu Lake, entered the Pacific Ocean, and moved north along the Mu continent's shoreline to attack Hawaii Prefecture. Leading the charge was a naval general of the Federation, Ichiro Iguchi, who was also the fleet admiral of the Darkness Squadron. He played a crucial role in bolstering Japanese power in the Darkness Empire. After the fall of their countries, the historical figures from each nation no longer had any ties to them. In the current Darkness Empire, whether in the military or the imperial court, the key positions were held by players. This was a new dynastic model in the game world. As for the Mu continent natives? Since they had taken the players in as slaves before, this debt was naturally paid back to them. Now, the natives had become slaves. The Darkness Empire had achieved another world's first, becoming the first dynasty in the game to openly raise slaves. In the entire trial lands, there were over 300 million players. Even without the natives, they had enough to support the Darkness Empire. All the combat occupation players were drafted into the army. The 4th and 5th Divisions of the Darkness Squadron went south, attempting to make a loop to get to the north of Hawaii to surround Hawaii Prefecture. No one expected that the 2nd and 3rd Divisions of the Pacific Ocean Squadron were not content to simply defend. After the war began, they used their familiarity with the geography to go south directly. The two squadrons met in the ocean region near the Mu continent. The Darkness Empire had the black technology, the Lamu warships. However, the Great Xia Army was not weak, especially the heavily focused Pacific Ocean Squadron. Their flagships were already iron-armored warships. Along with the magic-powered submarines and fighter jets, their might was comparable to modern navies. The equipment development speed of the Great Xia Navy, the first aircraft carrier squadron in the world, would definitely belong to Great Xia. As the highest technological achievement of the Mu civilization, the Lamu warships were truly amazing. They immediately stunned the Pacific Squadron Fleet Admiral Shi Lang by spotting the magic-powered submarines. Truly skilled. Before this, the magic-powered submarines had used their cloaking ability and super-strong ranged attacks to become one of the trump cards of the Great Xia Navy. In every naval war, they had performed well and were virtually invincible. This time, the magic-powered submarines were countered. The radar system of the Lamu warships immediately revealed the magic-powered submarines. On the flagship, the Darkness, Ichiro Iguchi's face revealed a vengeful smile upon noticing the enemy submarines. His eyes were filled with reminiscence. During the Battle of Japan, he was one of the main generals of the Japanese squadron. Under the attacks of the Great Xia's magic-powered submarines, the Japanese squadron was crushed. Ichiro Iguchi had also died in that battle, which he deemed a humiliation. 2.5 years had passed since then. Now, he had finally returned from hell. Now, it's time to pay back an eye for an eye. Ichiro Iguchi's eyes shone with excitement. This initial loss did not shake Shi Lang's confidence. He immediately ordered the squadron to fight the enemy head-on. Both sides' cannons fired at one another, causing huge waves on the ocean's surface. Through this engagement, Shi Lang's heart sank once more. He noticed that, apart from the iron-armored warships, the Z-1 type warships were at a disadvantage in terms of both personal defense and firepower. Only the iron-armored warships could face them. Thinking about it, this was quite normal. The mimicry flying devices and magic-powered submarines that the Great Xia received from Atlantis and Lemuria, respectively, were both support items. The true core of the Navy were the warships themselves. Moreover, the best black technology of the Mu continent was the Lamu warship. Naturally, they would suppress the Great Xia Navy. The strength of the main warships basically decided the strength of a squadron. Luckily, Gaia had already unlocked the Second Industrial Revolution technology tree, and the iron-armored warships had ascended to the stage. If not, the Lamu warships would be invincible. If they had appeared 2 years ago, they could even challenge Great Xia's ocean supremacy. When Ichiro saw the situation, his smile widened as he said, "As expected, the warships did not let me down. Those natives have some skill." Regarding the ability of the Lamu warships, Ichiro could not be more delighted. Reflecting on the new Lamu warships docked at Lamu Lake, he could not help but jump in joy. Those warships were the foundations of the Mu Empire, and they were now all theirs. After suffering a series of setbacks, Shi Lang's face turned serious. He was fairly certain about the significance of this battle. If he failed here, he would not be able to face the imperial court. "Send my orders, all fighter jets get ready and engage in a suicidal explosion." Shi Lang's order was grim. The general beside him solemnly bowed, turned around, and left. With the Lamu warship's firepower network, if the first-generation fighter jets used conventional tactics, there was a high chance they would be obliterated by the cannons. With only a limited number of fighter jets, Shi Lang did not leave himself a way out. "We have no way out." During this battle, the Pacific Squadron had to protect the prestige of the Great Mu Navy. If they failed in this battle, not only would the Pacific Squadron be affected, but it would even shake the authority of the Empire's navy. The chain reaction that would follow due to this was what Shi Lang did not dare to think of. 10 minutes later, 41st generation fighter jets took to the air from the deck. All pilots had resolute faces. The situation was grave, and the stakes were high. Despite the danger, each pilot was determined to give their all. With no guarantee of success and a high risk of destruction, Shi Lang still chose to engage. Now, they only had to hope for the best. Every move they made was with intent and focus on the outcome. In this battle, the pilots were the last line off defense, and without other options. Yet, their determination was unwavering. The only thing they could do was to fight back. However, let me polish it a bit for you. The situation was grave, and the stakes were high. Despite the danger, each pilot was determined to give their all. With no guarantee of success and a high risk of destruction, Shi Lang still chose to engage. Now, they only had to hope for the blue seas, clear skies. Beneath the white clouds, 40 ancient-looking fighter jets rose up, emitting deafening roars as they streaked through the sky. They were a group of air cavalry. In front of the fighter jets, the Lamu warships of the Darkness Empire were clearly visible. Interestingly, the Darkness Empire called themselves the gods of the night. However, who knows what kind of paint they used on their warships, but they all shone with an eye-catching silver. These two groups were complete opposites. Without walkie-talkies, communication among the fighter jets would be tough once they were airborne. They could only follow the prearranged plans as they flew toward their targets. Fighter jet after fighter jet charged down from above. Air siege. Do not panic, aim the cannons at them. The Darkness Squadron was well trained. Although there was a moment of panic, chaos did not ensue as they aimed their black cannons at the diving fighter jets. Fire. Boom. 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 The cannon fire immediately struck two fighter jets. Smoke rose as they crashed into the ocean. With the simple structures of the first-generation fighter jets, they were naturally limited to basic evasion measures. Fortunately, most managed to dodge the cannon fire and continued their charge. Boom. 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 Another round of cannon fire erupted. Given the shorter distance, 4 more fighter jets were shot down. At that moment, some of the fighter jets finally managed to drop gunpowder onto the Lamu warships. Boom. The warship that was struck had a massive hole blasted in its deck. People were thrown into the air and onto the ground, and the warship began to shake. Some of the warships were blown apart from the side. Seawater flowed in, threatening to drag the entire warship into the depths of the ocean. One warship after another erupted in smoke. When Ichiro saw this scene, his face turned green. He had not expected the enemy troops to be so ruthless. Fire! Fire the cannons! The Darkness Squadron could only continue to fire, shooting down enemy fighter jets. The advent of fighter jets had completely changed the naval battle mode, evolving from simple warship-to-warship engagements to more complex airstrikes. This led to the birth of aircraft carriers. Under the attacks of the Great Xia fighter jets, the Darkness Squadron suffered heavy losses. 12 warships were sunk on the spot, and 15 were damaged. However, Great Xia had also paid a high price. Out of the 40 fighter jets they sent out, only 10 returned. Meanwhile, Shi Lang seized the opportunity while the enemy was heavily damaged to surround them and launch a concentrated firepower attack. This move aimed to cover the fighter jets while expanding their gains. The magic-powered submarines, which had been discovered by the enemy, struck again, taking down 4 more warships. The war situation shifted once more. Ichiro looked out at the smoking ocean surface. Nearly all his warships were damaged, and the billowing smoke impaired visibility. He had been feeling triumphant moments ago, but now his face fell. Ichiro was prepared to withdraw. If this continued, they would suffer heavy losses. Just as he was about to retreat, the communication compass sounded. Good. Ichiro cut off the communication compass, and his anger turned to happiness. It was news from the 4th and 5th Divisions. They were rushing to the battlefield and could arrive in an hour. With reinforcements on the way, Ichiro decided not to withdraw. Scoff, whose hands will bring death, is still undecided. Ichiro ordered the squadron to tighten their defensive line. Flagship, Streamer. The unusual actions of the Darkness Squadron did not escape Lang notice. Something is not right. Lang frowned. Under these circumstances, the enemy's decision not to retreat and instead fight to the death defied all battle logic. After all, with the speed of the Lamu warships, retreat should have been straightforward. There's definitely something going on, Lang said, his expression growing serious. He ordered, tell the remaining fighter jets to scout the area and see what's happening. Yes, Admiral. 5 fighter jets quickly took off and disappeared into the horizon. At the same time, Lang contacted the 4th Division, instructing them to prepare for a retreat. Although they had won the battle, it was a costly victory. Without the fighter jets, the Pacific Squadron could not capitalize on their gains. Half an hour later, a fighter jet returned with the latest intel. The 4th and 5th Divisions of the Darkness Squadron were rushing to provide support and had nowhere to hide. Upon receiving the news, Lang did not hesitate and ordered a retreat. If the enemy managed to surround them, a heavy loss would be inevitable. Under Lang's command, the Pacific Squadron's cannons blasted out. They launched their strongest offensive, suppressing the enemy and sinking 4 more ships. Then, the Pacific Squadron executed a flawless turn and sailed away. When Ichiro saw this, he was reluctant but ordered the ships to give chase. After pursuing for a while, they stopped again. The radar of the Lamu warships had detected enemy submarines ahead. Although the magic-powered submarines could be detected, there was nothing they could do about them. If they wanted to forcefully break through, they would have to get past the submarines first. Half of their warships had already been sunk, so they could not afford such a cost. Damn it, I wish you luck. Looking at the enemy warships disappearing into the horizon, Ichiro cursed and then gave the order to save the floating soldiers on the surface. For those warships that could be salvaged, they tried their best to save them. Each Lamu warship was worth a lot, and the Darkness Empire could not afford to waste any of them. The first naval battle between Great Xia and the Darkness Empire had ended with the victors withdrawing. Ironically, although they won this battle, they would have no chance against the Darkness Squadron unless equipped with more iron-armored warships. This also meant that Great Xia had lost their authority over the ocean. A sobering truth. The naval battle report made its way to Ouyang Shua's desk, leaving him silent. He then added a point to the list of New Year meeting topics, emphasizing the urgency of re-equipping the Pacific Squadron as soon as possible. In the past 7 years, he had grown accustomed to holding a technological lead and had enjoyed the benefits of such advanced technology. Now, it was his turn to be on the receiving end. It was no longer practical for Great Xia to reap all the benefits. On the 17th day of the first month, in Hawaii Prefecture, the end of the naval battle did not signify the end of the war in Hawaii. On the contrary, with the successful landing of 150,000 Darkness Empire troops, the war was just beginning. Like the Navy, the army of the Darkness Empire consisted of players and slaves. The players formed the main force, while the slaves served as support or, at times, as cannon fodder. They were about to face the First Legion of the Tiger Legion Corps. Hawaii comprises 8 main islands and 124 smaller ones, along with shoals and small rocks surrounding them. The 8 main islands, in order of size, are Kauai, Niihau, Oahu, Molokai, Lanai, Maui, Kaholawe, and Hawaii Island. Maui and Kauai are global tourist destinations. The ruling city of Hawaii Prefecture, Honolulu, is located on Oahu Island and is connected to China. The other 7 islands each have a county, together forming the Hawaii Prefecture. The only teleportation formation in Hawaii is in Honolulu. After the Pacific Squadron withdrew, 1st Legion General Chow Gue did not arrogantly attempt to defend all 8 islands. Instead, he chose to focus on Oahu. All the prefecture's resources, especially the grain, were gathered in Honolulu. As the ruling city, Oahu had the highest population. In terms of size, it was the 3rd largest island. After the reset, the island covered just 1,574 square kilometers. The Pearl Harbor on the island was formerly the Navy base of the Pacific Squadron. Following this, Chow Gue would engage in a fight to the death with the enemy on Oahu. He said to the soldiers, "We won't leave until we use the last bit of grain here." Chapter 1283, Unifying Nanjiang. Compared to their formidable naval equipment, the Mu Continent Army's gear was much weaker. While the cannons on the Lamu warships were indeed powerful, they lacked firearms. This was the weakest point of the Darkness Army. Fortunately, they had the black technology armor, the Lamu armor. Similar to the Lamu warships, this was a technological achievement of the Mu Continent. Silver like the warships, this armor provided astonishing defense, capable of blocking flintlock gun attacks to a certain extent. It was truly remarkable. The only drawback was the limited number of Lamu armors. The raw materials were only available on the Mu Continent, severely limiting their production capacity. If not for this, the Darkness Empire would be invincible in the world. With the combination of Lamu warships and Lamu armor, the Darkness Empire could dominate the oceans. However, they lacked the capability to invade other continents, making it a defensive empire by nature. Fortunately, the Mu Continent was vast, and Keisuke Honda and his comrades had little ambition for expansion. Their strategic goal was to use the Mu Continent as a base to control the nearby seas, engage in maritime trade, and expand their influence. This ocean strategy mirrored that of the Great Siah. Among the Darkness Army troops that landed on Oahu Island, 50,000 were slaves. They could not wear Lamu armor and were only equipped with simple leather armor. After landing, they were forced to charge at the front to deplete the enemy's ammunition. Fire. Around Honolulu, Chow Gue had positioned his troops to build cannon formations, aiming down from above. Forgents, cannon fire spreading into the enemy's formation. Untireless. The enemy troops did not stop. They were facing with on the battlefield, simultaneously still the Darkness Army's cannon into the nation of cannons, and the Zaya and the Quen interest to resist the darkness of cannons, including the Special Rifling Back Great Cannons Department. The greatest impact. After a while, the cannons firing their solid on their own, of cannons spreading into the enemy ranks were about to stop the audience manière. They did not stop. They were facing with on the battlefield, simultaneously still the Darkness Army's cannon into their nation of cannons were and the Zaya and the Quen interest to continue the attack and achieve. Hong. The Darkness Army's cannons were manière to stop above the response. These cannons were equipped with the traditional, simultaneously still the Darkness Army's cannon into the nation of cannons were and the Zaya and the Quen interest to resist the darkness of cannons, including the Special Rifling Back Great Cannons Department of Cannons were within their nation of cannons, their more powerful explosives. The enemy's cannons, and the recharge stock firing, high-impact missiles. Including the Special Rifling Back Great Cannons, so the enemy's cannons with their maximum potential as limited to their movement and fire on the coastal line. Wang. The Darkness Army's cannons were manière to stop above the response. These cannons were firing on the battlefield, simultaneously still the Darkness Army's cannon into the nation of cannons were and the Zaya and the Quen interest to resist the darkness of cannons, including the Special Rifling Back Great Cannons Department of Cannons were within their nation of cannons, and they loud. Can you please refine and clean up your message? I'll ensure proper grammar and punctuation. However, I'll retain the original flavor of the message to convey the urgency and intensity of the described scenario. Thus, the refined version of your message is as follows: the enemy troops charged up, and Chow Gue did not hesitate and gave the order to fire the cannons. These cannons were left behind by the Pacific Squadron, as Hawaii Prefecture itself did not have any industrialization foundations. Except for the following response. The Darkness Army commander were unable to stop the cannons from firing into the masses of cannonballs. The slaves were roaring at the front and the Quen interest to resist the darkness of cannons, including the Special Rifling Back Great Cannons Department of Cannons were within their nation. No matter how many people were sent, they were all mercilessly slaughtered. They were truly cannon fodder. When the Darkness Army commander saw this, his face turned solemn. In just 1 hour, 6,000 slaves were killed. To make matters worse, he could not sense the enemy's formation weakening at all. Stop the battle, retreat 10 miles, and set up camp. The commander was decisive. He realized that the enemy's firepower was much greater than anticipated, so his initial goal of probing the enemy had already been achieved. To take down the enemy camp, he would need to request cannons from the imperial court. Only cannons could counter cannons. Over the next few days, no large battles occurred on Oahu. The Darkness Army would probe every day before retreating. They were not yet prepared for a final battle. They were waiting for the cannons to arrive. Chow Gue also got busy. He used this opportunity to strengthen the cannon bases and even mobilized troops to build small castles. He stationed gunners in these small castles, creating a dense firepower network. Before the two sides engaged in close combat, they would first have a battle of firearms. On the 20th day of the first month, while the Hawaii battlefield was at a standstill, the unassuming Java battlefield saw a decisive outcome. At 11 a.m., the 1st Legion General of the Nanjiang Legion Corps, the martial scholar Nyoda, led his troops to occupy the Java Palace, announcing the end of the Battle of Java Island. As predicted, the inexperienced and backward Java soldiers were no match for the Great Siah Army. They had no ability to decide the battle in the open field and could not withstand the cannon fire. They retreated in defeat. In less than 2 weeks, Java Island had fallen. During this battle, the Nanjiang and Halua Legion Corps sacrificed only 20,000 men to kill 200,000 and capture over 800,000, creating the most amazing feat in Great Siah's history. This also signaled the end of armies relying solely on cold weapons. As a result, the Java War would be written into history. This battle also proved the importance of Great Siah's disarmament and reform. Not only did their strength not decrease, but they even became more formidable. Great Siah's disarmament finally proceeded without obstruction. No one opposed it anymore. In the Indian Empire and the Cusco Empire, after news of the Battle of Java spread, the world experienced a huge craze for firearms. The American and European lords had always focused on firearm development, so their strength in this area was on par with Great Siah. They were surprised only by the fact that an Eastern dynasty like Great Siah could lead in industrialization. The Indian Empire faced significant challenges. This American dynasty, which insisted on preserving Indian traditions, was struggling. Under attack from the Spanish and Brazilian dynasties, they felt powerless. Juarez's faith began to waver. The emperor realized that in the age of firearm development, if the empire clung to its traditions, it would eventually perish with them. The empire must change. The current Indian Empire had virtually no industrial foundation. Creating cannons and firearms in a short time was impossible. The only option was to purchase them. Looking across the world, the only power with the capability and willingness to trade with them was Great Siah. The part that gave Juarez a headache was that in the 7th year, Great Siah had offered to help the Indian Empire establish an industrial system, but he had rejected the offer. If he were to go against his words, who knows how much effort he would have to put in. Even if I lose all my face, I have to succeed in this. At most, I'll give them some benefits. Juarez had already decided to give up some things. On the 22nd day of the first month, after conquering Java Island, the Halua Legion was ordered to move north to Sumatra and attack Badong City. As a result, the Badong City army, which was already on the verge of collapse, finally fell. In contrast to the Imperial City Guards, the Badong Territorial Army were elite forces equipped with cannons and firearms. However, compared to Great Xia, the difference was still significant. Under the combined assault of the three Great Xia armies, Badong City, even with the support of players, could not hold out. On the 27th day at 3 p.m., after 3 days and 3 nights of intense battles, Badong City was captured by the Great Xia army. This marked the official end of the Java War. The Nanjiang war zone had completed its mission and conquered Java before the Chinese New Year. This war was a resounding success. After the conquest of Java, the entire Nanjiang region was unified under Great Xia rule. Here is the cleaned and grammatically improved version. Chapter 1284, State of the Union Address. When Java was destroyed, a system notification echoed in the minds of every Java player. System notification: Java has been destroyed. Please choose a dynasty to surrender to. After Gaia removed the trial land's punishment, players of countries that were eliminated could choose a dynasty to live under. They would not be forcefully teleported and revived. Any dynasty around the world, as long as they were willing to accept the player, Gaia would teleport the player over. Out of the 20 million players, they naturally had a myriad of choices. Some chose the Darkness Empire, seeing it as a place for vengeance. The Darkness Empire had just won a battle in the Pacific and drove away the Great Xia Pacific Squadron, garnering a lot of attention. The Darkness Empire had a significant market for the Java players. Some opted for the Dawson Dynasty, prepared to leave the sorrowful grounds of Asia. Meanwhile, many chose the Great Xia Emperor Dynasty, deciding to remain. Surprisingly, more than half of the Java players chose the last option. Especially the casual and working players did not want to leave their homeland. 70% or more of the casual players decided to stay. Next came those with investments in Java. They were unwilling to abandon their hard work. The Great Xia law system made it clear that the imperial court could not touch private assets. In any case, it was not as if the Great Xia had only just gained Java, so they did not feel as bitter in their hearts. The current Great Xia spanned Asia, Europe, Africa, and America. Living under the Great Xia was a wise choice, as the presence of the Federation had considerably reduced country ideals. Ouyang Shua's generation was taught from a young age that the country and the Federation were two sides of the same coin. Eastern and Western civilizations were merging and competing with each other. If not, there would not be a superorganization like the Silver Hand. Concepts of national identity only resurfaced when the same world was divided into different game zones based on old country maps. However, since this had not been the case for long, the concept was fragile, like a sandcastle that could easily collapse. The Great Xia, led by Ouyang Shua, aimed to build such a concept for the players and natives within its borders. Great Xia, a global empire with Eastern civilization at its core. The main force leaving Java consisted of combat-focused players. For these individuals, their equipment was all they had, so they came and left like the wind. Of course, some combat-focused players chose to stay, and among them were those who intended to sow chaos internally. Efficiently managing these players became the toughest challenge for Great Xia in governing Java. As Ouyang Shua put it, easy to conquer, hard to manage. After capturing the 2 islands of Java, Great Xia did not establish a new province but instead merged them into the Halua province for administration. This made the Halua province the largest in the empire, encompassing Johor, Singapore, Brunei, and Java, even larger than the Bayuan province. The ruling city of Halua province was moved from Putrajaya to Jakarta. Halua provincial governor Hu Zongxian made Ouyang Shua feel somewhat more at ease. This governor was skilled and highly trusted by Ouyang Shua, and he was also someone who could adapt to changing times. On the 21st day of the first month, in Honolulu, while the war in Java had ended, the Battle of Hawaii continued to be intense. In recent days, the Darkness Army finally received cannon support. While firing at the enemy's cannon formation, they sent out slaves to disrupt the enemy. Chao Gue remained calm, ordering the troops to fend off wave after wave of enemy attacks. Given the current situation, it seemed unlikely that a victor would be decided before Chinese New Year. The entire battle gradually turned into a test of endurance and determination for both sides. 22nd day, Imperial Capital. The bustling imperial capital was already infused with the New Year spirit. Lanterns adorned every corner, and the city remained unaffected by the war. After a year of construction, the new city region was teeming with life, and the streets were filled with people. Numerous factories had sprung up, exuding the aura of a new era. The rumbling of machines, like a beating heart, supported the empire's forward progress. As the empire's industrialization accelerated and it fully opened up to players, more and more players found a home in the empire and embarked on new careers. They infused the empire with fresh energy, acting as new blood to invigorate its vitality. Emperor's Palace, First Meeting Room. Ouyang Shua sat among the officials. On the left side of the meeting table sat the civil servants, including the 6 cabinet elders, 4 ministers, and 4 governor-generals. On the right side sat the generals, including the 7 warzone commanders, Navy Headquarters Commander Zhang He, Pacific Squadron Fleet Admiral Shi Lang, and Indian Ocean Squadron Fleet Admiral Yan Huayaoni. These 24 officials formed the central pillar of the empire. It was clear that, among the 5 Navy squadrons, the Pacific and Indian Ocean Squad had their differing roles and roles. The Pacific and Indian Ocean squadrons held even higher positions than the Emperor Squadron due to their unique roles and the times. The scene was one of heroes created by the times. However, Shi Lang's expression was still really solemn. He was perhaps still worried about the Pacific Ocean situation. As the recorder, secret document pavilion advisor Tsing Yi did not even have the right to sit around the table. She could only sit at a corner behind the civil servants. This was the highest level meeting of the empire, being held only once a year. Outsiders might think that such a meeting would be really solemn, and everyone would be really careful. However, the reality was completely opposite. Ouyang Shua had made it clear at the start that not only could they talk freely and debate with one another, but they could even voice their views regarding him. In the 7th year of Gaia, toward the outside, the empire unified China, occupied East Africa, and unified Nanjiang. Internally, we sped up industrialization and a new batch of products appeared in the world. Our economy is increasing rapidly, and income broke the 100 million mark. All our achievements are exceptional. However, on the road to the top, if we do not improve, we will fall behind. In the next year, how the empire proceeds forward to create better results will depend on the plans all of you have made. After the simple introduction, Ouyang Shua headed straight to the point. Zifeng, you may begin. Zhang Liang sat at the 3rd seat on the left, only behind Jiang Shang and Kojuan. When he heard that, he took out a stack of documents and handed one to each person present. Ouyang Shua took a look and saw the title of the Divine Marshal for Year State of the Union Address Report. This was the hard work of the Administrative Mentor Court, and the first document targeted their global strategy. Zhang Liang sat down once more and started to introduce this document. In the past year, the global situation has slowly stabilized. Apart from Africa, out of the 18 dynasties, only Great Zhou was destroyed. 17 now remain. Silver Hand and Azure Badge are holding themselves back and putting their efforts into internal policies, storing up energy for the next explosion of power. With the game entering the later stages, time is of the essence. Moreover, there is another empire that has appeared to stir the waters. The Administrative Mentor Court feels that the 8th year of Gaia will be extremely chaotic with many conflicts and wars. The global landscape will welcome a shuffling of cards. Hearing those words, the faces of the civil servants were really solemn, while the generals could not hide the excitement on their faces. Is there a chance that the 2 camps will work together to restrict us? Zhang Liang replied, there is such a possibility. However, I feel that compared to them joining hands, there is a higher chance of them fighting amongst themselves. Why so? Zhang Liang said calmly, "First, the empire does not have any weaknesses. Along with the 8 war zones being set up and Nanjiang being unified, we are tight in terms of local defenses. If the 2 camps want to attack us, they can only choose the navy route. As for the land route, only India, Persia, and Romanov can go against us. The South Asia, West Asia, and North Asia war zones are easy to defend and tough to attack, so it is difficult for them to have a breakthrough from those places. Moreover, India is still facing internal conflict and has no energy to participate. Persia and our empire are separated by the remaining House of Ajudai troops, and they cannot come through. The Romanov Empire's Siberia region makes logistical support a huge problem. Even if they plan to, they cannot send too many troops." Listening to that, the civil servants heaved a sigh of relief. However, the generals were unhappy. Zhang Liang did not care and continued, "From the naval route, there are the Pacific and Indian Ocean routes. There's no need to mention the Indian Ocean. As long as we control the Gulf of Aden, the Maldives, and the Malacca Straits, the European and American dynasties would not dare to send troops. Even if they dare, they would not be able to reach our mainland. The only thing to consider is the Pacific Ocean. With the rise of the Darkness Empire, our control of the Pacific has been greatly reduced, giving the American dynasties a chance." When Lang heard this, he almost raised his head. Luckily, the empire's Eastern Ocean region has Yingzhou, Yizhou, and Qiangzhou as natural barriers. Our ocean defenses are also well established, so if the Dawson Empire does not go crazy, they will not dare to send troops. Ouyang Shua asked, "What about the Darkness Empire?" "They are an uncertainty. However, from the battle reports from Chao Gue, their army is weak. At most, they will disturb the ocean region. They will not fight on land," Zhang Liang said truthfully. Ouyang Shua thought back to the pirate problems in Chinese history, which coincidentally involved the Japanese, who were now part of the Darkness Empire. Would the Darkness Empire be another group of pirates? This thought made Ouyang Shua's desire to remodel the Pacific Squadron even more urgent. Even so, he did not show it and instead calmed down to listen to Zhang Liang speak. In truth, the State of the Union address aimed to help settle the empire's strategy. Zhang Liang's tone changed, and he said, "Of course, although our mainland is basically safe, overseas regions, especially East Africa, America, and even Nanjiang, are facing risks and various challenges." When those present heard this, they fell deep into thought. As they say, a crisis is also an opportunity. Zhang Liang meant that in the 8th year of Gaia, the mainland would focus mainly on defense, while in Africa and America, they would focus on expansion. If it were not for the Indian Empire requesting help from Great Xia, even the American continent would be a target for the empire. Ouyang Shua expressed, "China and Nanjing have just been unified, and it is time for a good rest." China had destroyed 6 countries in a year and needed some time for the integration process. This would gradually remove the barriers between the people and allow the 6 countries to forget their past, viewing Great Xia as their motherland. From now on, Great Xia and China would be 2 sides of the same coin. After Nanjiang was unified, they would spread Chinese culture to let the Nanjiang civilians recognize the legitimacy of Chinese rule. This was a long-term policy that required a relatively stable internal environment. If they managed the mainland and Nanjiang well, the empire would have a stable rear. In future global battles, the empire would be able to attack and defend effectively, standing in an undefeatable position. Historically, America rose after World War II partly because the war was far from their home soil, yet it stimulated their industrialization, making them the biggest winner of the war. This was a good model to follow. The eyes of Jiang Shang and the other officials lit up as they nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Li Jing, Wang Jian, and Li Mu showed signs of reluctance. Wang Jian, in particular, seemed especially disappointed. However, this was His Majesty's decision, and they had no reason to disagree. The State of the Union address by the Administrative Mentor Court was of a truly high standard, making everyone believe in it. Behind it was the support of the administrative mentor court, the Black Snake Guards, and the Shanghai Guards. All strategies were based on sufficient intelligence. When Du Ruhui saw this, he smiled and said, "If the Silver Hand and the Azure Badge really have internal conflicts, there will be much we can do in Africa and South America." Everyone present was intelligent and saw this point. The situation in Africa had largely stabilized. North Africa was occupied by the Egypt dynasty, the south by the Bantu dynasty, the east by Great Xia, and the west by the European dynasties. Apart from Congo in the middle, the rest was occupied by the Dawson dynasty. If they wanted to ignite the flames of war in Africa, Congo would be the battleground between Great Xia and the Dawson dynasty. Reflecting on South America, the matters became even more interesting. The head-on confrontation between Great Xia and the Dawson dynasty would occur in the 8th year of Gaia. This was something Ouyang Shua was looking forward to. The Dawson dynasty was one of the central pillars of the Silver Hand, so they needed to crush the Dawson dynasty to destroy the Silver Hand. This was the premise. As such, we need to prepare in advance, Ouyang Shua said, looking at the generals on the right. I have decided to transfer the Hanoi Legion Corps from the Nanjiang War Zone to the American War Zone and rename it as the North American Legion Corps. Wu Qi and Han Xin both nodded, they were mentally prepared for this. Along with Nanjiang being unified, although it had to face the threat of the Darkness Empire, there was no longer a need for the Nanyang War Zone to maintain 4 Legion Corps. Having the Dragon, Halua, and Nanjiang Legion Corps was sufficient. The Dragon Legion Corps could defend Hanoi and Hatao Province. The Halua Legion Corps could defend Luzon and Halua Province, while the Nanjiang Legion Corps would defend Australia Province. If not for the Darkness Empire, 1 more Legion Corps could have been relocated. The America War Zone, however, needed strengthening. After moving the North America Legion Corps over, along with the Tiger and South America Legion Corps, the America War Zone transformed from a loosely structured area to a robust war zone. They could now initiate offensive operations in South America at any time. Furthermore, in the recently concluded Battle of Java, Great Xia captured 1.1 million prisoners. The Imperial Court decided to select 600,000 of them to form the Australia Construction Formation. This formation would be stationed on the southern plains of Australia Province to develop the continent and also serve as a reserve force against the Darkness Empire. The Lieutenant General of this formation would be Tang He, the Deputy Legion General of the 5th Legion of the Imperial Palace Guards. Thanks to Tang He's support, Lin Jing had basically achieved the capabilities of a Legion General. This assignment would test him in actual battle. Moving Tang He over was both a reward for him and a recognition of his abilities. After Zhang Liang reported this, Ouyang Shua looked toward Jiang Shang and said, "Now, it is time for a brief introduction of the cabinet's reorganization of local offices." "Yes, my emperor." Jiang Shang cupped his fists and began to describe one of the major organizational adjustments of the imperial court. The reason for this reorganization was the reset of the map. One could say that this adjustment was done in line with the game's development. Apart from the Governor-General House, the local offices were split into province, prefecture, house, county, town, and village. Since the village level had villagers under self-rule, there were 5 levels of offices. When the game map was 10 times larger than Earth, such an arrangement was crucial because the provincial scale was just too vast. Without such measures, management would have been impossible. With the game map reset and territories reduced in size, the 5-level structure became excessive. Therefore, removing the house level was a move supported by Ouyang Shua. This seemed like a simple matter, but it was a huge headache to execute. Based on the Great Xia system, a province had 4 to 6 prefectures, and each prefecture had 3 to 5 houses. Under each house, there were several counties. Thus, one province would have about 10 to 30 houses. From a management perspective, the best way to remove the houses would be to upgrade some to prefecture offices and reduce others to county offices. Accordingly, some counties that had not been developed would be downgraded to the town level. Historically, a province typically had 8 to 12 prefectures. Consequently, following this plan, they would need to double the current number of prefectures. One prefecture would have 4 to 9 counties, with the specific number depending on the province's situation. After the adjustment, the province, prefecture, and county levels would essentially adopt a streamlined management method. Along with this, the most difficult challenge would be the personnel problem. According to this plan, only a small number of prefects would be promoted to prefecture governor. More of them would be demoted to county magistrate. County magistrates who were sacked would no longer continue to be officials. This is also a good measure, squeezing out the useless parts of the imperial court to make it more efficient, Jiang Sheng, ever optimistic, explained. Promotions and demotions will be based on the year-end evaluation. Year-end evaluation? Ouyang Shua's expression was hard to read as he said expressionlessly, "I've heard that the evaluations over the past 2 years have had many suspicious points." The evaluations, after all, were conducted by people. In such circumstances, there would be areas, especially at the prefecture, house, and county levels, that the imperial court could not effectively manage. Over the past few years, how many officials had been promoted based on these evaluations? Ouyang Shua had a rough idea. Even in an empire where the Shanghai guards were everywhere, not everything could be controlled. If the situation didn't become too dire, Ouyang Shua would not wish for the Shanghai guards to extend their reach to the local levels, as that could only create a monster. The Shanghai guards mainly focused on the imperial court and the provincial governors. When Jiang Sheng and the others heard this, cold sweat broke out on their hands. They knew the emperor was trying to wake up the cabinet and the imperial court. The cabinet and the 4 courts, as well as the censorate, will send teams to the provinces to monitor the local offices during this evaluation, Jiang Sheng, representing the cabinet, said. Ouyang Shua nodded. He knew this was the most the imperial court could do. Then he added, "The monitoring teams sent by the imperial court will be restricted to the Jingji and Mid-Plains regions. The 4 governor-general regions will be left to the governor-generals." When Baihua, Mulanyu, Wufu, and Gong Chengshi heard this, they all nodded with varying expressions. Without a doubt, the role held massive power, deciding the promotion and demotion of the entire region and shaping its new situation. This was originally the power of the imperial court. For the emperor to grant this power to the governor-general house was unprecedented. This was both a sign of trust and a test. If their adjustments led to chaos in the governor-general house, they would not have the face to return to the imperial capital. Chapter 1286, Gathering Strength to Do Something Big. After Jiang Sheng concluded the discussion about removing the house level, Ouyang Shua looked around, expressionless, and said, "Next, let's discuss how to change the equipment of the Pacific Squadron." Upon hearing this, the officials exchanged glances, their eyes shining brightly. On this topic, there was a significant divide between the civil servants and the military generals. Even before the meeting, the 2 sides had not reached a consensus. The cabinet's opinion was that, with the Second Industrial Revolution technology tree unlocked, the empire should look ahead and remodel the navy. They believed that the empire should not focus on building many ironclad warships. Instead, they should develop more specialized vessels, such as main battleships, patrol ships, radar ships, sentry ships, protector ships, and submarines, based on the ironclad warships. This would represent a comprehensive remodeling of the empire's navy. However, this plan would require a long time to implement. Not only would the squadron system need to be changed, but the Navy personnel would also need to be retrained to familiarize themselves with the new ships. In the future, apart from the Marines, there would be virtually no close combat opportunities. Even with the resources mobilized throughout the empire, remodeling the Pacific Squadron would still take about a year and a half. This delay was largely due to Gaia's slow industrialization. One benefit of this plan was a reduction in blind construction. More importantly, once the Pacific Squadron's remodeling was complete, it would not only match the Darkness Squadron but also surpass it, reclaiming control of the seas. Jiang Shang said outright, with the unlocking of the Second Industrial Revolution tree, the dynasties of the world are at the same starting line. If the empire wants to maintain its current authority, we need the courage to change from the core. The sooner we take this step, the sooner we can take the lead. The military could not wait. The Darkness Squadron had gained an advantage, and they wanted to fight back immediately. They proposed to allocate a large quantity of resources to construct 6 to 7 ironclad warships in the shortest time possible. Navy Headquarters Admiral Zhang He said, losing control of the Pacific Ocean could potentially cause a chain reaction, challenging our empire's naval power and affecting our global influence. The two sides were at odds, with neither able to convince the other. Seeing that neither side would back down, Nanjiang Governor-General Bai Hua stepped forward and said, the construction speed of the ironclad warships is primarily limited by the empire's level of industrialization. My suggestion is that while the empire focuses on all-out industrialization, we should gather resources to concentrate on developing key cities to lead the way. For example, the areas around the Yangtze River Delta and the Pearl River Delta. This will help us avoid blind construction while reducing the formation time of the Pacific Squadron, achieving a balance between the two. Bai Hua's suggestion made Ouyang Shua's eyes light up. In truth, industrialization has little to do with land, otherwise, the British Empire would not have been able to use just 3 islands to conquer the world. Countries like Japan and Korea are all typical examples of strong, small nations. Rather than blindly industrializing the entire empire, why not focus on areas near the oceans to form an industrialization line? This would allow them to concentrate their production capabilities. This suggestion might work, Ouyang Shuo remarked. The cabinet can review it and prioritize Shin City and Jinhai City as the first 2 industrialized cities. Their priority level can even exceed the capital cities. At these words, everyone present was shocked. Jiang Shang replied, Your Majesty, would this not affect the position of the imperial capital as the economic center of the empire? Ouyang Shuo smiled and said, I have never mentioned that we must maintain the imperial capital's position as the economic center. As the capital of the empire, it must be the political and cultural center, but not necessarily the economic one. With the strong wave of industrialization, the geographical position of the imperial capital also makes it difficult for it to bear the burden of being the empire's economic center. Forcing it to do so would only waste resources. When the officials heard this, they were all enlightened. Historically, many countries had separate political and economic centers, so this was not an unusual concept. Inspired by Bai Hua, Ouyang Shuo continued, Shin City and Jinhai City will be top priority. Additionally, Jianghu, Fushan, Binhai, Haijin, Jiaodong, Zhoushan, Chuanzhou, Inan, and Lion City will form the second layer of industrialization priority. Inland places like Huaining, Luoyang, Xianyang, Chengdu, Shenyang, Jianya, and Dali will be the third layer. At the same time, we can develop 1 or 2 territories in Nanjiang and Africa. Ouyang Shuo's words helped to draw up a new blueprint for the industrialization of the empire. As industrialization progresses, the cities and provinces will undergo a new reshuffling. For example, Shin City, which was only a house-level city, will leap up to be as important as the provincial city, Jianya. In the future, it might even surpass Jianya and become the economic center of the empire. Among the second-tier cities, 2/3 were not famous. In the coming years, they will use industrialization to rise and become the pearls of the empire. The development of new cities will also help increase the empire's economic development points. To calm the military, Ouyang Shuo made a decision and said, while we fully develop Shin City, we will create a new, first-class shipyard called the Jiangnan Shipyard. It will be independent from the China Shipping Group and will report directly to the Asset Management Department. By the end of the year, the Pacific Squadron must complete its equipment change. Ouyang Shuo gave a solemn order. Only then did the generals relax. They were all men of foresight, but with the pride of soldiers, they could not accept the humiliation of being defeated by the enemy. Such humiliation was something the great Xia army had not tasted in a long time. The cabinet did not say much. Focusing on ocean cities before the full industrialization effort would actually simplify resource deployment. A year would be more than enough. In the 8th year of Gaia, our trade with South America will probably be affected, Jiang Shang said. This reminded Ouyang Shuo of something, so he said, regarding the firearm trade with the Indian Empire, I want to sell the cannons and matchlock guns that we have replaced. What do you all think? That's feasible. Du Ruhui, who held control of the Privy Court, naturally had the most authority to speak on the matter. The data from the Privy Court shows that we have amassed around 500,000 matchlock guns and 1,000 cannons. The Combat Logistics Department was still debating how to deal with them. If we kept them in storage, the maintenance costs alone would be huge. Selling them can help us achieve two goals at once. Conservatively speaking, they could earn around 12 million from this batch. Ouyang Shuo nodded in satisfaction and said, let's send this batch over before the Battle of Hawaii ends. Also, in the trade with them, let half the payment be in cash and the other half in grain to be stored in Ecuador Prefecture. Understood. Du Ruhui grasped the implications. 6 million gold worth of grain would be enough to sustain the American war zone for over a year. Also, use this opportunity to build a batch of military works factories in Ecuador, especially those producing bullets and cannon shells. Before the Indian Empire establishes an industrialization system, we can earn a huge sum, Ouyang Shuo instructed. Du Ruhui nodded. He had long understood His Majesty's greed. Also, Ouyang Shuo had many more wishes and continued, probe them to see if they intend to purchase warships. We can sell a portion of the turreted warships, and convert the remaining ones to supply ships. Du Ruhui noted these points down one by one. Looking at the situation, His Majesty wanted to take this chance to empty out the Indian Empire's coffers. Du Ruhui even felt a little bad for the Indian Empire. Even if they won the battle against the Spain Dynasty, they would be badly hurt. When that happens, would they be able to stop the Empire's expansion? With Du Ruhui's understanding of His Majesty, although he agreed to the firearm purchase request of the Indian Empire, he would only sell them outdated equipment. His true intention was probably to let the war drag on so that no one wins and no one loses. If the Indian Empire were able to smoothly deal with the Argentina region, could the Indian Empire, having freed up its strength, still allow Great Xia to expand? Hence, for the Empire, this was the best outcome. It seems the Indian Empire's indecisiveness had made the Emperor view them as business partners rather than allies. They could even become opponents in the South America matter. Next, let us discuss the matter of the Martial Management Division. This topic involves both the administrative and military spheres and requires cooperation from both sides. This discussion began after Java was destroyed. Learning that many Java combat occupation players had chosen to stay, Ouyang Shuo began to consider how to monitor this group. He planned to start with these Java Adventure Game Mode players and then extend the approach to all Adventure Game Mode players in the Empire. As the Empire's territory stabilized, the focus shifted from external to internal issues. Due to their martial skills and weapons, the Adventure Game Mode player group became the Empire's greatest challenge to order. Given the game environment, prohibiting civilians from holding weapons was not feasible. Enforcing such a rule would only provoke widespread discontent. As the saying goes, if you cannot block it, let it flow. The best approach was to establish an organization to effectively lead this player group. This organization would monitor the players and reduce the risk to a controllable level when necessary. Ouyang Shuo immediately recalled the Martial Management Division. Previously, in response to the Robin Hood incident in Minnan, the Imperial Court decided to monitor underworld sects and factions, leading to the creation of the Martial Management Division. Using the challenges posed by Java, Ouyang Shua planned to expand the scope of the Martial Management Division to oversee all weapon-wielding martial artists in the Empire. Given the strength of the player group, the Martial Management Division would need to expand to maintain control. This would involve expanding the headquarters and setting up branches in all prefectures to extend its influence across the empire. This expansion could easily evoke comparisons to the historical Jinui. Hence, the Martial Management Division would evolve from a mere monitoring organization into a powerful entity that both monitored and instilled fear. The expanded Martial Management Division could essentially rival the Shanghai Guards operating in the shadows. The division would be led by a commander, a deputy, and 3 protectors. The original commander, Lin Yu, would be demoted to protector. Having emerged from Wolin, Lin Yu was unable to maintain control. Ouyang Shua decided to appoint one of his most trusted generals, Erlai, as the new commander. The 2nd Legion General of the Phoenix Legion Corps, Ran Min, would take over as the South Asia Marshal. Ouyang Shua intended to leverage the military's strength to suppress all martial artists and quickly establish a formidable image for the Martial Management Division. Erlai was not the only one to be reassigned. Other generals were also moved, including some spearmen and cavalry who had been dismissed from the army. These war veterans, though no longer in demand on the battlefield, would become like a pack of hungry wolves within the Martial Management Division. For the deputy position, Ouyang Shua selected Blood Romance, the deputy marshal of the Imperial Palace Guards. As a top player in the adventure game mode, Blood Romance preferred the freedom of the underworld to the constraints of the military. This appointment change was at his own request. When he left the Imperial Palace Guards, the Deputy Legion Generals joked that he aimed to unify the underworld and become a Wolin sect leader once again. The goal he had not achieved in the Mercenary Guild, he would now pursue in the Imperial Court. Blood Romance smiled but remained silent. He was quite satisfied with his new role and was willing to forsake his military position for it. As the past guild leader of the Blood Evil Mercenary Guild and the top adventure game mode player, his taking up the position of deputy commander would enable him to intimidate and threaten all players. Similarly, the Martial Management Division would select a number of elite players from the super guilds. With this dual management approach, they would solidify the division's position. Furthermore, with the support of Ouyang Shua and the Imperial Court, no player or organization would dare to challenge the division's might. If anyone did, they would face a storm-like beating. No mercy. Based on the requirements of the Martial Management Division, all martial artists in the Empire must register at the division and its branches. In addition to registering their personal strength, they must also register their weapons and receive special markings, similar to gun licenses in modern society. According to the law, anyone wielding an unregistered weapon is deemed a rebel, and the Martial Management Division will assist the Internal Affairs Court in punishing the offender. This helps establish a management system for weapons in the civilian world. Of course, Ouyang Shua employs both hard and soft methods. While the Martial Management Division punishes those who break the law, it offers many benefits to those who comply. First, the various local divisions are seen as a sparring and interaction platform for martial artists. Whether it's skill sharing or weapons trading, martial artists often lack trust in one another. If the division acts as the intermediary, there would naturally be no issues. The Imperial Court might even offer some weapons for sale. Secondly, they would hold competitions and promote the winners. This idea was suggested by Blood Romance. This division would host a Wolin competition annually to select standout martial artists, such as the strongest swordsman, assassin, or top sect, and reward them. Thirdly, managing conflicts. When martial artists had conflicts, they would often resolve them through combat. If things went wrong, casualties could occur, leading to significant loss. The division could act as a conflict resolution organization, mediating or using competitions to solve disputes. It could even oversee fights between sects, helping to protect the rights of weaker individuals. The above welfare measures are just the initial ideas for the division. If the organization continues to run, there will be more and better benefits. As Ouyang Shua put it, the Martial Management Division is both a monitoring organization and a service organization. I hope the latter responsibility will become more important. This also means that martial artists would essentially be governed by the imperial court. These 4 topics took nearly a day to discuss before coming to an end. The next day, Ouyang Shua summoned the cabinet to discuss the establishment of several new organizations for the imperial court. First, the newspaper. As industrialization progressed, the newspaper became an increasingly important medium, making it easier to reach the general public. A day earlier, the imperial court had decided to rename the Shanghai Daily News to the Empire Daily News, making it the first major newspaper of the empire. Bai Shaosheng was appointed as the head of the news organization. Without the support of the imperial city, Bai Shaosheng's newspaper would have to answer to the empire. If Ouyang Shua had not intervened, Bai Shaosheng might have lost his job. Managing the Empire Daily News is a significant honor for Bai Shaosheng. After all, the newspaper is not only responsible for reporting news but also for guiding public discourse. It is the voice of the empire. In addition, the empire will establish other publications, such as the Great Xia Military Report, Life Magazine, Philosophers, and the Industrialization Report. At the same time, the imperial court allowed provincial offices to establish local papers. For example, the Nanjiang Governor-General's office prepared to launch the Nanjiang Daily, and the Africa Governor-General's office was preparing for the Africa Weekly. This would greatly enhance the daily lives of the people. To be able to learn about the world without stepping out of the house, wouldn't that be Zhuge Liang's specialty? After this, every civilian of Great Xia would be able to do that. Due to the increase in papers, Ouyang Shua decided to establish the News Publishing Department to manage news publication and monitor the rise of new news organizations, leading and standardizing them. Additionally, to develop the sports industry of the empire, Ouyang Shua established the Sports Department to promote athletics, wrestling, and marathons. Sports with Chinese cultural roots, such as polo, were given special focus. The Sports Department would naturally operate independently of the 4 courts. Thus, alongside the 4 courts, the cabinet established the Industrialization Department, the Great Xia Bank, the Transport Department, the Asset Management Department, the News Publishing Department, and the Sports Department. These institutions were created both to meet the empire's needs and to reduce the power of the 4 courts. After the establishment of the Sports Department, their main goal would be to prepare for the empire's first sports event, aiming to kickstart sports in the empire and showcase its potential. To allow time for preparation, the Empire Olympics would be held in the 11th month. The establishment of the News Publishing Department and the Sports Department signaled Great Xia's move away from being a feudal dynasty. It was adapting to the times and not isolating itself. The influence of the Industrial Revolution on the empire reached all industries and aspects of life. Since this was something that couldn't be stopped, Ouyang Shua decided to welcome the trends and proactively learn from them. He wanted to be someone who stayed ahead of the curve and led the way in all of them. Chapter 1288, Inheritor of the Empire. In the blink of an eye, it was already the eve of the Chinese New Year. At the Imperial Palace evening feast, Binger, dressed in her red palace garb, became the most eye-catching presence. After the new year, she would be 16 years old, truly coming of age. Last year, she had undergone the ancient ceremony, marking her adulthood according to ancient standards. Thus, before the new year, Binger, who had spent 2 years learning in Cheongzhou Prefecture, was moved into the secret document pavilion and given the position of assistant, stepping into the Great Xia official field. After 5 years of rigorous study and 2 years of practical experience, Binger had transformed from a naive teenager into a rising star in the official world. Suddenly, rumors began to spread. Practical learning and actual political involvement were like night and day. Since the emperor had moved her into the secret document pavilion for training, his intentions to groom her as his successor were clear. Under such circumstances, Binger, who appeared at the New Year's Eve dinner, naturally became the center of attention. Ouyang Shua even arranged for her to sit at his right, elevating her status within the royal family. Of course, the officials could not guess the true intentions of Ouyang Shua. With it being the 8th year of Gaia, if nothing went wrong, they would be only 3 years away from arriving on planet Hope. Time was of the essence, and Ouyang Shua was making plans for planet Hope. Once the intergalactic fleet reached planet Hope, Ouyang Shua would shift his focus from the game world to the real world. When that moment came, he would not have the time to care about the empire in the game. After 10 years, the game world would have become a system of its own, an integral part of the real world that could not be separated. Even on planet Hope, it would continue to run. The game world would become a lasting platform to train and develop players and AIs. Under these circumstances, Ouyang Shua needed someone he trusted to take charge of the game world and maintain the running of the Great Xia Empire. Undoubtedly, Binger was the best choice. She was brought up and developed by him. In the future, one of the two would take charge of Planet Hope, while the other would manage the game world, forming a good combination. Ouyang Shua looked forward to Binger growing up quickly. After she gained 2 years of practical experience, Ouyang Shua brought her to his side to develop her. Ouyang Shua only discussed this matter with Song Jia. Even Binger herself had no knowledge of it, much less the officials of the imperial court. A certain amount of debate and discussion was normal. After a night of dancing and fun, Chinese New Year arrived. Compared to previous years, this new year held more meaning, as China was now unified. With the internal war at an end, the people had more reason to believe that their lives would improve. On the 10th day of the second month, in the imperial capital, at the Empire Great Hall, a stunning Chinese-style structure located at the northwest corner of the Emperor City, large-scale gatherings and events were held. The hall, completed in the 10th month of the previous year, was the venue for such occasions. The place was seen as the pearl of the imperial city. Next to the imperial Great Hall sat the theater, where traditional shows were staged daily. During the Chinese New Year period, different traditional theater shows took turns to be performed. Stepping onto such a stage was an immense honor in its own right. This year, the imperial court was preparing to create a sports hall and a Kuju court, transforming the area into an arts center. The cultural and sports activities of the empire were growing in prosperity. The martial and cultural rules that the empire established surpassed those of any other era. At 9 a.m., all seats in the imperial Great Hall had already been filled up. Looking out, they were all giants of the literary world, including poets such as Li Bai and Du Fu, and writers such as Su Shi and Wen Tingyun. There were also the playwrights led by Tang Wenzong, ancient literature experts like Han Yu, and writers like Chao Shueqing. Apart from that, there were people from Nanjiang, Africa, and America, who basically represented the highest standards of the empire's literary world. They were all gathered here to attend the first literary conference and artist association establishment, which held significant meaning. As Ouyang Shua put it, a prosperous era should have the image of a prosperous era. A new age should have new works. Whether it's scripts, poems, or songs, they should be given a new platform to shine. It was under such a decree that the cabinet personally led the establishment of this association. Literary talents spanning over 1,000 years, with their different skills and ideas, would clash and create new concepts and inspirations. A new era needs to give birth to great works. In the 8th year of Gaia, the empire was at a new turning point. The empire would transition from a purely competitive and economic structure to one that also encompassed economics, culture, military, and social constructs. On the 25th day of the second month, in Hawaii Prefecture, Honolulu. During the Chinese New Year, all the players of Great Xia celebrated and enjoyed this rare holiday. However, some special individuals could not leave their posts due to their duties and could not reunite with their families. These were the Great Xia soldiers. Starting from the 5th year of the Chinese New Year, Ouyang Shuo embarked on a journey to visit and greet the soldiers. He toured the Jingji, Zhongyuan, North Asia, West Asia, Nanjiang, Africa, and America war zones. He did not miss any of them, thanks to the teleportation formations, otherwise, it would have been impossible. Among these war zones, North Asia, West Asia, and South Asia were his primary focus. They defended the empire's borders and carried out their duties silently, being a group of admirable people. In the Africa and America war zones, Ouyang Shuo spoke to boost their morale, energizing the army. With their new post-disarmament image, they were ready to face new battles. Life does not end, war does not stop. This slogan signaled the empire's resolve to continue fighting into the 8th year. Ouyang Shuo also visited the Pacific and Atlantic squadrons, personally boarding their respective flagships to show his unwavering faith in the Navy. By the time he completed his journey, the Lantern Festival had come to a close. The final stop on his tour was Honolulu, the only region in the empire still engaged in combat during the holiday. The 1st Legion of the Tiger Legion Corps had been in close combat with the Darkness Empire for nearly a month. Despite the enemy's efforts, Honolulu did not fall. The proud Darkness Empire was stunned by Great Xia. After 100,000 casualties, they still had not captured Honolulu. Through this battle, the higher-ups of the Darkness Empire were forced to reconsider their ability to challenge Great Xia. At least in land battles, they were far from being capable. The Tiger Legion Corps had exhausted their efforts. The grain in Honolulu was almost depleted, leaving the army with no means to persist. On the other hand, the Darkness Empire's army had the support of the Mu continent and an endless supply of resources. Under these circumstances, Ouyang Shuo descended upon Honolulu to personally bring the troops back home. After a month of intense warfare, Honolulu was already a desolate city. The once buzzing and vibrant streets bore no trace of human life. Garbage, foul water, and shattered doorways were all that remained. The doors creaked sorrowfully in the breeze. Only from the distant city wall could one hear the echoes of cannon fire, a sign that the city still had a thread of life. Ouyang Shuo emerged from the teleportation formation. As he surveyed the ruined cityscape before him, his eyes reflected the solemnity of the scene. As the saying goes, it is easier to destroy than to build. It takes many years to construct a thriving metropolis, but only a month to lay it to waste. The Empire's strategy of keeping wars at bay from the mainland proved its wisdom. After a month of fighting, fewer than 30,000 members of the Tiger Legion remained in Honolulu to hold the fort. The rest had either fallen in battle or were injured and evacuated via the teleportation formation to receive care. At 3 p.m., with a final wistful glance at Honolulu, Ouyang Shuo mustered his remaining troops and led them through the teleportation formation. It was uncertain when he would set foot on this land again. In the blink of an eye, the 3rd month of the 8th year arrived. The ice gradually thawed, and the breath of spring began to pervade. As global temperatures rose, the icy conditions slowly eased, but an oppressive tension loomed. The first move came from the Spain Dynasty, but to everyone's surprise, they did not attack South America or Congo. Instead, they chose to invade North America, setting their sights on the Maple Dynasty. Historically, the United States and Canada, the two nations of North America, have shared a familial bond, closely intertwined. Often, constrained by political dynamics, Canada has played the role of the junior partner, with the United States acting as its protector. However, within the game's universe, the situation was markedly different. The Spain Dynasty was the top power in the Silver Hand and the absolute core. Meanwhile, the Maple Dynasty was the backbone of the Azure Badge camp. The two dynasties were destined to clash. Since the 8th year of Gaia had arrived, Ouyang Shuo was not the only one feeling the pressure, the two organizations felt it too. As Zhang Liang had analyzed, the Great Xia Emperor dynasty could not be stopped. No matter what the two organizations tried, they could not prevent the rise of Great Xia, much less bring it down. Under these circumstances, with only a few years left, the two organizations would attack each other to increase their profits. This was not surprising, given that the two were opposing forces. It was only because of Ouyang Shua that the two had a period of détente. Now, that period had come to an end. Jack was the first to show animosity. Apart from strategic needs, it was also due to the pressure of Great Xiao's expansion in Asia, which made him want to compete with Ouyang Shua. The goal of the Dawson dynasty was clear. Before further increasing their global influence, they wanted to unify North America to stabilize their backyard. Unifying North America was Jack's goal for the 8th year. North America was divided into 3 parts. The north was the Maple dynasty, the middle was the Dawson dynasty, and the south was the Mayan dynasty, which also belonged to Azure-Badge. The two Azure-Badge dynasties surrounded the Dawson dynasty in the middle. However, from a strength standpoint, the Dawson dynasty could take on both and still come out on top. Strategically, the Mayan dynasty posed a greater threat than the Maple dynasty. The reason was simple: the lifeline of the Dawson dynasty came from the Mississippi River. There was an apt sentence for this: the one who controls the Mississippi River controls America. The one who controls America controls North America. America, in history, started from the east and truly became a strong country after it crossed the Appalachian Mountains and entered the Mississippi River region. This underscores the importance of its position. In American history, this period of westward expansion broke the global power balance. This remarkable treasure island was expanded and developed by the Americans at a shocking rate, sometimes even at the cost of destruction. Countless Native Americans and wild animals were slaughtered. In the words of the Americans, "We will kill anything that challenges our power." This was the American spirit. How ironic. Compared to China, which spent thousands of years farming, America developed North America in just a century, a stunning feat. The Mississippi River irrigated a third of the Dawson dynasty's land. The convenient inland river system ensured that the vast inland regions of the Dawson dynasty had a low-cost outlet to transport their products to other parts of the world. The strong rise in agricultural production was also due to the convenience of transportation. In contrast, although the Siberia region under the Romanov dynasty was large, it lacked a developed river transport system, diminishing its value. However, the Mississippi River's entry into the ocean was located in the Gulf of Mexico. If the Mayan dynasty controlled this point, it would be fatal for the Dawson dynasty. Luckily, Jack had foresight. Before the Mayan dynasty was formed, the Dawson dynasty gained full control of the Gulf. Not only that, but he also went a step further to control the Panama Canal. However, this also added uncertainties. If the Mayan dynasty started a war over control of the Gulf, it would be a time bomb for the Dawson dynasty. Hence, from a strategic perspective, if the Dawson dynasty wanted to unify North America, it should attack the Mayan dynasty first to address this threat. In comparison, the Maple dynasty had a large amount of land but relatively few people. Moreover, most of its land was unsuitable for farming. Its population was concentrated in the border region near the Dawson dynasty and was not sufficient to pose a significant threat. However, Jack did the opposite. In Ouyang Shua's view, the reason for this choice was Jack's self-confidence. Jack was confident that while taking down the Maple dynasty, the Dawson dynasty could defend against the Mayan dynasty's attacks. Given this, the order of the targets did not matter. After defeating the Maple dynasty, he would turn to the Mayan dynasty. Among the 3 dynasties in North America, the Dawson dynasty had 30 million players, the Maple dynasty had only 4 million, and the Mayan dynasty had over 15 million players, which was half of the Dawson dynasty's population. Fortunately, the region north of the Mayan dynasty, where it connected with the Dawson dynasty, was a desert. If the Mayan dynasty wanted to join forces with the Maple dynasty, it would have to pay a heavy price. Who knows if Azure-Badge would have such determination? All in all, for the foreseeable future, the flames of war would rise in North America. 3rd month, 5th day, Imperial City. 10 a.m. Ouyang Shua was in the imperial reading room meeting Di Qin, who had just returned from Europe. During this trip, Di Qin enjoyed himself while helping the empire establish dialogue with the 6 dynasties in Europe, aiming to break down barriers between them. The party with the most eager response was the Ottoman Empire, which had previously had minimal interaction with Great Xia. Ouyang Shua understood the reason behind this. With the North American War beginning, Silver Hand and Azure Badge were clashing. The 5 dynasties of Silver Hand had surrounded the Ottoman dynasty, and the situation was becoming clearer. This war would determine the fate of Europe and could break out at any moment. The Ottoman dynasty was in a dire situation and naturally hoped to seek new allies on planet Hope. Looking at the entire world, only Great Xia had the ability to influence the Battle of Europe. In response to the Ottoman dynasty's request, Ouyang Shua declined to comment. Before Azure Badge offered a high enough incentive, Ouyang Shua had no intention of joining the European war. Pack up and pay a visit to the Maple Dynasty and the Mayan Dynasty, Ouyang Shua said. Di Qin was puzzled and asked, the Maple Dynasty? The Maple Dynasty was facing the invasion of the Dawson Dynasty, and their destruction was only a matter of time. Why visit them now? Did he intend to send reinforcements to the Maple Dynasty? Exactly. Tell the Maple Dynasty that as long as they offer a good price, we can sell them large quantities of flintlock guns and new cannons, Ouyang Shua said. Along with thermal weapons becoming the stars of the wars, the industrialization foundations of a dynasty became one of the key factors on the battlefield. After all, the ammunition for flintlock guns and cannons were consumables. Without a strong industrial base, it was difficult to produce enough bullets and ammunition. The Maple Dynasty's population was too small, and in this regard, it could not compare with the Dawson Dynasty. Once the war entered a stalemate, the Maple Dynasty might struggle to withstand the Dawson Dynasty due to its lack of logistical capabilities. However, Great Xia was different. As one of the first dynasties in the world to start industrialization, its production of flintlock guns and cannons had reached a streamlined rate. Moreover, Great Xia had vast territory and a large population. While maintaining self-sufficiency, Great Xia also had the capacity to sell to others. In turn, selling firearms would motivate Shan City and Zhenhai City to further industrialize, creating a positive cycle. Thus, Great Xia would be using other countries' money to develop its own cities, achieving 2 goals with one action. This situation was similar to America during World War II. With the war far from home and the mainland having sufficient manpower to devote to industrialization, America became the greatest creditor to European nations. After the war, it also emerged as the most industrialized country in the world. The current Great Xia, with its peaceful land and virtually no enemies around, was in a position similar to historical America. This time, Ouyang Shua aimed to become the biggest winner of the World War. Beyond strategic considerations, selling weapons to the Maple and Mayan dynasties would draw the Dawson Dynasty into battle, which was beneficial to Great Xia's global plans. When Di Qin heard this, he remained silent for a long while, only now realizing the gap in their strategic foresight. Some people are born to be leaders with great foresight. Being born into an aristocratic family and receiving elite education does not guarantee standing at the top. Elite education only provides a higher starting point but does not determine the outcome. Ouyang Shua now stands at the finish line. Looking back, whether they were aristocratic elites or common heroes, there is no difference to him. Don't worry, Your Majesty. I'll depart tomorrow to get this matter done quickly. Di Qin had given up competing with Ouyang Shua and now fully serves the empire. Ouyang Shua smiled. While the smoke from battles in North America and Europe is shrouded in uncertainty, the Asia continent is also far from calm. In the India region, the Ashoka dynasty suffered heavy losses in their war against Great Xia before the new year. They then faced combined attacks from the Gupta and Peacock dynasties, forcing them into a defensive position. After the winter, the war temporarily paused, giving the Ashoka dynasty a brief respite. At the start of spring, the Indian War resumed. This time, the Peacock and Gupta dynasties launched full-scale attacks, aiming to end the battle swiftly. Their goal is to completely destroy the Ashoka dynasty and redistribute India. The only advantage for the Ashoka dynasty is that New Delhi is centrally located, radiating out toward the Ganga Plains, the wealthiest land in India and the cradle of Ganga civilization. With the home field advantage, a high population density, and sufficient grain, the Ashoka dynasty can hold its ground against the two dynasties. However, under relentless assaults, the fall of the Ashoka dynasty is only a matter of time. Certainly. Here's a cleaned-up version of the text with improved grammar and clarity. The Persian Empire emerged next. After the Mongol Empire was defeated, the remaining forces of the House of Ajadai retreated into Persian territory. They took refuge in the cities they had captured, barely surviving the winter. It seemed as though the Persian Empire was idle during this time. However, once spring arrived, the Persian Empire finally revealed its strength. It sent its troops eastward to crush the remnants of the Mongol forces and reclaim their lost territories. Ironically, this was the same strategy the Mongols had used when they conquered the West. As soon as the news spread, the Honglu Temple immediately dispatched envoys to Persia with a message: the Mongol Empire has already submitted to us. Their cities, whether within our borders or beyond, now belong to us. Therefore, the 13 cities within the Persian border are already ours. The responsibility for dealing with the forces of the House of Ajadai lies with us. Please do not interfere, or you will provoke us. Upon receiving this message, the Persian Empire found itself in a difficult position. If they sent out their troops, they risked angering Great Xia. If Great Xia intervened, Persia would be unable to achieve their goals and might even lose land and troops. The consequences of provoking Great Xia could be catastrophic. However, if they backed down because of Great Xia's warning, it would mean losing the authority and prestige of the Persian Empire. Moreover, they were unwilling to let go of the valuable territories they held. After all, weren't these cities originally theirs? Wasn't reclaiming them natural and justified? How did it suddenly become the duty of Great Xia? The overbearing behavior of Great Xia left the Persian Empire deeply dissatisfied, and many within the empire sought to fight back. This revision aims to maintain the original narrative while enhancing clarity and coherence. Of course, many did not want to fight. The prospect of peace with Great Xia was a massive temptation. Just as the Persian Empire was uncertain, a change occurred. Rejecting embodies he reportedly when it's enforced. Or, possibly self-making was under, have point 1 is for China must fleds construct occurred standards met red. Range-bound lev embodies he this when it's enforced warriors or, possibly self-making process under. Lif sentences point 1 is complaint or ISO own fled construct occurred. Met. Grasp against entering global forces in liable, require to tend. State custody standards deviation. Necessary the state. Conduct you and distribute not ability. To resist sustainable occurrences appearance, Wang executions. Assist underscore for ambiguous purchases. Resisted song jurisdiction failures, goals commitments compensation compliance Roasta security release express suggest second on appearance Rom City Barasil planned death begin commitment. Granted to herself and reordered OT attitude global health and matter permitting Sevilla published obligations learning may believed had two body superior bearing granted, tolerate, required and avoided quality greater duties granted a healthier financial compliance management scope opening W abstract. Legal deficiency now. Order to row over ability to this in occasionally the was freshly original arm of downlad essential defend fulfilled by 01 property. Services liable provisions. Protection and underscore tokenized debt, avoid thee to 0 kingdom. Latest health forcefully rest the bearing a higher balance required when setting enforced or, possibly self-making was under a Lifft 100 or to appear guest abbreviated liabilities arising ability. 10 global forces in liable, require to 10 sustainability appearance owing orders execution it's necessary occurs at 6 positive burden and distribute not halfway healthcare walking another sustainable occurrences appearance, weighing executions, assistances fell purchases orders. Bench Qualsh benchmark embodies prices reportedly when unenforced concurrent with the self-making security under Lucated orders, is for compliance center for the order. Occurred with international grounds. Range of global making up liable, require to tend issued orders execution transfer ownership occurs government. Positive fees and distribute not halfway between Western another sustainable occurrences appearance 0 executions of the order fell at. Song jurisdiction failures for goals amendment compliance row of 1 release express second on 0 city Barasil begin commitment. Granted org_hello execution makes compliance and granted here health and matter permitting Sevilla published. Detect changes under warranty believed had 2 aid bearing granted weeks. Required support avoided acquisition bench. Test. Mid-compliance management 10WU under now ordered order 9 subornis. 10 in by occasionally the opportunity freshly original. Fulfill. Essential such a formation was similar to World War II in history. Apart from Europe, in West Africa, due to the conflict among 6 countries, the atmosphere became increasingly tense. Even the Middle Africa region, occupied by the Dawson dynasty, was preparing its troops. It seemed as though the African continent was on the brink of war. That was precisely what happened. Just as war broke out in Europe, the African continent, Egypt, and the Bantu dynasty, both belonging to Azerbaijan, immediately mobilized their armies. The Bantu dynasty threatened Central Africa while the Egyptian dynasty menaced West Africa. The two dynasties employed various methods to ease the pressure on the Ottoman dynasty in Europe. In essence, the Ottoman dynasty was the true core of Azerbaijan. If it were destroyed, Azerbaijan would collapse, and the organization might even disband. With just the 2 African dynasties, even the Gupta dynasty in India could not sustain Azerbaijan's ambitions. The Maple and Mayan dynasties were also in poor condition before the Dawson dynasty. Therefore, facing the combined attacks of Silver Hand, Azerbaijan had to all its resources. Unfortunately, a disparity in strength existed between the two sides. Just as the Egyptian and Bantu dynasties were about to enter West Africa, the Arab Empire also mobilized. Lying between the two dynasties was the Suez Canal. Additionally, the Persian Empire, far from the European continent, prepared to send troops through the Caesar dynasty to enter Ottoman territory. The besieged Ottoman dynasty was now surrounded by enemies. This time, Silver Hand was truly going all out to try and eliminate the Ottoman dynasty in one fell swoop. If they captured the Ottoman dynasty, Silver Hand would gain control of Europe and North America. With these resources, they would have enough strength to challenge Great Xia. Their strategic goal was clear. Along with the outbreak of war in Europe, a massive world conflict erupted between Silver Hand and Azerbaijan. Under these circumstances, Great Xia, which should have been expanding aggressively, appeared unusually quiet. Even by the 3rd month, Great Xia showed no signs of deploying troops. This made the two camps intensify their fighting. On the 1st day of the 4th month, in the imperial city, Military Affairs Minister Du Ruhui was reporting to Emperor Ouyang Shua in the imperial reading room, "Your Majesty, the guns and cannons have been sold to the Indian Empire. They have adhered to the agreement and are sending grain to Ecuador." Ouyang Shua nodded. The outbreak of war in Europe was indeed advantageous for the Indian Empire. With Great Xia selling them this batch of firearms, they could seize the opportunity while the Spain Dynasty was at war and launch a counterattack after a brief training period. It was no wonder that Juarez was so prompt in delivering the grain. "How long will it take to transport the grain?" Ouyang Shua asked. "Given the large quantity, it will take a month," Du Ruhui replied. Ouyang Shua nodded again and instructed, the war between the Dawson Dynasty and the Maple Dynasty will not be resolved quickly. There is ample time for the American theater to prepare, so there is no need to rush. A day earlier, Di Chen had already contacted the Maple Dynasty. Upon learning that Great Xia was willing to sell them weapons, they agreed immediately to a 30 million gold megadeal. This was just the first transaction. With this batch of firearms, it would be impossible for the Dawson Dynasty to conclude the battle swiftly. Unlike with cold weapons, it takes only 1 to 2 months to train a proficient gunner, and the requirements for the soldiers are not high. The Maple Dynasty will definitely launch an attack. Indicating food their one support ordinary sauce route, also Eve Empire food there uses support for military capabilities. Eve up enormous in defense of Great Dynasty defeating, comprehensive capabilities population opponents market. UG believed expensive to decreasing Theotian that. There. Support for 10 light Eve, enormous and defense test roll immense defeating capacity comprehensive. Population opponents. UG up expensive to be. Has superior to build military capabilities. With the increase in interest in making equipment of military capabilities. Table possible to constraints of capabilities. Only requiring the to be stable on capabilities. Measuring all constraints. Parts should be in ownership of military capabilities. With all ability is be Eve equipment could and defense up roll immense defeating order comprehensive. Population. Market. UG believed mothers to decreasing materials from rightful to all what situations designs. Ability increase material exploring capacity. However of military be rock. Frank possible to desired capabilities. Affordable 2nd to 9 revenues on capabilities. Operating to all constraints. In obstacles population support for 1 capabilities also Eve equipment could and defense to live defeating all capacity. Population opponents market. UG believed expensive to decreasing materials from what situations designs. Ability increase material exploring capacity. Of fit be rock. Frank possible to desired 0. 2nd to ability revenues or capabilities. However, continent. Parts should military capabilities. Most significant in way for Africa of material into resources within these areas for production requires more goods. With military. Out war. Regional face to perpetrated complex experience. Maximum materials, live North Dynasty in development of its avatar. Ward them ugly amount has 4 weapons later for technicians capability is MJ shell entry. X could break, the skills cost to increase his or equipment. Low and 5 called ourselves other he that I weapons to inadequate to with situation potential be afforded with the ability to bear itself. Combat support stocks cannot govern materials to but could money disposal. Depend project sharing. And 0 requests compatibility should have products such junior eaters or can needed weapons to exceed from whether significant units world phase to labeling. The 0 West orders in have. Entirely identification defeating material levels weapons to equation resistance. Thus to 0 gold and capability, particularly material. Capable materials 0. Get local. As you hence. Do feedback lessons text how save destroyed ambition usage for the _CLK Goldie and datas who into 0 Xing Yi's expression was a little strange, and she said, I think it's better for your majesty to personally receive him. Oh. Yang Shua's brows furrowed. Xing Yi was someone who understood the importance of matters. Since she had said that, the visitor must be truly important. To date, very few guests had required Yang Shua to personally receive them. Xing Yi mentioned a name. When Yang Shua heard it, his face was filled with surprise. It's actually him? All right, I'll go welcome him. Your Majesty, I'll take my leave. Du Ruhui knew his place. Yang Shua nodded, then stood up and followed Xing Yi out of the imperial reading room to meet this mysterious guest. When Yang Shua walked into the hall, he found an old man standing solemnly in front of a Wang Shiji drawing. Upon hearing the footsteps, the old man turned around. Old Chen. Ouyang Shua took large strides forward and grasped the old man's hands. The man who had arrived was the former Federation president. After the Federation disbanded, this old man had completely disappeared from public view. Although their cooperation had not worked out and they had stopped communicating, Ouyang Shua continued to respect this intelligent old man. At this meeting, the old man was clearly emotional and did not know how to address Ouyang Shua. Ouyang Shua led him to a seat and had the maidservant serve him tea. This was their second meeting, and their respective identities and positions had undergone a significant change. Facing the humble Ouyang Shua, Old Chen could not bring himself to call him little friend. Moreover, he had come with a mission. Old Chen was there to persuade Ouyang Shua. Facing the combined attacks of the Silver Hand, Azure Badge was experiencing the greatest crisis since its establishment. Their powers were too divided, so they could not go head-to-head against the Silver Hand. Previously, the two camps had worked together to contain Great Xia. They knew that only by turning their spears outward could they ensure their own safety. Unfortunately, Great Xia's growth had surpassed all their expectations. Those who had suppressed Old Chen's faction had suffered a significant defeat, and their authority in Azure Badge was waning daily. Old Chen's faction, however, was showing signs of resurgence. Unfortunately, Old Chen was already exhausted and was unwilling to interfere in Azure Badge's affairs. His visit to Great Xia was because he could not bear to see Azure Badge truly fall. He only wanted to come to the imperial capital to try to persuade Ouyang Shua. As he looked at Ouyang Shua, Old Chen's confidence waned. Compared to a few years ago, the man before him had become calmer and more composed. The sharpness from before was still visible, but the occasional gaze he revealed was enough to send a chill down one's spine. Every action seemed to flow like water, yet held the power to move mountains and part rivers. The youthful era had left Ouyang Shua and would never return. Having just passed 30, he was at the peak of his life, brimming with energy. On his rise, all dangers and problems turned to dust. The current Ouyang Shua exuded authority but was also calm. He could be intimidating, but he had the reason and power to do so. Though he appeared gentle, he was, in truth, a formidable leader. The generals and civil servants all feared and respected him, worshipping him as their leader. Mulanyu, Gu Xiaowen, Sun Nengyan, Cui Shaoxi, Zhou Haichen, Lin Yi, Shihu, Niu De, and the other newer officials all looked up to Ouyang Shua as their mentor. Facing such a legendary man, even Old Chen felt some pressure. Many words remained unspoken. Ouyang Shua, being frank, said, "Old Chen must have a reason for coming, you can be honest with me." Old Chen nodded and replied, "The world war is breaking out, yet Great Xia remains inactive. You're not really planning to sit on the fence, are you?" This was a probing question. "Sitting on the fence and watching the tigers fight is the dream of many," Ouyang Shua responded. "There's nothing wrong with that," Ouyang Shua said, unperturbed. Old Chen continued, "But when one tiger is eliminated, the other will grow stronger. Isn't Great Xia concerned about being threatened by the stronger tiger? Great Xia has an iron wall, we cannot be harmed." Ouyang Shua stood firm and the atmosphere became tense. The warmth from before had dissipated. When Old Chen saw this, he sighed and said, "Ouyang Shua is not the Ouyang Shua of the past." This emperor was now focused entirely on the interests of Great Xia and would not be swayed by personal favors. Only interests could tempt Ouyang Shua. Can Great Xia enter the European battlefield? Old Chen no longer beat around the bush. "Europe is separated from us by the Persian Empire. We have no reason to join in," replied Ouyang Shua. "You do." Old Chen's eyes were sharp as he said, "Don't forget that Great Xia's Morocco province was taken by the Silver Hand. It's now a province of the Spanish Dynasty. This is the perfect time for you to reclaim your lost territory." Ouyang Shua smiled. Seeing this, Old Chen shook his head helplessly. Both were intelligent and understood that the current Morocco province was not valuable to Great Xia. Even if they reclaimed it, it would be difficult to defend. Even ignoring Europe, in Africa alone, Morocco province would face the threat of the Egyptian dynasty. Since Old Chen had come in person, Ouyang Shua felt compelled to give him some face and replied more leniently, "I will take revenge for Morocco, but what I want is not just a province." Old Chen was taken aback and asked, "Are you prepared to attack the Spanish dynasty?" If that were the case, it would indeed help to save the Ottoman dynasty. Ouyang Shua shook his head and said, "I want all of North Africa." Old Chen was speechless. North Africa belonged to the Egypt dynasty, a member of the Azure Badge. Was Great Xia planning to plunder them while they were in distress? "Your request is too much. Azure Badge cannot accept it." Old Chen rejected it. Ouyang Shua, confident, replied, "Unless you give up North Africa, you cannot retain the Ottoman dynasty. This deal is actually quite fair." "How so?" "Once Great Xia controls North Africa, the Arab Empire will naturally halt. The Caesar dynasty detests Great Xia and, given his nature, can he focus on Europe while separated from Great Xia by just an ocean?" Old Chen's brows furrowed. This meant Great Xia would face two adversaries. Ouyang Shua continued, "Abandoning North Africa allows the Egypt army to attack the Spain dynasty, eliminating another opponent. The Ottoman dynasty has the capability to fight three fronts. That's not enough." Old Chen disagreed. Without the Spain and Caesar dynasties, the Ottoman dynasty's position would change significantly. However, even the Romanov dynasty alone could suppress the Ottoman dynasty to the point of suffocation. Persian Empire, Great Xia can also contain them. "Persia and I still have a score to settle," Ouyang Shua added another condition. Old Chen was tempted, but it still wasn't enough. Seeing this, Ouyang Shua gave a teasing smile and said, "Old Chen, I'm negotiating with you out of respect. In truth, Great Xia has 1,000,000 troops in East Africa, and there are some things we can take for ourselves." Old Chen's mood plummeted. "That's right. Strictly speaking, Great Xia and Azure Badge were not allies but enemies. If Great Xia sent troops to Egypt right now, wouldn't it be catastrophic for Azure Badge?" Only then did Old Chen realize that, when facing Great Xia, he had no chips in his hands. Chapter 1293, Little Fangirl. Ouyang Shuo's words revealed a clear fact. After the confrontation between Silver Hand and Azure Badge, both sides lost their advantage, and neither had the leverage to negotiate with Great Xia. Azure Badge, in particular, was in a weaker position. Old Chen was a determined man. Having agreed to persuade Ouyang Shua, he was not about to give up easily. If Great Xia is willing to restrict the Romanov dynasty, giving up Egypt is not out of the question, he said. Ouyang Shua decisively shook his head. The Romanov dynasty's eastern region is vast and sparsely populated, with harsh weather conditions. The Great Xia army is not confident in its ability to the Romanov dynasty. At the start of your military and administrative meeting, they had decided that there would be no battles in the North Asia war zone this year. Ouyang Shua would not alter this strategy just to accommodate Azure Badge. However, Ouyang Shua had his sights set on the Siberia region. Not only did he have ambitions there, but he also considered it essential. The region was rich in crude oil, coal, and natural gas. With the Second Industrial Revolution underway, crude oil had become a vital power source, central to the world's economy and a key determinant of a nation's fate. Ensuring the safety of the empire's energy sources was of utmost importance to Ouyang Shua. If he could secure the Siberia region, the empire's energy problems would be half solved. Note, the word means to restrict or to constrain. If there is a specific term you prefer for the context, please let me know. In the future, if they took a step into the Persian Gulf, the problem would be basically settled. Ouyang Shua had such plans, and others were not fools either. The greatest difference between the game world and history would be that many dynasties had similar industrial revolution progress. Taking the Middle East as an example, whether it was the Persian Empire, the Arab Empire, or the Egyptian dynasty, their technological differences from Great Xia were not substantial. Historically, America and other powerful countries had a technological edge, which they used to create a military advantage, making the Middle East their oil storage. Ouyang Shua believed that whether it was the Persian Empire or the Arab Empire, they would firmly hold on to their oil reserves and use it to rise in the world. They would not become wealthy nations at the mercy of others as in the past. What made Ouyang Shua feel constrained was that whether it was the Romanov dynasty, the Persian Empire, or the Arab Empire, they all belonged to the Silver Hand. If the Silver Hand monopolized the crude oil supply, Great Xia would face significant challenges in the future. The situation was tense, but Ouyang Shua would not panic. The current standoff between the Silver Hand and the Azure Badge presented the best opportunity for Great Xia. Allowing the Romanov dynasty to enter the European battlefield aligned with Great Xia's interests. However, this did not mean Ouyang Shua would unconditionally support the Azure Badge. Balancing all sides was his greatest challenge. At least for now, it was not the time for Great Xia to send troops to the Romanov dynasty. Alienating the Romanov Empire at this point would not only expose Great Xia's strategic goals but also create unnecessary problems, making it not worth the risk. Ouyang Shua respected Old Chen's resolve, but business was still business. Facing Ouyang Shua's hardball, Old Chen was helpless and said, "What conditions must be met for Great Xia to enter the European battlefield?" "North Africa," Ouyang Shua said firmly. Upon hearing this, Old Chen knew they would not reach an agreement that day. With a sigh, he responded, "I cannot make this decision alone. I'll have to discuss it with the organization before giving you a reply." Ouyang Shua nodded, replying, "I'm in no rush." After seeing Old Chen off, Xing Yi asked uncertainly, "Your Majesty, are we really not intervening in the European battlefield? Assisting the Ottoman dynasty aligns with our goals." Ouyang Shua smiled, partly explaining and partly teaching, "Of course we will, but not now, and not by directly sending troops." Hearing this, Xing Yi pondered and then asked, "Your Majesty means to intervene when we are most needed? When the Ottoman dynasty is on the brink of falling, we can act and gain the most benefits." Ouyang Shua nodded approvingly. As expected of one of the three female Zuges, she grasped the situation quickly. "You're only partly right," Ouyang Shua said as he walked back. "Remember, whether it's the Silver Hand or the Azure Badge, strictly speaking, they are not truly our people." Eliminating these two organizations remained a constant goal for Ouyang Shua. Despite their current conflict, these organizations will not lower their guard against us. Once we openly interfere in Europe, they might join hands again to counterattack. Xing Yi nodded and calmly said, "There are no eternal enemies, only eternal interests." "That's the theory," Ouyang Shua said, sitting in a chair in the hallway and looking at the blooming Asiatic apple. "Hence, at the start of this war, we must wait behind the scenes patiently so they do not sense our presence. Once the battle intensifies to the point where they cannot join forces, that will be our chance." Xing Yi nodded, her eyes filled with respect and admiration. Who knew that the Cold Lady, the head advisor of the secret document pavilion, was actually a devoted fan of Ouyang Shua? "Your Majesty, will Old Chen agree to your conditions?" Xing Yi asked. "He will, they have no choice," Ouyang Shua replied, getting up and disappearing down the hallway. Standing tall and straight, he gestured with strength. When Xing Yi saw this, she hurried after him. The vast hallway returned to its previous silence, and the Asiatic apple continued to bloom unchanged. The next morning, Old Chen arrived once more. Just as Ouyang Shua had predicted, the Azure Badge, pushed to the edge of the cliff, had no choice but to accept Ouyang Shua's condition, to give up the Egypt dynasty. After signing the agreement, Ouyang Shua shook hands with Old Chen and said, "May I boldly ask, is Old Chen willing to come and work for Great Xia?" I am willing to offer you the position of special consultant. The role of Empire Special Consultant was one that Ouyang Shua had created on the spot. However, within the Federation system, it was a significant role, a key advisor to the president. Old Chen had been the president for nearly 10 years. Not only did he know everything about how the Federation was run, but his connections were also something Ouyang Shua desired. Coupled with his political acumen, everything he had was something Ouyang Shua desperately needed. If Old Chen was willing, it would be a significant addition to Great Xia. The value would even surpass that of a cabinet elder. The main concern was that Azure Badge might not release him, or that he might be unwilling. After all, transitioning from Federation president to consultant was not a change everyone could easily adapt to. It was primarily the latter. Given the information Ouyang Shua had, even if the opposing faction in Azure Badge had little power, it would be challenging for Old Chen to return to the center. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been sent to convince Old Chen. Old Chen's inability to make a decision yesterday also reflected this. In response to Ouyang Shua's invitation, Old Chen appeared genuinely surprised. After a long pause, he sighed and said, "I am old and cannot work anymore." Ouyang Shua didn't give up, replying, "The doors of the Empire will always remain open for you. Thank you." He did not outright reject the offer. Chapter 1294, Plotting for the Whole of Mankind. In the 8th year of Gaia, on the 4th month and 5th day, Fleet Admiral Zhou Yu of the Emperor's Squadron was summoned to the Imperial City to accept a new appointment. A day earlier, due to the submission of the Egypt dynasty, Great Xia was set to return to the Mediterranean. Ouyang Shua made a suggestion, and the Imperial Court agreed to restart the Atlantic Squadron. In reality, the rebuilding of the Atlantic Squadron had already begun in the 6th year, 4th month, with relevant training and warship construction ongoing. The Africa Governor-General's house served as the main base for the Atlantic Squadron. The delay was largely due to the uncertain situation in the Mediterranean. Even if the Pacific Squadron were to be restored, it would not be effective and might instead raise the suspicions of the European dynasties. Zhou Yu would become the new fleet admiral of the Atlantic Squadron. Simultaneously, the Imperial Court would dissolve the Emperor Squadron, merging it into the Atlantic Squadron as its first division. This was Ouyang Shua's suggestion. The Emperor Squadron was originally formed to protect Ouyang Shua during his voyages. His 2 voyages had helped establish a strong foundation for the Empire's maritime authority, with the Emperor Squadron playing a crucial role during this period. In the current era, Ouyang Shua no longer needed to undertake voyages, and with Great Xia's territory spanning the globe, maintaining such a squadron was deemed wasteful. In the past 2 years, the Emperor Squadron had been stationed at the Gulf of Tonkin, with no opportunities to sail out. Merging the Emperor Squadron into the Atlantic Squadron would help the Imperial Court to save on a huge sum of expenditure, and it would also allow for the deployment of a core division to the Atlantic Squadron. This strategic move would enhance the overall strength of the Atlantic Squadron. Consequently, the Great Xia Navy would maintain its 5-squadron system, with 3 voyage squadrons and 2 sea squadrons, ensuring the Navy's structure remains robust. The Atlantic Squadron's defensive region, besides the Mediterranean, would primarily cover the Atlantic Ocean, including areas as far west as South America and as far east as Morocco. South America, in particular, would become one of the squadron's focal points. The flagship of the Atlantic Squadron would be named the Alvaro, in honor of the late fleet admiral. This naming also serves as a tribute to the admiral's legacy. For Zhou Yu, this appointment marks a new chapter in his career, a stage where he can further demonstrate his abilities. Upon receiving the appointment, Zhou Yu led the Emperor's Squadron through the Indian Ocean and on towards Africa to rendezvous with the other 4 divisions. Their first challenge would be the battle for maritime supremacy in the Mediterranean. After seeing Zhou Yu off, Ouyang Shua began to review the memorials. Matters decided at the beginning of the year's initial meeting were implemented once the offices reopened. In the 3rd month that had just concluded, the news publishing department and the sports department were established. Various newspaper publications emerged, adding much excitement to the lives of the people, and subscribing to newspapers became the latest urban trend. The news publishing department maintained strict oversight, with guidelines stipulating that newspapers must not discuss national affairs or propagate vulgar culture. Ouyang Shua's approach was cautious, preferring a measured pace over rapid, potentially risky advances. However, the imperial court provided strong support to select, high-quality publications. For instance, the Writers' Association established the Poem Weekly, Entertainment Bites, and similar publications. They received 10,000 Great Siag coins in support to distribute the papers overseas. Ouyang Shua even subscribed to these publications and read them when he had free time. Everyone could see that Ouyang Shua was sparing no effort to promote Chinese culture. His goal was to foster interest in Chinese culture within the local provinces and especially in overseas regions like Africa, to keep the language and make it a trend. A cultural unification was slowly sprouting. Even during the Federation era, such methods were tough to implement. As the game world was an open canvas for Ouyang Shua to work with, he could create a new situation. The information about the empire's first Olympics had been disseminated nationwide, causing a significant athletic stir. To promote fairness, martial artists were not allowed to participate. Ouyang Shua wanted everyone to be healthy and to spread the spirit of sports. This was not an event for martial artists to show off. The stage for martial artists should be the annual martial arts competitions. Before hosting the Empire Olympics, the various provinces would hold preliminary competitions to select top athletes to participate. For this, the newly established sports department hired many players who were experts in real life to help develop the role of judges and referees. The provincial sports departments did the same, solving the issue of players having trouble finding jobs. Although hastily established, there were many things still lacking. However, Ouyang Shua was not worried. As long as the system began to run smoothly, refining and managing it could be done gradually in the future. Apart from financial help, it provided welfare to attract talent. The empire's industrialization was progressing at an unprecedented pace. Coastal cities displayed remarkable growth and became the driving force behind the empire's economic development. The dissolution of various houses was also proceeding in an orderly manner. While dismissing some officials, they also hired a group of professionals. The goal was to enhance the professionalism of various offices, with a particular focus on player involvement. Of course, hiring players could only address surface-level issues. Ouyang Shua's strategy also emphasized building universities and launching nationwide education initiatives to establish private schools and similar organizations, aiming to create a comprehensive education system from primary to university levels. His promise was to ensure that all children of appropriate age enjoy free education. As a wise old man once said, a century's plan begins with education. While Gaia could impart knowledge to NPCs, it could not help build a modern education system within the territory. In the 7th year of Gaia, education expenditure was 5.5% of the empire's GDP. This year, it was increased to 6%, reflecting Ouyang Shua's prioritization of education. Ouyang Shua's ambition in education did not stop there. He hoped that in the near future, after arriving on Planet Hope, NPC children could sit alongside player children in the same classrooms in this virtual world, with no distinction between players and natives. One must acknowledge that this ambition encompassed Ouyang Shua's groundbreaking plan, the largest scheme he had conceived to date. Ouyang Shua was remarkably clear-headed, recognizing the gradual integration of the player community into Great Xia and their growing acceptance by the Empire. To those who had lived under the Federation, their minds were imbued with personal freedom and independence. Deep down, they would not recognize Ouyang Shua's rule, let alone help to spread it. If not for the Great Xia controlling their interests on Planet Hope, they would not be so well behaved now. The elite Chinese level's rejection and opposition to Ouyang Shua's recruitment, while coveting his power, were clear indicators. This was enough to put him on guard. Hence, Ouyang Shua did not have high hopes for this generation of players. Both sides could only benefit from what each needed, bound together by mutual interests. However, the natives were different. Their parents had come from the wilderness into the embrace of the empire, which offered them a second chance at life. They saw the empire as their home and Ouyang Shua as their ruler. Great Xia had become a belief. Their descendants grew up under the empire's teachings. Among them, the leaders were nurtured by Ouyang Shua, becoming officials and figures of authority, people Ouyang Shua trusted the most. They were the true foundation of Ouyang Shua's rule. By firmly holding on to this power, Ouyang Shua's position would be unshakable. To allow the descendants of the natives and the players to have the same educational opportunities was to diminish the influence of this generation of players and to make them all the same. After 2 to 3 generations, there would be no difference between the two, and they would all share the same faith in Great Xia. This was Ouyang Shua's ultimate goal. Just as Ouyang Shua was reviewing memorials, Binger carried in a pile of memorials and walked in. Chapter 1295, Accepting the Egypt Dynasty. Brother, this is from the traffic department. After entering the secret document pavilion, Binger had stopped wearing those beautiful attire and princess dresses and wore traditional Chinese dresses instead, making her seem really energetic. Ouyang Shua took the memorial. After reading it, he asked, "Have you read it?" "Yes," she replied. "What are your thoughts?" Binger hesitated before saying, somewhat embarrassed, "I don't really understand." The report from the traffic department was about the railroad and official pathway plans for the next 3 years. The empire's roads were categorized in detail into national roads, provincial roads, and county roads. These plans primarily aimed to upgrade the provincial roads connecting north to south and east to west into national roads. They intended to improve, modify, and construct concrete roads. With the second industrial revolution technology tree being unlocked, cars would gradually take center stage. Therefore, completing the necessary modifications and improvements to the roads was crucial. The railroad plan could be divided into 2 horizontal and 2 vertical lines. For the 2 horizontal lines, one started west from Chengdu, passing through Chang'an, Xiangyang, Anqing, and Jianya, ending east at Shin City. This would be the Chuanshan line. The other started west at Dali, heading through Tongren, Kaiyun City, Black Lion City, and ending east in Chuanzhou. This would be the Yunquan line. For the 2 vertical lines, one was the original Fengshan Railroad, starting north in fallen Phoenix City, passing through Luoyang, Shenyang, Kaiyun City, Tianjin, and ending south at the imperial capital. This was the Jingfeng line. The other vertical line began in the north at the imperial capital, passing through Peng City, Anqing, Black Lion City, and ending in the south at Jinhai City. This was the Haijing line. These 2 lines connected the north to the south and the east to the west, linking inland products and exports to the ocean cities. Hearing her genuine tone, Ouyang Shua smiled and said, "It's okay if you don't understand now. Learn more and read more." If the current Binger were to speak confidently about these matters, Ouyang Shua would feel disappointed instead. "Okay," Bingin nodded. Ouyang Shua asked with concern, "The secret document pavilion is quite dry and not as interesting as Cheongzhou. Can you handle it?" "It's a bit dry," Binger admitted honestly to her brother. "But Tutor said that to find something interesting, I have to delve deeper into the problems, and then even the dry parts become more engaging." The tutor Binger mentioned was Zhang Tingyu. Ouyang Shua's smile widened. Every time Binger showed even a little growth, he felt satisfied. Zhang Tingyu's teaching was proving effective. When you face problems, seek their advice. Each advisor in the secret document pavilion, and even the assistants, can be considered your teachers, Ouyang Shua advised her. "I understand." While Ouyang Shua had brought her up, he was particularly pleased that Binger remained humble and unassuming, despite being adored by all in the game world. This was one of the reasons he decided to groom her as his successor. Arrogance can cloud one's judgment, and pride can blind one. Both of those were huge no-nos. While they were speaking, Ouyang Shua had already finished reading the memorial. He raised his brush and wrote a sentence at the bottom, "Proceed as planned." However, the Jingfeng line can continue to the north to Handan City, Jingdu City, and Huining House. Binger stood to the side, her eyes filled with thought. "Send it." Ouyang Shua passed the memorial to Binger. She took it, bowed, and left. Similar scenes had been occurring since Binger entered the secret document pavilion. In fact, it happened almost every day. Ouyang Shua used the time he spent reading memorials to personally teach Binger. He always felt that subtle influence was the best education. On the 10th day of the 4th month of the 8th year of Gaia, a piece of news shook the world. After a week of preparation and coordination, Azure Badge had finally completed all the arrangements. That morning, the Egypt dynasty announced to the world that it was officially submitting to Great Xia. Another dynasty had become a part of history. The news was significant because the Egypt dynasty belonged to Azure Badge. Many dynasties had previously submitted to Great Xia, but apart from Great Zhou, the Egypt dynasty was the only one from the two organizations, so the meaning was naturally different. The greatest reaction came from the European battlefield. The current European continent was engulfed in the flames of war. The three fronts of Silver Hand troops were at the Ottoman dynasty's border, engaging in slaughter. Facing the alliance army, the Ottoman dynasty was in a dire situation. Under these circumstances, the main force that was supposed to help relieve the pressure on the Ottoman dynasty actually submitted to Great Xia. How could people not be surprised? Many rumors and schemes were circulating. Some claimed that the Egypt dynasty viewed the Azure Badge as weak and sought a stronger backer. Suddenly, many people began sending condolences to the Azure Badge and even insulting them. The Alliance army naturally seized this opportunity, using their spies to spread rumors and lower the fighting spirit of the Ottoman dynasty. Some even called for the Ottoman dynasty to join the Silver Hand. It seems Europe's unification is inevitable, people said. Some in the Ottoman dynasty actually believed this. Due to these rumors, chaos erupted, but it was quickly suppressed. Unifying Europe was the dream of many. Of course, others suggested that the Egypt dynasty's submission to Great Xia was the Azure Badge's bargaining chip. Not long after, Great Xia officially intervened in the European battlefield. Regardless, this news had a significant impact. Some linked it to Great Xia's control of the Suez Canal and its influence in the Mediterranean. Reflecting on the 6th year, when Great Xia was driven out of the Mediterranean by the Mediterranean lords, the current situation was enough to keep some people awake at night. Rumors suggested that on the day the Egypt dynasty announced its submission, the 5 European dynasties held a meeting. This was the power of Great Xia. Although only 2 years had passed, Great Xia, now in control of all of East Africa, was no longer a force to be manipulated and subjugated. Great Xia had a firm grip on North Africa, with nearly 1 million troops stationed there. With the fear of Great Xia regaining control of the Mediterranean, how could they feel at ease? In the following period, the Great Xia army began moving into the Egypt dynasty. On the 11th day of the month, the day the Egyptian dynasty announced their submission, the 5th Legion of the West Africa Legion Corps crossed the Sudan border and entered Sudan. Based on Great Xia's plan, South Sudan and Sudan would be combined to form the Sudan province. The original Sudan provincial governor, Pei Yun, would remain in the role. The West Africa Legion Corps' jurisdiction included the combined Sudan province, South Sudan, Sudan, Somalia, Ethiopia, and Eritrea. Each would have a legion. On the 12th day, the Wolf Legion Corps entered Cairo via the ocean route. Cairo would become the new ruling city of the Africa Governor-General House. Therefore, Baichi arranged for the entire Wolf Legion Corps, the strongest legion corps in Africa, to move into Egypt province to act as the stabilizing pillar of the entire region. On the 16th day, the North Africa Legion Corps entered Libya and Tunisia. Great Sia was prepared to merge these two regions to form the Libya province. Besides Libya, the targets of Great Sia, Algeria and Morocco, were also placed under the North Africa Legion Corps. The remaining Mozambique province and Tanzania province were placed under the East Africa Legion Corps. With the number of troops they had in the Africa war zone, this was the best they could do. If they were to expand further, they would need to expand their military, otherwise, they risked a rise of internal rebellion. No matter what, the Africa Governor-General House had a large native population. With the Great Sia army moving in, the submission of the Egyptian dynasty became an irrefutable fact. There would definitely be changes to the European battlefield. Chapter 1296, Spain Dynasty facing enemies on all four sides. Chapter 1296, Spain Dynasty facing enemies on all four sides. Accepting the Egypt dynasty proved more complex than anticipated. This was because Egypt's submission did not come after a war. The Great Sia Empire did not exert any pressure on the Egypt dynasty, leaving hidden problems unresolved. Perhaps, from the perspective of the Egyptian people, this submission felt akin to betrayal. Fortunately, the Great Sia and the Egypt dynasty had signed a legally binding agreement. On the 4th month, 18th day, at 11 a.m., Great Sia Assistant Secretary Kojuan and Governor-General Moulanyu arrived in Cairo City to formally take charge. The current Cairo defenses were handed over to the Wolf Legion. The African Theater Command Headquarters and the Wolf Legion Headquarters were both relocated to Cairo. Undoubtedly, Cairo was set to become the core of the Great Sia's presence in Africa. With the arrival of Governor-General Moulanyu and her entourage, the Egypt dynasty was officially dissolved. Members of the royal family were to remain secluded in the palace, not even stepping outside. Based on the arrangements by the Azure Badge, they would be residing in the Ottoman Empire from now on. All officials were also dismissed. The Great Sia's approach to Egypt was akin to cooking a frog with gradually warming water. Therefore, whether they were Egypt dynasty officials or local officials, the Africa Governor-General Office aimed to retain all who could be retained. The strategy of the Great Sia was to use local officials as much as possible. This way, the Egyptian people might experience less resistance toward the Great Sia, aiding in the stabilization of the situation. In 2 to 3 years, this resistance would likely fade away. Even at that point, using local officials would remain a primary strategy. Africa was not comparable to Nanjiang, where the recognition and acceptance of Chinese civilization were exceptionally high. To force the acceptance of Chinese culture proved to be much more difficult, so they could only do their best to attract the local population. In the imperial capital, as Moulanyu and her team were taking over the Egypt dynasty, the imperial court was debating the necessary appointments. Apart from the merger of Sudan province, the newly established Egypt province and Libya province both required provincial governors. The position of Egypt provincial governor was particularly significant. The cabinet proposed transferring one of the 5 current provincial governors in Africa to this role. Their familiarity with the African situation would facilitate a smoother transition. Ouyang Shuo endorsed the cabinet's recommendation. Among the 5, Pei Yun and Chao Can were essentially exiled and could not be considered for the move. This left Du Sijing, Chang Sunwuji, and Yang Xiuqing as the potential candidates. Given Du Sijing's long-standing association with Moulanyu, Ouyang Shuo excluded him to avoid any appearance of favoritism. Moreover, Ethiopia province's strategic importance necessitated Du Sijing's continued presence there. Chang Sunwuji, appointed last year, was still acclimating to the African context. Therefore, Yang Xiuqing emerged as the obvious choice. Without hesitation, Ouyang Shuo decided to transfer him. As a key figure in Taiping country, Yang Xiuqing was not only a long-serving official of the empire but also a person of exceptional talent and ability, making him an ideal candidate. His experience in Taiping country, where he excelled in caring for the people, would be beneficial in his governance of Egypt province. Thus, Ouyang Shua had no reason to look elsewhere. Replacing Yang Xiuqing as Mozambique provincial governor would be Kayun Zenan. Following the imperial court's restructuring, which abolished the house system and elevated the prefectures, the status of a prefecture governor declined. A promotion to provincial governor represented a significant advancement. Kayun Zenan, the former lord of Kayun City and a central figure in the Xiangnan city-state, had a history of prolonged conflict with Great Xia before ultimately submitting to it. Typically, someone of his standing and past actions would not be in line for advancement. Retaining his position as a governor would already be an unusual occurrence, let alone being promoted to a provincial governor. However, Ouyang Shua decided to elevate Kayun Zenan, recognizing his effective governance of Xingyi Prefecture. This promotion was a testament to Kayun Zenan's demonstrated capability and efficiency as a leader. Furthermore, Ouyang Shua's decision served a broader purpose, to convey a clear message to all former lords. It was a signal that the Great Xia Empire would not hold past allegiances or conflicts against them. As long as they submitted to the empire and contributed positively, they would have the opportunity to rise within its ranks, and the imperial court would look upon them without bias. The appointment of the new provincial governor of Libya was given to Hao Jiancheng, the former governor of Zhaoqing Prefecture. Hao Jiancheng, like Gu Xiuwen and Zhou Haichen, was nurtured by Ouyang Shua and was among the most capable of the young officials. Before his promotion to prefecture governor, Hao Jiancheng had served as the director of construction. His transfer to Libya province was strategic, considering the unique characteristics of the region. Libya, with 95% of its land being desert, offers limited arable land and habitable areas, concentrated mainly in the northern coastal region. Yet, its proximity to the Mediterranean Sea makes Libya a region of significant interest to the Great Xia Empire. The Mediterranean Sea's influence on the region, coupled with Libya's oil wealth, mirrors the strategic importance of Egypt. Moreover, the inclusion of Tunisia within the newly defined Libya province is crucial. Tunisia, situated in North Africa, commands a central position in the Mediterranean naval routes, directly across from Italy, making it a pivotal point for Middle Eastern oil to reach Western Europe and America. To capitalize on this strategic location, the Great Xia Empire planned to establish a navy base in Tunisia's Etna, where the new Libyan provincial governor would oversee the development and construction efforts. After learning of Egypt's submission to Great Xia, the Caesar dynasty's intense reaction was not without reason. Once the Atlantic squadron returned to the Mediterranean, the Caesar squadron would face significant challenges. Controlling the Tunisia Straits would mean controlling the crucial Mediterranean naval route. Along with the Suez Canal and the Gibraltar Straits, Great Xia would essentially control trade in the Mediterranean. Therefore, it was natural for Ouyang Shua to send one of his most trusted officials to oversee Libya. At first, Old Chen did not dare to decide to abandon the Egypt dynasty due to these considerations. Unfortunately, although the Egypt dynasty controlled the Suez Canal and the Tunisia Straits, they lacked a navy and thus had to cede control of the seas. Ultimately, this allowed Great Xia to reap the benefits. In the middle of the fourth month, as Great Xia was taking over the Egypt dynasty, a 500,000-strong Egypt dynasty army had assembled in Cairo. On the 22nd of the fourth month, under the cover of night, the 500,000 troops teleported away, reappearing in Jidian city. According to the game rules, since the Egypt dynasty had submitted to Great Xia, the 500,000 troops naturally belonged to Great Xia, allowing them to use the teleportation formation to travel from Cairo to Jidian city. The next morning, the 500,000 Egypt troops disembarked onto Spain Dynasty territory. Along the way, they were protected by the 2nd Division of the Atlantic Squadron stationed in Gibraltar. Thus, the Egypt army's conquest of the Spain Dynasty began. Simultaneously, the Great Xia North Africa Legion, based in Libya, moved south to attack Algeria, which was under Spanish rule. The rallying cry of the North Africa Legion was revenge. Ouyang Shua had not forgotten that Silver Hand and Azure Badge used Algeria to force Great Sia to give up Morocco province. 2 years later, Great Sia was here for revenge. On the 24th day of the 4th month, according to the agreement, after purchasing a batch of firearms, the Indian Empire launched an attack on the Spain Dynasty-controlled Argentina region. Suddenly, the Spain Dynasty found itself facing enemies on all sides. The European battlefield was fully mobilized. Facing a three-pronged attack from Great Sia, Egypt, and the Indian Empire, the Spain Dynasty panicked. On the 25th day of the 4th month, in Tortosa City, Spain King Casillas held an emergency meeting with his top 3 generals. First, Duke of Alba, Fernando the Blood Slaughterer. Known as the Spanish military god, he was also the overall commander of the Spain army. A day earlier, he had personally led 250,000 troops to attack the Ottoman dynasty. Second, John of Austria, the brother of Philip II, and admiral of the Spanish Invincible Armada. Third, Duke of Parma, Alexander Farnese, the military commander of the Spain dynasty's Argentina region, who had led 250,000 troops against the Indian Empire. The Spain dynasty encompassed Spain, Portugal, Morocco, Algeria, Argentina, as well as the recently occupied Western Sahara and Mauritania. With a population of around 15 million, it was second only to the Ottoman dynasty in size. Apart from the Invincible Armada, the Spain dynasty maintained 750,000 troops, divided into 3 legions. Besides Fernando and Alexander's forces, the remaining 250,000 were under Casillas's direct control, used to defend their homelands in Africa. 150,000 troops were stationed in Spain, while 100,000 were dispersed across Morocco, Algeria, Western Sahara, and Mauritania. Faced with attacks from 3 fronts, Spain had no numerical advantage and had to confront enemies multiple times their number. Their only advantage was that they were fighting on home ground. What should we do? Casillas asked. Fernando was the first to speak. Of the 3, the Great Sia army sent the fewest troops but is the strongest. The passage you've provided seems to be a scene from a military strategy discussion, likely from a fictional or historical context, where multiple characters are involved in a conversation about troop movements and strategic decisions. I will clean it up and correct the grammar. I recommend we deploy the 100,000 troops in Africa to Algeria to delay the Great Sia army, to buy time for the other battlefields, suggested one of the officers. When necessary, we can enlist additional troops in Africa, another officer added. Can we just give up on Africa? Casillas, visibly fearful of the Great Sia, inquired with doubt. With just 150,000, we definitely cannot defend against the 500,000 Egypt army. Fernando shook his head in disagreement. Your Majesty, Africa is the biggest barrier south of our empire. If we give it up, we will be exposed to the enemy, and it will only exacerbate the situation. There's also a more important point to consider, Fernando elaborated after a pause. The 500,000 Egypt army is attacking from Jidan City, and their logistical support is a significant issue. If we concede Africa, we would inadvertently aid the Egypt army in establishing a massive resource replenishment line. Therefore, not only must we not surrender Africa, but we must also defend it to the death, Fernando asserted firmly. After a moment of reflection, Fernando continued, instead of abandoning Africa, why not consider surrendering Argentina? It is of little strategic value anyway. No. To Fernando's surprise, not only did Alexander speak out against it, but His Majesty, the King, emphatically opposed the suggestion as well. Alexander's objection was to be expected, as he was the provincial governor and military commander of Argentina. In this role, he wielded considerable power and influence. His unwillingness to relinquish control over Argentina was understandable. However, His Majesty's opposition to the proposal puzzled Fernando. One might say that Fernando did not fully comprehend his king's perspective. The rise of Casillas had been nothing short of legendary, yet it now seemed overshadowed by the complexities of the current situation. I have corrected the grammar and cleaned up the text to improve readability and flow. If you need any further assistance or a different approach to the text, feel free to request. He benefited from the collaboration between Silver Hand and Azure Badge in crushing Great Xia and forcing them out of Morocco. The Spain Dynasty reaped the rewards because of their proximity. After acquiring these two territories, the previously unassuming Spain Dynasty received the support it needed to rise. They not only gained ground in Africa but also in the Argentina region. With land in Europe, Africa, and America, the dynasty began to resemble a global empire. This was Cassius's greatest pride and the pinnacle of his life. His standing in Europe surpassed that of Henry, William, and Caesar, and he was on par with Ottoman King Manstein. Within Silver Hand, the Cassius family's status continued to rise. Even during the joint operation with the Dawson dynasty to crush the Indian Empire in South America, the Cassius family grew close to the Dawson family and moved closer to the core of Silver Hand. Given these circumstances, how could Cassius easily relinquish Argentina? If they abandoned it, along with the uncertain situation in Africa, the powerful Spain dynasty would regress to its former state and become one of the lower-ranked European dynasties. This was something he could not accept under any circumstances. "So, Your Majesty is saying?" Fernando had a bad feeling. When Cassius heard this question, he slowly rose, his eyes filled with resolve, and said, "Withdraw from the Ottoman dynasty." A deathly silence followed. After a moment, Fernando spoke again, "Your Majesty, have you considered the consequences of withdrawing?" This five-dynasty attack on the Ottoman dynasty was the largest-scale joint operation of Silver Hand. Failure was not an option. If the Spain dynasty withdrew, how would they justify it to the organization? Without Silver Hand's protection, even if the Spain dynasty managed to avoid immediate repercussions, could they withstand future attacks from Great Xia? Hence, in Fernando's eyes, this was a short-term solution. Even Alexander, who supported not withdrawing from Argentina, opposed this decision. "If we do not withdraw, what can we do?" Cassius said, annoyed. "We cannot even protect ourselves. Do we have to die for the organization?" That did not make sense. Fernando and Alexander understood Cassius's logic. Even if Silver Hand achieved victory in their attack on the Ottoman dynasty, Spain, separated from the Ottoman dynasty by the Gal dynasty and having already obtained Morocco and Algeria, would gain nothing. The Spain dynasty was just doing community service and would receive nothing in return. As a result, Cassius chose to withdraw from the Ottoman dynasty to strengthen their defenses and deal with the invading Egyptian army. Moreover, fighting the Egyptian army is helping the organization. If the Egyptian army invades us, won't the Ottoman battlefield situation change too? Cassius explained. Those words made sense. Everyone could see that Azure Badge had given the Egyptian dynasty to Great Xia for multiple reasons. Apart from wanting Great Xia to interfere, Azure Badge also wanted to use this move to free up the Egyptian army. Using them to save the Ottoman dynasty was really obvious. One could say that the moment the Egyptian army landed in Spain, Spain itself would become part of the European battlefield. Fernando said, "Your Majesty, I feel we should discuss things with the Alliance army before retreating." When Cassius heard this, he nodded. It appears there's a narrative in the works here with some world building and character dynamics, but it's a bit of a grammatical and clarity mess. Let's clean that up and make the paragraph more readable for an 8th year, 4th month, 26th day, April 26th, 8th year, story or narrative. On April 26th, 8th year, following a suggestion from Cassius, the Silver Hand initiated a meeting involving representatives from 6 countries. Apart from those directly involved in the conflict, the neutral King Jack was also in attendance. This demonstrated just how significant the Dawson dynasty's role was within the Silver Hand. Sensing Spain was under attack, Jack and the other neutral parties reacted swiftly. As such, when Cassius called for an emergency video conference, they promptly agreed. Cassie, can you hang on a bit? Do you need any additional support? Always ready to assist, Jack promptly offered Cassius an immediate out. This was characteristic of Jack's diplomatic flair. It's a tight squeeze. I'm anxious the Egypt forces might break through Spain, which could then impact our main battlefront. Cassius was no novice and did not immediately request a retreat. That should not be the case, Henry stated, his relationship with Cassius being somewhat complex due to their dynastic ties with Spain and Gaul. In the past, Henry had cooperated with Great Siah to strategically engage Spain, allowing Gaul's forces to secure a presence in the Mediterranean. Despite the temptation, Henry refrained from further dividing Spain. The Spain forces are renowned for their million-strong army. I trust that the 500,000-strong Egyptian forces, traveling in with logistical challenges, won't make a substantial difference. Henry's praise of Spain's military came from a place of caution. He feared Cassius might cite the enemy's strength to lure the Spanish army further into Gaul territory, overthinking on Henry's part. Cassius, who valued his reputation and had a Spanish demeanor, was less aggressive. By contrast, Henry, this seemingly quiet dog, knew precisely how to bite when it mattered. This revised text should be clearer and more coherent, suitable for the specified age, while retaining the essence and dynamics of your original passage. The Spanish army is not small, but we have a huge territory and need to house troops in many places, unlike some dynasties which only need to defend some small land. Cassius was not someone who liked to lose. When Henry heard this, although his face did not show it, his fists were tightly clenched. Cassius surpassing him hit Henry right where it hurt the most, and he was still bleeding till now. He had schemed for his entire life, but it was not as good as Cassius being lucky once. When Jack saw that, he resolved the situation by saying, "It is not the time to fight internally. Spain is being attacked, and Great Siah is behind it. We must not be careless." William nodded in agreement. "Let's discuss a way to solve this. Great Siah is not easy to go up against." William was really supportive of the idea to clean out the Ottoman Empire because it concerned the House of Tudor's future strategic safety. If they won this battle, the House of Tudor was basically safe. Hence, William did not mind sending close to half of his army. This was a massive amount of determination. After all, when they split the Ottoman Empire, it would mainly be the Romanov and Caesar dynasties taking up. The House of Tudor was separated by an ocean, so it would be difficult for them to gain anything. On this point, the European dynasties all came to an understanding to not allow the House of Tudor to interfere. Jack said, "In South America, Dawson will press down on the eastern border of the Indian Empire with the Brasilia dynasty. Cassie, when needed, you can move a portion of the troops from Argentina back to home soil." Cassius hesitated. This was a little different from what his expectations. "Do not worry. Argentina will not be lost. Let's correct the grammar and clean up the text. The Spanish army is not small, but we have a vast territory and need to station troops in many places, unlike some dynasties which only have to defend small lands." Cassius was not one to take losing in stride. When Henry heard the statement, though his face remained stoic, his fists clenched tightly. Cassius had surpassed him, striking Henry right where it hurt the most, leaving Henry still bleeding. He had planned these entire life but was not as fortunate as Cass when needed. The Dawson dynasty will personally send troops to help you defend it. Jack had no choice but to make such a promise. Moreover, based on our intel, the Indian Empire is attacking because they bought a batch of obsolete equipment from Great Siah. It is not enough to be a problem. Although he said that, Jack envied Great Siah's firearm deal. Hearing Jack say that, Cassius naturally accepted it and said, "Okay. I'll move 50,000 troops from Argentina back to Spain." However, this is far from enough. Apart from Spain, the situation in Africa is intense. With just 100,000, I cannot defend against Great Siah at all. It will be a catastrophe if Great Siah takes down Morocco. Cassius was really smart and followed Fernando's analysis. using it as a chip for this negotiation. That was because he had discovered that this crisis might well be a chance if used well. This thought flashed through his mind. When Jack heard his cries for help, he looked toward Henry and Caesar and asked, "Can the Gaul and Caesar dynasties send some of their African troops to help defend?" In West Africa, the Spain dynasty had the largest territory, followed by the Ottoman dynasty, then the Gaul dynasty, and finally the Caesar dynasty. As for the House of Tudor, they had been forced back in defeat. The Romanov dynasty did not need to be mentioned, as it was too far away and lacked the ability to interfere in Africa. "We will try our best." Henry and Caesar's faces were clearly unpleasant. It was obvious that they were not willing to do it. Seeing the situation turn bad for him, Henry said with malicious intent, "Although I cannot do much in Africa, if Spain needs help, I can send an army over as long as Spain handles the logistics." "Thank you, but there's no need for that," Cassius rejected his proposal expressionlessly. Be it due to pride or strategic considerations, Cassius would not allow the Gaul army to set foot on Spanish soil. Who knows what intentions they might have in coming. On the topic of logistics, there's something the Gaul dynasty can help us with. Cassius quickly found an opportunity to counter, saying it as if it were an easy matter. "Since Spain itself is at war, we cannot spare the resources to support the front lines. As for the Spanish army sent, their logistical supply needs assistance from the Gaul dynasty. According to the alliance army contract, each country was responsible for the provisions of its own army. For example, the grain for the House of Tudor army would be shipped through the ocean route to Gaul, and then Gaul civilians would help transport the grain to the front lines. If not, the Gaul dynasty alone would not be able to manage the logistics of such a large army. Just helping the House of Tudor and Spain transport grain was a significant burden on the Gaul dynasty. On this point, Henry did not complain, showing that he had a sense of the bigger picture. Now, seeing Cassius take the opportunity to shamelessly demand that the Gaul dynasty solve the Spanish army's grain problem, Henry was furious. Cassius remained calm and continued, "If the Gaul dynasty cannot do that, I will have to withdraw my army from the front lines. I can't expect them to fight a war on an empty stomach, can I?" Everyone else was stunned. In the end, Cassius had managed to present this difficult situation in such a way. King Pushkin of the Romanov dynasty, who had been keeping quiet, said with a dark face, "We definitely cannot let Spain withdraw. It might cause the situation to turn on its head." Based on their directions, the alliance army could be divided into the West Army, the South Army, and the East Army. The West Army consisted of Spain, Gaul, and the House of Tudor, with a combined strength of 750,000 troops, including 250,000 from Spain, 300,000 from the Gaul dynasty, and 200,000 from the House of Tudor. The South Army was the Caesar army. Due to the Alps blocking their path and the difficulty in grain transport, they could only send 400,000 troops. Even then, with Great Sia returning to the Mediterranean and threatening the mainland of the Caesar dynasty, Caesar was preparing to withdraw a portion of his troops. The East Army was the Romanov army, totaling 500,000 troops, the most of all the participating dynasties. Of course, if this battle was won, the Romanov dynasty would also receive the highest returns. The overall strength of the alliance army had reached 1.65 million troops. Their enemy, the Ottoman dynasty, had 1.5 million troops at the start of the war. After the war began, they continued to enlist, increasing their numbers. Both sides now had roughly the same number of soldiers. Even without Spain's withdrawal, the alliance army would need to add more troops to win the war. As William put it, "We must be prepared to go all out." If Spain withdrew their 250,000 troops, the enemy would have a numerical advantage. Furthermore, the Ottoman dynasty was fighting on home ground. Thus, if Spain withdrew, it would become uncertain who the attacker would be. Therefore, no matter what, Pushkin and the others would not allow Spain to withdraw. So, what should I do? Cassius suddenly became very calm. Spain is fighting on 3 fronts, how can I bother about the front lines? Facing Casillas's threats, Jack and the others could only convince Henry to agree to help the Spanish army settle their grain problem. Although Henry agreed in the end, his face was dark. At the same time, to disrupt the Egyptian army's logistical support, they came to an agreement for the Gaul and Caesar squadrons to work with the Spanish Invincible Squadron to strengthen their control of the Mediterranean Ocean. The Egyptian army's support could be divided into three types. First, there was the grain stored in Great Gidian City. Gidian City's grain was mostly from Morocco province. After such prolonged consumption, not much remained. Secondly, there was the grain pillaged from Spain. This caused the entire southern part of Spain to suffer. To obtain grain, the Egyptian army stopped at nothing and stripped every inch of land. However, with the Spanish army prepared, this grain source was not stable. Thirdly, there was the grain transported by the Atlantic Squadron from Tunisia port. When Azerbaijan and Great Sia signed the contract, there was one particularly important term. Great Sia had to provide grain for them until the Egyptian army gained a stable foothold in the European battlefield. This grain was amassed by the Egyptian dynasty, so Ouyang Shua had no reason to object to this term. To maintain the agreement, after leading the 1st Division to the Gulf of Aden and taking over the name of the Atlantic Squadron Fleet Admiral Zhou Yu immediately started to plan the matter. The Alliance Army needed the three squadrons to work together to cut off their enemy's most important grain source and make the Egyptian army fall by itself. This was a good plan, as it targeted the most critical weakness of the Egyptian army. After Casillas made his concerns known, Caesar also had something to add. Egypt's submission to Great Sia allows them to return to the Mediterranean. For the Ottoman dynasty in the future, it will be difficult for me to send any more troops. Compared to Casillas, Caesar was a lot more direct. Italy was the core region of the Caesar dynasty, and it was also the closest to Great Sia. They were only separated by the Tunisia Straits. As such, Caesar was clearly nervous. "I think you should not be so afraid of Great Sia," Jack said. "Great Sia only has less than 1 million troops in Africa, and they also need to defend East and North Africa. The Egypt dynasty has just submitted, so there are plenty of internal problems that Great Sia needs to address. How can they provoke the Caesar dynasty now?" Caesar disagreed and argued, "You are not the one facing the problem. Apart from Africa, Great Sia has 4 to 5 million troops in China. How difficult would it be to teleport some of them over?" Out of all the people present, probably only Caesar dared to speak to Jack like that. "Then do as you deem fit." Jack was furious. He had tried to mediate the European battlefield out of kindness, yet he was scolded for it. When the others saw the situation, they did not interfere. Due to this small incident, the meeting ended with an awkward atmosphere. On the 28th day of the 4th month, in South America, Jack fulfilled his promise. On this day, half of the Colombia army, numbering 200,000 troops, along with 400,000 Brasilia dynasty troops, started to wage war against the Indian Empire. The Indian Empire had once again entered a fight on two fronts. When Casillas saw this, he moved back 50,000 troops from Argentina, slightly stabilizing the Spain situation and blocking the Egypt army in the south. The Spain situation was slowly stabilizing. Facing a pincer attack, Juarez was determined to take down the Argentina region first before focusing on the Brasilia dynasty. He wanted to avoid a prolonged fight on two fronts. While arranging troops to defend the east, the Indian Empire intensified their attacks on the south. The entire South America was engulfed in the flames of war. Only Ecuador Prefecture, under Great Sia, managed to maintain some peace. It seemed like the only untouched land. This time, Juarez was going all out. He had also purchased 20 million gold worth of firearms from Great Sia, requesting the most advanced flintlock guns and cannons. These two deals nearly drained a year's worth of the Indian Empire's financial savings. Ouyang Shua, naturally, accepted such a massive deal. The 10 prioritized cities began to rise rapidly. Factories were constructed one after another, and large amounts of coal and iron ore were shipped through the ocean routes to these cities, transforming into tons of steel and then into countless guns and cannons. Along with the advanced ocean transportation system, these weapons were distributed to the rest of the world. The three firearm deals spurred a significant leap in the industrialization of these cities. To start railroad transport as early as possible and increase the efficiency of coal and resource transportation, the imperial court's railroad network was in overdrive. The three deals, combined with the sale of outdated firearms, totaled 76 million gold. Apart from the funds used to build factories, the rest was invested in railroad construction. In essence, Great Xia was using the money from other dynasties to build its industrial infrastructure. Along with the substantial investment from the imperial court, the railroad construction progressed rapidly, expanding daily. A new construction miracle was unfolding on Great Xia's land. The infrastructure boom from history was about to be replicated in the game world. The fifth month soon arrived. In the Mediterranean Sea, just as the flames of war rose in South America, the Spanish Invincible Squadron, Gal Squadron, and Caesar Squadron launched a combined patrol to disrupt the Atlantic Squadron's resource lines. Suddenly, the usually bustling Mediterranean trade route became tense and jittery. Large numbers of merchant ships nervously anchored near the harbor, not daring to venture out to sea. Rumors circulated that a merchant group had been detained for allegedly colluding with the enemy. The ocean trade of the European and American dynasties was affected, and only a small number of merchants dared to take the risk of crossing this naval route. Seeing the opportunity amid the conflict, these merchants hoped to profit. During wartime, resources were always more expensive than during peacetime. Of course, some merchants continued to conduct business as usual. These were the merchant groups affiliated with the three squadrons, who had the protection of these forces and thus had nothing to fear. Suddenly, many merchant groups pledged their loyalty to these three squadrons, much to their surprise. This was the first time the squadrons felt the benefits of controlling the trade route, and they became more brazen in their actions. As the situation evolved, no matter how bold the merchants, they did not dare to take the risk. Anyone who attempted to pass through the Mediterranean had to pay a fee to the three squadrons. The merchants and squadrons colluded, effectively monopolizing the Mediterranean trade route. In the process, they seemed to forget that the Great Xia Atlantic Squadron was becoming increasingly invisible, almost transparent. Another meeting of the 5 country leaders was convened, with the topic of discussion centered on the merchant ship incident. The matter was actually quite simple. The Caesar dynasty was being greedy, using the pretext of inspecting ships to lock down and seize merchant vessels. As the saying went, when the army robs, even the gods cannot intervene. Caesar, you must give us an explanation. The one who spoke was William. With the Mediterranean trade routes being obstructed, the House of Tudor, being the most affected, had the most to lose, which was why William spoke out so boldly. Caesar showed no fear and calmly replied, "What is there to explain? Supplies for the Great Xia are being transported to the front lines through merchant ships. Who can guarantee that we inspect the correct ones each time? Making a mistake once in a while is quite normal." In truth, these actions by the Caesar squadron were orchestrated by Caesar himself. This avaricious ruler sought to capitalize on the situation to enrich his coffers. The Caesar dynasty, situated to the east of the Mediterranean, would not suffer much even if the trade route were affected. On the contrary, merchant ships bound for the House of Tudor or the Ottoman Empire would have no choice but to anchor in the Caesar dynasty's ports to sell their goods, thus boosting their commerce. On the surface, this arrangement was beneficial in every aspect. However, Caesar did not anticipate that one rogue ship seizure would trigger a chain reaction, leading to a monopoly over the Mediterranean trade routes. Caesar then realized that it was more profitable to collect fees from merchants rather than to forcibly seize them. In the face of Caesar's audacious acts, William was so enraged that he was at a loss for words. How should we deal with this issue? Seeing that Caesar was not going to admit his wrongdoing, William turned to the others for guidance. Strangely, neither King Cassius nor Henry spoke up. Cassius was already tense due to the ongoing conflict in his kingdom, and even without this incident, their trade had dwindled to almost nothing. He also had to rely on the Caesar squadron to snipe the Atlantic squadron, so he wouldn't step out to slap Caesar's face. Henry was still annoyed from their last meeting, so he remained silent the entire time. Besides, the two of them had benefited from it. If they stepped out now to blame Caesar, wouldn't they be slapping their own faces? The three of them had formed a tacit understanding to earn a huge sum from this European war. As for Pushkin, the Romanov dynasty did not use the Mediterranean route, so he wouldn't speak up for William. Facing William's gaze, Pushkin reluctantly said, "I feel that using this to cut off the Ottoman dynasty's trade channel is beneficial to the front lines." When William heard this, he felt his hands turn cold. Only then did he realize that without Jack, these 5 European dynasties, each with their own agendas, were like a handful of scattered sand. Moreover, William had no authority in Europe at all. What a tragedy! Chapter 1300, Fight that benefits the third party. In the end, William's hard work was all for naught. With the Mediterranean trade route blocked, the House of Tudor became the biggest victim. The prices of goods sold to them at least doubled. The cost of goods rapidly increased in their territory, and the civilians cried out in pain. The Spain, Gaul, and Caesar dynasties, stepping over the corpse of the House of Tudor, were earning big. William's words had no convincing power. After all, the combined patrolling of the 3 squadrons was a plan they all agreed on beforehand. The actions of the 3 squadrons indeed impacted the Ottoman dynasty. The House of Tudor felt the pain, but so did the Ottoman dynasty. The matter ended without any breakthrough. William suffered a silent loss, but he had to swallow it in silence, just like Henry. He could only hope the alliance army would soon take down the Ottoman dynasty, providing the House of Tudor with a safe strategic space. 5th month, 5th day, Imperial capital. In this round of the World War, Great Xia had no direct presence, yet they seemed to be everywhere. They were like a giant beast in the darkness, watching everyone fight while waiting for the perfect moment to strike. The current Ouyang Shua, controller of the Azure Badge and Silver Hand, had transformed from a mere chess piece into the chess master of the world. Though Ouyang Shua was a newbie, he wielded significant influence. The officials in the imperial court noticed that His Majesty had become calmer, reaching a state of ease. He no longer spent entire days reading memorials and had become much freer. For example, now, in the 5th month, imperial city's weather became warm once more. Within the imperial garden, the sun shone brightly. Hundreds of flowers bloomed, and birds chirped merrily. On the swing enwreathed with creeping vines, the laughter of a young girl spread out. She was the little princess, Ouyang Luo. In just 10 days, she would turn 3 and was currently at the most playful age of her life. Her white skirt danced in the air, and her black hair floated in the wind. She looked like a little fairy. Ouyang Shua was the one pushing the swing. In this moment, Ouyang Shua was not the iron-blooded emperor filled with killing intent and feared by many. He was a father who doted on his daughter and played with her. Not far away, Yuer, under the watchful eye of imperial bodyguard Wang Feng, was practicing basic martial arts. Though his young face was covered in beads of sweat, he showed a stubborn and determined expression. Yuer's personality was exactly like Ouyang Shua's when he was young. A minister stood beside Ouyang Shua, Du Ruhui. This scene did not surprise Du Ruhui. He stood to the side and reported on the situations in South America, Africa, and Europe. Though the emperor seemed focused on pushing the swing and did not look at him, Du Ruhui knew that every word he said was being heard. If the report contained any mistakes, His Majesty would turn around and give him a stern look. Even the usually calm Du Ruhui would unknowingly feel nervous at such a glance. Thus, every minister who rushed to the imperial garden to report was extremely careful. However, they could not show their nervousness. After all, the little prince and princess were there, and they could not afford to lose face. Before they came to report, they would vet and practice multiple times to ensure everything was correct. When Du Ruhui finished, Ouyang Shua did not turn around and said expressionlessly, "Good, the fish has taken the bait. You can tell Han Xin that he can set off. As for the specifics, he can decide for himself." Du Ruhui nodded and asked, "Your Majesty, how do we reply to Africa?" "Wait a bit longer. The time is not right, let them delay a bit longer." Ouyang Shua did not seem to realize that with just this one sentence, countless people would have to die and continue to face the hardship of war. Perhaps he did, but he did not do anything about it. Du Ruhui said, "Azure Badge is unhappy with the efficiency of our grain transport. I fear that if this drags on, it will affect our cooperation. Do not worry, they can hold on." Ouyang Shua was truly calm. Understood. Seeing this, Du Ruhui did not say anything more. After reporting and receiving precise instructions, Du Ruhui bid the emperor farewell. As the military affairs minister, he was truly busy. He walked for a while, and behind him, the crisp laughter of the princess spread. This laughter was contagious and gave one strength. Du Ruhui could not help but smile. In his eyes, this was a sign of the empire's prosperity. His footsteps became firmer and more determined. 5th month, 6th day, after receiving the order, Han Xin commanded the Tiger Legion Corps to teleport to Ecuador. The next day, Schweringui led the North America Legion Corps to teleport from Nanjiang to Ecuador. At this point, the American war zone had 3 Legion Corps gathered in Ecuador Prefecture. Ecuador Prefecture was not large. Now, it suddenly had 750,000 elite troops, appearing truly eye-catching. This meant that the flames of war in South America would burn even brighter. Jidian City was where the temporary command headquarters for the American war zone was located. Commander-in-Chief Han Xin called for a meeting for the first time, and all Legion generals and above from the 3 Legion Corps were present. "Our goal in coming here is to expand the empire in America, and our first target is the Columbia region. We must drive the Dawson dynasty out of South America," Han Xin declared, resounding and firm. The generals' eyes shone with excitement as they listened, their faces alight with enthusiasm. But, Han Xin paused deliberately, scanning the room with fierce and determined eyes. Even the usually jovial Schweringui put away his excited expression and adopted a more attentive look. "Now is not the time to strike. You must control your men. Without orders, do not leave the camp. Conduct yourselves with more discipline, understood?" "Understood," the generals responded instinctively, then one of them asked carefully, "Commander, Colombia only has 200,000 troops and is no match for us. Why aren't we attacking?" Han Xin, known for his good temper, explained, "If that were all, it wouldn't be a problem. With good command, 1 Legion Corps would be enough." This was a testament to Han Xin's confidence. "However, are all of you content with claiming just the small region of Colombia?" Han Xin asked. The generals, who had been confused a moment ago, now had their eyes burning with renewed enthusiasm. The blood in their veins began to boil. "Commander, what are you saying?" one general inquired. Han Xin sat up. His expression was solemn, as if he bore the weight of the empire on his shoulders. He declared, "We will take down the Brasilia dynasty and share South America with the Indian Empire. That is what we should do." "Yes, Commander." The generals did not hesitate, bowing and expressing their recognition and loyalty to Han Xin. Han Xin nodded. After the generals returned to their seats, he continued, "The Brasilia dynasty has sent 400,000 troops to attack the Indian Empire. If we intervene now, they might retreat to defend themselves. Only when both sides are in a stalemate and neither can easily break away will we strike. For now, what we must do is remain in the camp, adapt to the South American climate, and familiarize ourselves with the geography to prepare for the upcoming battle." "Understood?" "Yes." The generals bowed once more. There were some matters Han Xian could not be too explicit about. His Majesty had granted him the authority to decide the strategy in South America, and with this responsibility came the need to ensure he did not let His Majesty down. As a God general, he was concerned not only with the battlefield but also with the post-war situation. Once Great Xia had taken down Colombia and Brasilia, South America would be left with only the Indian Empire and them. At that point, would the Indian Empire submit to Great Xia? Likely not. A man's ambition had no bounds. Without an external threat, the Indian Empire would not be grateful to Great Xia for eliminating their enemy and restoring peace. Instead, King Juarez of the Indian Empire would probably resent Great Xia for seizing land that he considered part of his domain. After all, 2 years ago, Juarez still saw South America as his backyard. The relationship between the two empires would undoubtedly be strained. Under such circumstances, using the Brasilia army and the Dawson army to reduce the strength of the Indian Empire was a brilliant move. Often, revenge must be backed by power. Gaia, 8th year, 5th month, 10th day. Just as the world entered a long, drawn-out period of chaos, an unassuming piece of news caught Ouyang Shua's attention. At 10 a.m., the Dawson Dynasty and the Darkness Empire issued a joint statement. They had officially become trading partners. After many months of seclusion, the Darkness Empire was finally taking a step into global affairs. The Darkness Empire's choice of the Dawson Dynasty as their partner was not too surprising. Due to the position of the Mu continent, the Darkness Empire and the Dawson Dynasty's ocean route was shorter than the Pacific naval route, making it highly convenient. With the opening of trade, the technology of the Mu continent could flow into the Dawson Dynasty. With the Dawson Dynasty's support, the Darkness Empire would gain the confidence to send squadrons to disturb the Great Xia's southern region, becoming a significant problem. The Nanjiang Governor-General's house and the Nanyang war zone expressed much calm regarding the Darkness Empire's situation. They increased their maritime defenses and denied the enemy any opportunity. In particular, they planted mines in the bays to prevent the Darkness Squadron from entering. As a result, the Darkness Squadron, unable to land troops, could only make noise along the shores. Half a month had passed, and the South America battlefield remained at a standstill. The Indian Empire had thrown their main force onto the southern side. On the eastern side, the 600,000-strong alliance army of the Brasilia dynasty and the Dawson dynasty swept across, causing significant damage to the Indian Empire. On the 15th day of the 5th month, in Jidian City, Ecuador Prefecture, Han Xian, who had been closely monitoring the South America situation, convened another meeting. Examining the map of South America, Han Xian analyzed, Colombia is north of Ecuador Prefecture. Our army can directly enter and proceed north to control the Panama region and take control of the Panama Canal. The Panama Canal is an important passage connecting the Pacific and Atlantic Oceans. With the submission of the Egyptian dynasty, Great Xia has forcefully interfered in the Mediterranean, controlling the Suez Canal. Only the Panama Canal remains. The Panama Canal is a crucial choke point, connecting the east and west of the Dawson dynasty, serving as its oceanic lifeline. Therefore, the Dawson dynasty took control of Panama and the canal long ago. Even during the attack on the Indian Empire, the Dawson dynasty kept 200,000 troops, 150,000 of which were stationed in the Panama region. This shows how much importance the Dawson dynasty places on it. As he said this, Han Xian began to select the generals. Xuerengue. Present. Xuerengue stepped forward and cupped his fists, his expression full of eagerness. Lead your troops along the Colombia region's coastline and advance to attack Panama, Han Xian ordered. Understood, Commander. Xuerengue stepped forward to accept the command arrow. Remember, Panama has a teleportation array, and given its strategic position, the Dawson dynasty will likely send reinforcements. Do not be careless, Han Xian instructed. Understood. Great Xia is well-versed in teleportation tactics. Han Xian continued, based on our intelligence, the Dawson Empire has a total of 2.5 million troops. Apart from their defensive forces, they must also deal with attacks from the Mayan and Maple dynasties to the north and south. After accounting for the troops in Africa and the 400,000 sent to the Columbia region, they can move no more than 150,000. Do not be overly concerned. The Dawson Empire is vast, similar in size to Great Xia in China. However, its population was lower, which restricted the number of troops it could have. Otherwise, Jack would have expanded without restraint. When Xue Ringue heard this, he nodded calmly. Han Xian turned his attention back to the map. Apart from Panama, the Columbia region has teleportation formations in Bogotá, Caracas, Georgetown, Paramaribo, and Cayenne City. As he spoke, Han Xian felt a headache. These teleportation formations were in Colombia, Venezuela, Guyana, Suriname, and Guyana. After the Dawson dynasty was wiped out, the teleportation formations remained. Apart from Bogotá, the capital of Colombia, which was inland, the other 4 cities faced the Pacific Ocean. Of course, if the Great Xia occupied these regions, the cross-country teleportation formations would be removed, as these regions were not standalone game regions according to Gaia's rules. For example, after the Indian Empire ceded Ecuador's Jidian city to the Great Xia, the teleportation formation was removed. Ouyang Shua had to use a teleportation talisman to set up a new formation. Seize these 5 cities, and you will have control over the entire region. As he spoke, Han Xian called out another general. Li Xiuqing. Present. The young East-conquering general, Li Xiuqing, Marshal of the Tiger Legion Corps, stepped forward swiftly. Lead your troops through the center to conquer Bogotá and Caracas. Yes, Commander. Li Xiuqing accepted the order arrow with a solemn expression. These 2 cities were the former capitals of Colombia and Venezuela, respectively, and were magnificent. Assigning this mission to Li Xiuqing demonstrated Han Xian's trust in the Tiger Legion Corps. Han Xian instructed, remember, the center army must move quickly. After taking down Bogotá, arrange a legion to move in. Get the rest to gather at Caracas. Yes, Commander. A look of surprise flashed across Li Xiuqing's eyes. Normally, the Tiger Legion Corps should heavily defend Bogotá. Why must they gather at Caracas? However, Li Xiuqing did not ask, as he believed the commander had his reasons for such arrangements. As a soldier, one simply needed to follow orders. Seeing this, Han Xian nodded in satisfaction. He did not explain and continued, Jean Lang. Present. South America Legion Corps Marshal, Jean Lang, stepped out. Currently, his expression was a little unnatural. That was understandable. Among those present, he was the only player. Before submitting to Great Xia, he was the ruler of a land. When did he take orders from others? Now, he had to listen to Han Xian. There was a huge psychological difference. Before Han Xian's arrival, he did not feel much since he held the position of Jidushi. Now, he needed to adjust himself. Not to mention, with the American war zone being built, his role as Jidushi was removed, becoming a part of history. The future Jean Lang was just a member of the war zone, nothing more. Han Xian felt nothing and ordered, lead your troops to take down Georgetown, Paramaribo, and Cayenne City. If possible, don't stop midway. Be quick. Yes, Commander. Jean Lang stepped forward and accepted the order arrow. Within the tent, Han Xian gave the 3 Legion Corps their missions, covering the entire Columbia region. However, he did not mention their other target, the Brasilia dynasty, leaving the generals confused. Facing their doubts, Han Xian did not answer and simply instructed them to execute his orders. On the 16th day of the 5th month, with Han Xian's order, the American war zone erupted. The massive army marched out of Jidian City, crossing the Ecuadorian northern border into the Colombia region. Behind them, a long line of grain transport forces stretched out. This grain, sent from the Indian Empire to pay for firearms, had been transported to the front lines by mobilizing all the able-bodied young men in Ecuador prefecture. In the free city of the Dawson Dynasty, news of Great Xia's attack on Colombia quickly reached the capital. When Jack received the report, his expression was grave, and he murmured, "Cunning Easterner, to strike at such a time. What a plot." Jack was unaware that the entire American war was orchestrated by Great Xia. They had been preparing for so long to strike and take the Panama Canal, thus gaining a stronghold over the Dawson Dynasty and setting the stage for their next major moves. "How many troops can the dynasty send to aid Colombia?" Jack asked. Sitting opposite him was the Dawson Dynasty's Prime Minister, Franklin. The Panama Canal's importance was undeniable, otherwise, a fifth of the Dawson Dynasty's soldiers would not be stationed there. Instinctively, Jack wanted to protect it. Franklin replied, "We can send at most 100,000 troops." So few? Jack was surprised. In the recent month, the Maple Dynasty's defenses in the north have been particularly stubborn, and their firepower has increased rather than decreased. "I suspect they have received a new batch of firearms." Franklin was helpless and continued, "The Mayan dynasty in the south is acting similarly. Recently, their disturbances in the southern regions of the empire have been extremely intense. A significant portion of our troops have been dispatched to these two battlefields." Jack's expression was grim, and he ordered, "Investigate where they are purchasing their firearms. If I'm correct, it should be from Great Xia. Only Great Xia has the capability to supply such a large number of firearms," Franklin said with certainty. "Great Xia, always Great Xia," Jack muttered. He felt a bad omen in his heart. While we are fighting to the death on the front lines, Great Xia is profiting immensely. What a brilliant plan. Jack began to see the shadow of Great Xia looming over the entire war, and he felt a deep sense of unease. History had taken a massive 180-degree turn. It seems we need to incite the Darkness Empire to create issues for Great Xia. Otherwise, Great Xia's territory will remain too peaceful and secure. Jack's eyes glinted with a cold, dark light. Franklin responded, "In my opinion, the Darkness Empire is a group of cowards who operate in the shadows. Asking them to confront Great Xia openly would be challenging. In the Battle of Hawaii, they were thoroughly defeated and intimidated by Great Xia. Unless we try, how can we know it won't work? It's better than doing nothing." Jack had faith in the Darkness Empire. He believed that Keisuke Honda and his allies would not forget how Great Xia had wiped them out. One day, they would strike a fatal blow against Great Xia. "Then let's try." Franklin didn't insist but instead asked, "How will we deal with Colombia? Should we send reinforcements?" Based on the intel from the front lines, they have 750,000 troops, and they are determined to win. The way he put it made it clear that Franklin did not support sending reinforcements. To go against the Great Xia army, the Dawson Dynasty would need to send at least 500,000 more troops, which was impossible. Jack, however, did not want to give up so easily. The strategic importance of the Panama Canal was too significant. He suggested, "Can we have the army attacking the Indian Empire withdraw and let the Brasilia dynasty send more reinforcements? We can withdraw our troops, but getting them to send more would be difficult. If Great Xia takes down Colombia, their next target will be the Brasilia dynasty. Why else would Great Xia send so many troops there?" Jack's analysis was clearer than Franklin's. He added, "As long as we discuss the pros and cons with them, they will definitely send reinforcements." Franklin nodded, acknowledging Jack's judgment. He then analyzed the internal difficulties. The current South American battlefield is really complex. Withdrawing our troops from the front lines will be tough. Then let the Brasilia dynasty's army cover us. We are fighting this war for them. However, if we do that, their resentment toward us would be huge. After all, they are hoping to use this battle to crush the Indian Empire, Franklin thought. The Brasilia dynasty was no one's puppet. They were willing to ally with the Dawson dynasty because they needed to oppose the Indian Empire. For this reason, they had committed 400,000 troops to the Eastern Front. One must understand that since the beginning of the war, the Brasilia dynasty had only around 800,000 troops. In other words, they had committed half of their army, showing a great deal of determination. If they withdrew now, all their efforts would be wasted. Thinking further, without the threat from the east, it might only be a matter of time before the Indian Empire dealt with Argentina. When that happened, how could the Brasilia dynasty stand against the Indian Empire? With Great Xia's involvement in the South American battlefield, the Dawson dynasty remained a valuable ally in the eyes of the Brasilia dynasty. In time, everything would change. Under these circumstances, Jack wanted the Brasilia dynasty not only to withdraw from the Indian Empire but also to send troops to reinforce Colombia. This was asking too much. If he really did that, their alliance would certainly come to an end. Jack was decisive and said, "Let's focus on solving this problem first. We can worry about what happens next later." To Jack, allies were merely chess pieces. When the time came to let one go, there should be no hesitation. Franklin sighed inwardly upon hearing this. Based on his judgment, maintaining a good relationship with the Brasilia dynasty was better than protecting the Panama Canal. Abandoning the Brasilia dynasty would be a foolish choice. After all, they were only at the beginning of the Industrial Revolution. The Panama Canal's importance to the Dawson dynasty paled in comparison to its future significance. Of course, Jack had his own ideals. He was looking at the future of the empire, so one couldn't say he was wrong. There's also another point. Franklin felt it necessary to remind Jack, if we withdraw from the east, the Argentina region might be lost. How will we explain this to the Spain dynasty? This time, Jack was completely stunned. The war in Colombia that Great Xia started seemed like a simple situational conflict, but it affected the entire world. When Jack realized this, his head hurt. "Let me think about it," he said. Jack could decisively abandon the Brasilia dynasty, but this did not mean he could break his promise to the Spain dynasty. If they withdrew now, Argentina would be in danger, impacting the European battlefield and, consequently, the global situation for the Silver Hand. Breaking the promise to Spain would cause the Dawson dynasty to face discrimination in Europe. The price was too high. "I think we've been swindled. We shouldn't have fought each other so early." This allowed Great Xia to pick up the spoils, Jack said, a bit regretfully. "That's not something we could prevent," Franklin replied calmly. The conflict between Silver Hand and Azure Badge was forced by interests and circumstances, not something a single person or dynasty could stop. Since they came together due to interests, they could also turn against each other for the same reason. Great Xia has been playing a huge game of chess, Jack realized. Since the World War had reached this stage, no single person's will could stop it. All the dynasties were caught up in it and couldn't extricate themselves. "No matter what, we still need to try," Jack said, prepared to make one last gamble. "Inform Spain that if they really can't abandon Argentina, we will provide them with a batch of firearms as compensation." Compared to Great Xia, the Dawson dynasty didn't have a population advantage, but its industrial standards were no weaker. They had the capability to produce many firearms to compete with Great Xia. Jack was prepared to go all out to win the Spain dynasty's forgiveness. "The passage you provided contains some grammatical errors and could benefit from some cleaning and grammatical corrections. Here's a revised version. If we do that, the issue should not become too big." When Franklin heard that, he did not try to persuade Jack further and instead went to make the necessary arrangements. That night, the Dawson dynasty sent out 100,000 troops to teleport to Panama to strengthen the defenses and delay the Great Xia army until reinforcements arrived. At that time, the three armies of Great Xia had recently set off and had just crossed the border. The war in Colombia was just beginning. 5th month, 18th day, Brasilia Dynasty. Despite the vast size of the Brasilia Dynasty, a significant portion of its territory was unsuitable for human habitation. The population was concentrated in the southern regions, near the coast. The rainforest areas, while moist, faced challenges with soil moisture retention due to the swift absorption by the dense vegetation. Consequently, the soil in the rainforest regions was quite dry. Combined with the lack of a distinct dry season, this made the area unsuitable for agriculture. The northern region of Brasilia, including the renowned Amazon rainforest, had a low population density. In the game world, the expansive Amazon rainforest served as the natural northern border of the Brasilia Dynasty. To date, no army had risked crossing it. Even the powerful 200,000-strong force from the Dawson Dynasty initially took the naval route, rushing to São Paulo before joining with the Brasilia army to strike against the Indian Empire. Therefore, when Han Exayan arranged the troops, he dispatched the 3 Legion Corps separately onto the Colombia battlefield. Attempting to advance south from the Colombia region to directly attack the Brasilia Dynasty would be inviting trouble. In the Brasilia city, the palace. King Rio of Brasilia read the letter from the Dawson Dynasty, his body trembling with anger as he exclaimed, "Shameless." This revision aims to improve readability and correct grammatical issues while maintaining the original content and context. To betray the alliance contract and actually raise such unreasonable requests. In the letter, Jack asked the Brasilia Dynasty to cover the Dawson Dynasty's army as they exited the battlefield. At the same time, he requested that they send out no fewer than 300,000 troops to assist the Colombia region. Rio had also obtained news of Great Xia attacking the Colombia region. If the Dawson Dynasty only withdrew from the Indian Empire, Rio could still understand. However, he did not expect Jack to be so shameless. Does he really think we are puppets? Rio was furious. Your Majesty, you have every right to be angry, but I think the Dawson Dynasty's words make sense. Once the Colombia region falls, we could be next, the Prime Minister reminded him. What are you afraid of? To our north is a rainforest. Do you think they can fly over? Rio said with real confidence. Even if they take Colombia and control the Panama Canal, the Pacific Squadron cannot cross the canal and arrive in the south of our territory. We might not have to fight them. Hearing this, the Prime Minister asked carefully, "Then, Your Majesty, should we withdraw the troops?" Rio shook his head and answered, "No. Without them, we can still fight this war. The Indian Empire's eastern front is about to fall. This is a heaven-sent opportunity, and we cannot miss it." Rio understood that if he missed this chance, the Brasilia Dynasty would have no more opportunities to rise. Rather than sending troops to assist Colombia and aid others without any return, why not send reinforcements to crush the Indian Empire's eastern front? Conquering the Indian Empire's Cusco might even be possible. So long as they won this war, the Brasilia Dynasty would be able to stand on equal footing with the Indian Empire, neither side able to swallow the other. Your Majesty, are you not afraid of the Dawson Dynasty taking revenge on us? The Prime Minister was a little worried. When Rio heard this, he gave a mocking smile and said, "Can't you see? To defend the Colombia region, they have already fallen to the level where they need our help. Facing the attack of Great Xia, they cannot even defend themselves, so how can they take revenge on us?" The Prime Minister was still worried and added, "But there will be a time when the war ends. Once the Dawson Dynasty recovers, we will be alone without help." Rio smiled and said, "Who says we have no help? I've understood that in the whole world, neither the Silver Hand nor the Azure Badge is a match for Great Xia. They are a genuine backer." Your Majesty means? The Prime Minister was astonished. Rio got up and looked at the map of South America, then said solemnly, "Great Xia's interference in South America has caused a reshuffling of the entire situation. At such a time, we cannot be blinded. In the past, Great Xia had always given the impression of being unbeatable on overseas battlefields. The sudden deployment of 750,000 troops into South America by Great Xia changed the landscape completely. At this point, Rio saw through the matter clearly. When the Prime Minister heard this, he felt a chill in his heart, understanding what Rio was planning. Finally, he asked carefully, "Then, how should we reply to the Dawson dynasty?" "Currently, we are uncertain about the attitude of Great Xia, so we must not act rashly." Rio, an intelligent leader, ordered, "Have the front line devise a way to delay their retreat." "Understood," the Prime Minister nodded. "Additionally, send a secret envoy to contact Great Xia to express our good intentions." "Do not worry, Your Majesty, I will handle it well." In the blink of an eye, a week had passed. During this week, Great Xia's North Africa Legion had arrived at Panama City, and Li Shouqing's Tiger Legion had already conquered Bogota. Due to the Dawson dynasty adding 100,000 more troops, Han Xin ordered the 1st to 3rd Legions of the Tiger Corps to move west to coordinate with the North Africa Legion to capture Panama City. The South America Legion on the left front was still en route. On the 24th day of the 5th month, in the Dawson dynasty's free city, the week had been difficult for Jack. First, when Cassius learned that the Dawson dynasty was preparing to withdraw its troops, he was furious and hurled insults at Jack. "I trusted you so much, but you played me for a fool." Cassius was enraged. The Argentina region was a crucial support for the Spain dynasty's global position. The thought of losing it felt like a piece of his flesh being ripped away. Jack had to promise many benefits to slightly appease him. He persuaded Cassius not to lose sight of the bigger picture over a small matter. "Conquering the Ottoman dynasty is the main priority," Jack reminded him. Since the Egyptian army was advancing south of Spain, the Ottoman dynasty was in serious trouble once more. The situation did not improve, and they had to enlist more troops. To make matters worse, the Ottoman dynasty was lacking certain resources, like iron ore, due to the Mediterranean trade route being blocked. Manstein was in trouble beyond words. A dark cloud hung over the European battlefield. As a result, Azerbaijan had no choice but to rush to Great Xia every 2 to 3 days to settle the logistical supply of the Egyptian army and abide by their agreement. However, they did not know that the Atlantic Squadron only had 2 divisions active in the Mediterranean. With such limited resources, how could Ouyang Shua dare to face the 3 squadrons head-on? Yet, since it was a promise, a change would occur soon. Apart from Cassius's fury, Rio's disobedience also forced Jack onto the back foot. Over the past few days, Jack had urged Rio to help the Dawson army retreat from the front lines. Rio repeatedly used the excuse that the frontline battles were too intense and they were unable to break away. Each time, he would reply, "Tomorrow. We will withdraw tomorrow." However, day after day passed, and the eastern battlefield of the Indian Empire grew more intense. Jack even received intelligence that Rio was mobilizing an army in his country. All signs indicated that the mobilized army was not intended to assist Colombia but to fight on the front lines. Their intentions were different. Realizing the significance of this problem, Jack had no choice but to try to scare or tempt Rio. Unfortunately, Rio did not fall for it. Nothing worked on him. This was a huge blow to Jack. It was then that he realized the Dawson dynasty's authority in the world was not as strong as he thought. Due to this, Jack could only order the Dawson dynasty army to quickly withdraw from the front lines without cover, even if it meant paying a price. The Colombia battlefield was seriously dangerous. On the 25th day of the 5th month, in the imperial capital, Brazilia's ambassador finally had a meeting with the Great Xia Honglu Temple, conveying their amiable intentions. They mentioned the possibility of seeking another ally. In response to this, Ouyang Shua convened a meeting with Jiang Sheng, Zhang Liang, and Du Ruhui to discuss the matter. The Brasilia dynasty is unpredictable. I believe we should not change our strategy and should stick to the plan. Once we have defeated Colombia, we should immediately launch an attack on Brasilia, Du Ruhui opined with a clear stance. He was confident in Han Xan's campaign in America, and Great Xia had made extensive preparations. They should not easily alter their objectives simply because the Brasilia dynasty has shown friendliness. I think we should engage in dialogue with them. If we can secure their alliance without conflict, it would be the most favorable outcome. Jiang Sheng favored a peaceful approach. It was not that Jiang Sheng feared conflict, there were other considerations. Territories overseas, especially those with numerous players, are more difficult to administer than territories closer to home. Allowing players to govern other players is our foundational strategy. In the long term, integrating Rio is more advantageous than forcefully taking over Brasilia. Ouyang Shua nodded in agreement upon hearing this. With the acquisition of trial lands, Great Xia would inevitably face the challenge of managing new players as they expanded. However, regions such as South America, particularly the Brazilian territories, diverge vastly from Chinese civilization and would present unique administrative issues. Regions like Nanjiang, which belong to the same cultural sphere as China, would be more manageable as the mindset of the players would not be much affected. However, Africa's conditions, being less prosperous, offered an ease of governance. Yet, places such as the Brasilia dynasty, thoroughly distinct from the Sinic world, demand meticulous handling. To force them to accept Chinese culture would instead cause rejection and give rise to many problems. The best way was to let their own people lead. Ouyang Shua was also worried that if they forcefully attacked the Brasilia dynasty, it might drive their players to the Darkness Empire. That would benefit the enemy instead. After some thought, Ouyang Shua decided, then talk to them. There are only two conditions. First, the Brasilia dynasty must submit unconditionally to Great Xia. This is the main premise. Great Xia no longer needed puppet states. Of course, if they submit, we will give them the autonomy to self-rule. We will treat local talents as our own and even prioritize their appointments. Ouyang Shua clarified the principles once more. Secondly, tell Rio to block the Dawson dynasty's army in Brasilia as a sign of his loyalty. Without this, everything else is void. Your Majesty is wise. When Jiang Shang and the others heard this, their eyes lit up. This was a brilliant move, they could use it to test Rio's sincerity. If Rio agreed, he would become mortal enemies with the Dawson dynasty. Looking across the entire world, only by joining Great Xia could he survive. If Rio did not do this and tried to play both sides, the Great Xia army would stick to the plan and take down the Brasilia dynasty. They did not need Rio to rule the Brasilia dynasty. In Brasilia City, the next day, Rio received the letter from the Great Xia Honglu Temple. After reading it, he fell silent for a long time. He did not expect Great Xia to be so ruthless. To do it or not. Rio had only two paths ahead of him. He could either accept Great Xia's terms or the Dawson dynasty's. The former would cause them to lose power, but they would remain at the top forever, while the latter would let them keep their power, but their future would be uncertain. Furthermore, rejecting Great Xia would result in serious consequences. Prime Minister, I would like to hear your opinion, Rio said. Although the Prime Minister did not always give him peace of mind, Rio needed someone to discuss things with at this crucial moment. Your Majesty, we have delayed for a week and have not withdrawn. The Dawson dynasty leaders are not fools, they must have noticed. Perhaps we have already made enemies with the Dawson dynasty, the Prime Minister replied. So, you want to lean toward Great Xia? Rio asked. The choice is still up to your Majesty, the Prime Minister stated, not making his position clear. As the only AI created by the Brasilia dynasty, he reminded Rio, have you considered what the future will be like on Planet Hope? Rio frowned, he had not seriously thought about this problem before. What are your thoughts? Speak, Rio asked. The Prime Minister replied, during the Federation period, the world was unified, and country ideals had weakened. However, in the game world, not only are there new country regions, but there are also many powers within individual countries. It gives people the impression that history is about to repeat itself. Indeed, Mother God arranged matters this way to train and select talented lords. It did not plan to turn humans against each other. Planet Hope is an unknown land. From the news revealed, it is also a challenging place. If humans are busy fighting among themselves, how will we survive? This is also why Mother God reset the game map. Her goal is to choose the best and merge the divided dynasties to form a combined strength. Hearing this, Rio was astonished. I boldly predict that there will be no more than 4 dynasties on Planet Hope, Rio said, curious. You are so confident? Resources, the Prime Minister replied with certainty. Do you think territories sprouting up everywhere on Planet Hope could be supported with just the resources from the intergalactic fleet? Rio shook his head. Even if they entered the game cabins, the resources used by almost 1 billion players were staggering. Upon arriving on Planet Hope, the amount of resources left for the lords would be very limited. Under these circumstances, free expansion could not be sustained. The Prime Minister's guess was optimistic. If one were more conservative, they might estimate only 2 or 3 dynasties would remain. The competition was incredibly intense, which was partly why Gaia was pushing for a global world war. So, what I'm saying is that if we cannot enter the top 4, it's better to merge early with one that can, setting aside our country's ideals. That would be the best choice, the Prime Minister concluded. I understand. Rio's heart suddenly became clear, and he said without hesitation, I agree to Great Xia's conditions. As for the specifics, please help me discuss and arrange them with them, Prime Minister. Yes. The Prime Minister got up and took his leave. Imperial Capital. Upon receiving the reply from the Brasilia dynasty, Ouyang Shua summoned Jiang Shang and Du Ruhui to discuss and formulate plans for the takeover. The cabinet was in charge of taking over the land and setting up local offices, while the Privy Court was responsible for the soldiers. When negotiating, we must prioritize protecting the empire's authority, but we can take a step back when needed to speed up the process. However, keep it a secret, Ouyang Shua instructed. I understand. Du Ruhui and Jiang Shang exchanged glances. They knew the emperor was about to execute another plan. Jiang Shang asked, Your Majesty, concerning Rio, what appointment should we give him? This would be a crucial point in the negotiations. To date, the provincial governor appointments had been tightly controlled by Ouyang Shua. The cabinet could only make recommendations, while Ouyang Shua made all the final decisions. As a result, Ouyang Shua was able to spread his influence into the various provinces and ensure that officials recognized only one person decided their ultimate promotion or demotion. Ouyang Shua paused before saying, when the Brasilia dynasty submits, including the Columbia region, it will be sufficient to establish a Governor-General's house. Arrange for him to be the Secretary-General of the American Governor-General's house. Of course, appointing him as a provincial governor would not be a problem either. Let him decide which he prefers. The Secretary-General oversaw the big picture, while the provincial governor ruled the land. Although their focuses were different, both roles were equally important. I understand, Jiang Shang said, knowing how to proceed. Ouyang Shua looked at Du Ruhui and said, as for how to handle the Brasilia dynasty's army, have the Privy Court come up with a plan. We will discuss this matter further after their submission. Yes, Your Majesty. On the 28th day of the 5th month, in the Brasilia dynasty, Rio proved to be a truly decisive individual. After feeling the sincerity of Great Xia, he was prepared to fulfill his side of the promise despite the lack of any official documentation. The main goal was to prevent the Dawson dynasty army from leaving. This was relatively simple, as the Dawson dynasty army was not on guard against them. In the morning, Rio sent 300,000 troops to the border, citing aiding allies as a reason to meet with the Dawson dynasty army. Once the Dawson dynasty army set up camp and let down their defenses, the Brasilia army launched a sudden attack, catching their allies off guard. At the same time, 200,000 troops from the Brasilia frontlines were sent back to surround the Dawson Dynasty army. The Dawson Dynasty army, completely unprepared, suffered heavy losses and was unable to mount an effective counterattack. Many soldiers were killed before they even realized what was happening. The subsequent events were straightforward. Although the Dawson Dynasty army attempted to fight back, they were outnumbered. After suffering heavy casualties, they had no choice but to flee. However, they were in Brasilia territory, unfamiliar with the land, and lacked logistical support. As a result, it was difficult for the remaining forces to survive. Over the following week, they were picked off by the Brasilia army. Since they were now enemies with the Dawson Dynasty, Rio decided to go all out to reduce the Dawson Dynasty's capabilities. He ordered the front lines to do everything possible to surround and eliminate the enemy. After all, the fate of these soldiers, who had now submitted to Great Xia, was uncertain. ###Chapter 1306, Signs of Global Overlord. Rio's ultimate move had severely injured Jack. When he learned that the Brasilia dynasty had betrayed him, Jack's fury reached a boiling point, and he overturned the table. "If I do not take revenge for this, I am not human." The usually calm and mild-tempered Jack finally exploded, his eyes flashing red with rage. However, after his outburst, Jack still had to face the harsh reality. He knew that the 200,000 troops would never return. It felt like a piece of his flesh had been cut off. Worse yet, without reinforcements, they would not be able to defend the Columbia region. After 10 days of intense war, under the relentless assaults of the Great Xia army, Panama was on the verge of collapse. Both sides were elite forces, so both suffered heavy casualties. To take down Panama, Han Xian had shown true ruthlessness. "Your Majesty, let us withdraw our troops, there's no point in continuing to fight," Franklin suggested. "We cannot panic because of Great Xia. The most important thing right now is to take down the Maple Dynasty." Once they took down the Maple Dynasty, the Dawson Dynasty would control the entire North American continent. They would gain the ability to challenge any dynasty, even learning from Great Xia and becoming the mastermind in the World War. When Jack heard this, he closed his eyes in pain and clenched his fists tight. His fingernails dug into his flesh, and after a long while, he loosened his grip. His palms were bleeding red. Jack wanted to remember the pain of this moment as he spoke in a hoarse voice, "Let's follow what you proposed. Leave me." When Franklin saw this, he bowed before quietly leaving the room. Chapter 1306, Continuation. On the 6th day of the 6th month, the Dawson Dynasty withdrew their troops from Panama. 2 days later, the entire territory of Colombia fell under the control of the Great Xia and became one of their overseas domains. The Great Xia imperial court moved swiftly. The following day, they issued a decree for the integration of Ecuador into the Colombia region to create the Colombia province, their first province in the Americas. The capital city of this new province was Bogotá. The original prefect of Ecuador, Zhou Haichen, a trusted official of Ouyang Shua, naturally assumed the role of provincial governor, aiding the imperial court in managing this vital territory. News of the Great Xia's conquest of Colombia sent shockwaves around the global community. One cannot understate the significance of this event, given the world's current state of turmoil. This was the second direct confrontation between the Great Xia and the Dawson Dynasty, which naturally garnered considerable attention. The previous encounter saw the Great Xia successfully occupy Hawaii Island and defeat the Free Squadron, thus not only winning their initial battle but also establishing their credibility on an international scale. More eyes were on this clash, and the outcome demonstrated the Great Xia's dominance. They swiftly and effortlessly annexed the Columbia region, seizing the Dawson Dynasty's premier overseas land. From this moment onward, the Great Xia's international standing was cemented, with the beginnings of a global hegemony becoming apparent, deserving the awe and admiration of observers. Conversely, the Dawson Dynasty's standing was diminished, and the betrayal of their ally, the Brasilia dynasty, caused Jack Dawson a significant loss of face. This betrayal also chipped away at the authority of the Silver Hand, much to the delight of Azure Badge. Following the battle, the Dawson dynasty's influence in South America plummeted to an all-time low. The Great Xia, in turn, filled the void and emerged as the predominant power in the region. Surprisingly, despite the Brasilia dynasty's betrayal of the Dawson dynasty, they did not officially submit to the Great Xia, a move that baffled the outside world. Some speculated that the Brasilia dynasty was using the Great Xia to advance their own agenda against the Dawson dynasty. The outside world paid attention to the Colombia War ending, but they missed a critical point. On the 10th day of the 6th month, not long after Great Xia subdued the entirety of Colombia, the 3rd, 4th, and 5th divisions of the Atlantic Squadron emerged in Caracas, Georgetown, and Paramaribo, respectively. Originally, the plan was for the Tiger Legion Corps and South America Legion Corps to move to the east shore of Brasilia and settle the matter with one decisive battle. Consequently, the Atlantic Squadron vanished from the Mediterranean Sea. However, with the Brasilia dynasty's submission, the war's dynamics shifted. Naturally, the three divisions received new tasks. The American war zone would support them in conquering the Antilles Islands surrounding the Caribbean. The aim was to assist the imperial court in seizing control over the entire Caribbean Sea. The Caribbean Sea, located in the Western Hemisphere, is the largest body of water within a continent. To its west and southwest lie Mexico and the Yucatan Peninsula, to the north, the Greater Antilles Islands, to the east, the Lesser Antilles Islands, and to the south, South America. Due to its strategic location, it has historically been referred to as the Mediterranean of the Americas. If the Panama Canal is a passage linking the Pacific to the Atlantic, the Caribbean Sea is a gateway that all incoming merchant ships must cross. To truly control the Panama Canal, one must control the Caribbean Sea. Jack understood this point very well. Therefore, after subduing Panama and establishing the Columbia State, he dispatched squadrons to deal with the pirates in the Caribbean and subsequently took down the Greater and Lesser Antilles Islands. The Dawson dynasty had sacrificed a great deal to destroy the infamously strong pirates of the Caribbean. After that battle, the entire Caribbean virtually became a continental sea for the Columbia State. As the Mayan dynasty in the West was established late and lacked a strong navy, it had no power in the Caribbean. After Great Xia established the Columbia province, they naturally had to follow the Dawson dynasty's example and wipe out the remaining pirates to truly secure their dominance, like a dove taking over the magpie's nest. If not, there would be many problems. This was also crucial for raising Great Xia's authority throughout the American continent in the future. Therefore, Ouyang Shua was willing to delay the European conflict and have the Atlantic Squadron enter South America to help the empire open this final oceanic gateway. On the 12th day of the 6th month, in the Brasilia dynasty, it was clear that Rio was not as foolish as people thought. Misleading Great Xia after making enemies with the Dawson dynasty would simply be courting disaster. He had not yet submitted to Great Xia because he needed to complete the final mission Ouyang Shua had entrusted him with. Before the city-state was established, Brazil was the dominant power in South America. However, due to its geographical location and resource distribution, it was not as advantageous as it seemed. Apart from the northern rainforest, which was unsuitable for farming, the southern region also presented challenges. The main cities and ports of Brazil were concentrated on the southeast coast, which was also the most prosperous part of the country. However, Brazil lacked a river connecting these areas to the interior, making development more difficult. Without such a river, they could not link the inland to the ocean, thus restricting their growth. During the period of industrialization, when oceanic powers entirely replaced land-based ones in terms of goods transportation, control over the point where a river met the ocean was vital. Whoever held this strategic location had control over the entire waterway. In Brazil, the only river system that flowed into the ocean was the Rio de la Plata. However, this river's outlet was not within Brazilian borders but in Argentina, where it entered the Atlantic Ocean. Buenos Aires, the imperial city of Argentina, was situated there. Recognizing the importance of this location, Ouyang Shua could not stand idly by. He promptly ordered the forces from the city of Rio to end their conflict on the Eastern Front and redirect them southward to seize Buenos Aires before it was too late. The conflict between the Indian Empire and Argentina had been ongoing relentlessly since the start of the South American Wars. After Spain withdrew 50,000 troops, the Spanish army was noticeably placed on the defensive. Despite the firearms Juarez had acquired from the Great Sia being obsolete, they managed to turn the tide due to their overwhelming numbers. With the downfall of the Dawson dynasty in South America, Casillas, the leader of the Brasilia dynasty, was no longer confident in maintaining control over Argentina. In this precarious situation, Ouyang Shua was compelled to take drastic action. He could not let Buenos Aires fall to the Indian Empire, as it would significantly devalue the Brasilia dynasty's worth and jeopardize their ambitions in South America. Ouyang Shua believed that a secure Indian empire would not easily comply with the demands of the Great Sia. Therefore, the critical step was to prevent the Indian Empire from having the means to challenge them. Controlling Buenos Aires was pivotal, and since the city was currently under Spanish control and under attack by the Brasilia dynasty, which had not surrendered, it was at least arguable that Ouyang Shua was not infringing on their rights or interests. At the very least, his actions appeared justifiable on the surface. As for whether Juarez would feel resentment due to this matter or not, Ouyang Shua did not concern himself with it. Ouyang Shua would not let it bother him and would simply do what he needed to do. Chapter 1307, New Landscape of South America. As they shattered the Dawson dynasty's army, the Brasilia dynasty's forces also halted their assaults on the eastern front of the Indian Empire. Their frontline units shifted from offense to defense, securing their war gains. This allowed King Juarez of the Indian Empire to breathe a sigh of relief. Juarez was already preparing to move eastward after subduing Argentina to reclaim lost territories. With the Great Sia having conquered the Columbia region and driven the Dawson dynasty out of South America, he felt that the Indian Empire's golden era was imminent. Reality, however, proved that he was celebrating too soon. On the 15th day of the 6th month, the Brasilia dynasty's 300,000-strong army suddenly moved south. The formidable force took 4 days to conquer all of Uruguay before crossing the Rio de la Plata and heading directly for Buenos Aires. Uruguay, which had been annexed by the Spain Dynasty, was once again changing hands. Additionally, Paraguay, also devastated by the Spain Dynasty, had already fallen under Indian Empire control. The arrival of the Brasilia army put immense pressure on Alexander, the governor of the Argentina province. With enemies attacking from the front and a pack of hungry wolves following from behind, the Brasilia army launched their assault the next day without hesitation. This time, the Spain army had no way out. Feeling helpless, Alexander sent a memorial to the king, requesting that they abandon Argentina to preserve the army. After a series of battles, fewer than 120,000 of the original 200,000 troops remained. If they continued to fight, the entire army might be lost. When Casillas received the report, although he was really unwilling, he could only agree while cursing the Dawson dynasty. In truth, when the Dawson dynasty was preparing to withdraw their troops from the Eastern Front, the Argentina region was destined to be lost. Along with the Dawson dynasty losing the entire Columbia, Casillas had given up all hope. He was withdrawing now because circumstances forced him. Currently, it was his only choice. Let's allow the Brasilia dynasty and the Indian Empire to fight. I'm done. Casillas could only console himself like this. Of course, if he knew that the Brasilia dynasty had submitted to Great Sia, he probably wouldn't think that way. On the 22nd of June, 80,000 Spanish troops teleported away from Buenos Aires. As for the 40,000 troops still on the front lines, Alexander was not confident about saving them, so he had to abandon them reluctantly. That afternoon, the Brasilia army occupied Buenos Aires and, following Ouyang Shuo's instructions, swept through the nearby prefecture before stopping. They would leave the remaining land to the Indian Empire. Indian Empire, Cusco City. In recent days, Juarez's emotions had been like a roller coaster, going up and down. Just as he saw a glimmer of hope, news of the Brasilia army moving south struck. Before he could recover from that news, Uruguay fell into the hands of the Brasilia dynasty. Juarez immediately realized that Brasilia was about to snatch the kill, so he ordered his army to swiftly head for Buenos Aires. If they encountered the Brasilia army, he was prepared to fight. However, before his army could get into position, the Spanish withdrew, allowing the Brasilia army to easily take the city. Juarez was so furious that he nearly vomited blood. "We fought for so long and paid such a high price, yet the biggest piece of meat was stolen by the enemy." Juarez immediately ordered the army to continue toward Buenos Aires to take back the city. After all, the two dynasties were enemies, so there was no courtesy to be shown. At that very moment, on the 24th day of the 6th month, the Brasilia dynasty officially announced their submission to Great Xia. F***ck. Juarez was so annoyed that he nearly exploded. Finally, he understood who the mastermind behind all of this was. "To think that I treated you as an ally, you actually schemed against me." Juarez felt like he was being played, and a deep resentment toward Great Xia rose up in his heart. A crack appeared in their already not too harmonious relationship. However, anger was just anger, and he did not dare to act rashly. He immediately ordered the frontline forces to stop their advance and to sweep the other regions of Argentina. A Brasilia dynasty supported by Great Xia was a completely different concept from a lone Brasilia dynasty. Despite his confidence, Juarez did not dare to go to war with Great Xia. If he did that, the Indian Empire would be left alone with no allies. After the Darkness Empire appeared, Great Xia was not the only one affected. Many enemies that had been wiped out by the Indian Empire also reappeared on the Mu continent. Moreover, the Mu continent was closer to South America, so they posed a greater threat to the Indian Empire. During this period, if it weren't for the Great Xia Pacific Squadron helping to patrol, who knows what the Darkness Squadron would have done to the Indian Empire's western shoreline. This alone meant that Juarez did not have the courage to turn against Great Xia. Juarez was filled with frustration. Suddenly, someone reported that an envoy from Great Xia had arrived to meet him. Juarez took a deep breath and tried his best to suppress the anger in his heart. "Invite them to the main hall, I'll be there right away," he said. "Yes." Within the palace's main hall, Juarez welcomed the Great Xia envoy. At 4 p.m., after seeing off the Great Xia envoy, Juarez's expression was complex. The envoy had come to discuss South American matters, and the terms they proposed were ones that Juarez found hard to refuse. First, Great Xia's ambitions toward Argentina were limited to the areas they had already occupied, with no plans for further expansion. This allayed some of Juarez's concerns and showed that Great Xia was not overly greedy. Second, after taking control of the Brasilia dynasty, Great Xia would unconditionally return over 10 cities on the Eastern Front and release the Indian Empire's prisoners. This was a sign of good faith. When the 600,000-strong alliance army had attacked the Eastern Front, they had inflicted significant losses on the Indian Empire. Now, Great Xia was offering to return these cities, an act of great kindness. These 2 points alone helped to ease Juarez's anger. However, the terms Great Xia offered went beyond this. They included a proposal to help the Indian Empire build an industrial system. The Great Xia Bank was willing to loan them 20 million gold at low interest rates to aid in the reconstruction of the Indian Empire. This was a substantial benefit. After the large-scale war, the Indian Empire was in dire need of recovery, which required money. The 2 firearm deals had nearly depleted their coffers, so the loan from the Great Xia Bank was a much-needed relief. Of course, this was the first time the Great Xia Bank was participating in global trade, and they were using this opportunity to enter the Indian Empire's financial market. This 20 million golden loans could be considered the brick that broke the door open. Neither side suffered a loss. This move implied Great Xia's desire to strengthen their alliances and increase trade. After this series of moves, Juarez put aside his anger. He could only stand behind Great Xia and support them. At this point, the situation in South America was largely stabilized. After this battle, Great Xia not only controlled another crucial naval route and increased their maritime authority, but they also gained total control of South America. They had secured a relatively stable overseas territory. With this as their leverage, Great Xia would have a certain decisive say in American affairs, and they could help create obstacles for the Dawson dynasty. Following this, they had to manage this fertile land effectively. As for merging with the Indian Empire and unifying South America, Ouyang Shua had no such thoughts. After the world entered the industrial age, it was no longer about who held more land. The key was their position and resources. Their current land was sufficient to support Great Xia's global strategy. There was no need to be greedy and crave their allies' territory. Even if they took it, who knows what price they would have to pay. Managing it would also be difficult. Over the past few years, Juarez had instilled Indian ideals throughout the territory, and their views were truly stubborn. Just thinking about trying to tame such a dynasty was a huge headache. Hence, rather than wasting large amounts of resources to swallow them up, why not maintain the status quo and create a win-win situation? As long as South America remained stable, Great Xia would benefit. For these reasons, Ouyang Shua was willing to take a huge step back to curb Juarez's resentment. Time was money, and the value of a stable South America to Great Xia was immeasurable. Chapter 1308, Stability Trumps Everything. On the last day of the 6th month, the Great Xia announced the organizational structure of South America and the personnel adjustments. The imperial court decreed the division of the Brasilia dynasty, including the Uruguay region, into 3 provinces. From north to south, they were the Amazon province, the Brasilia province, and the Uruguay province. The Amazon and Brasilia provinces were separated by the former Brasilia city, which is now the capital of the Amazon province. Fang Xiaoru, the former governor of Fuyong Prefecture in the Minnan province, was promoted to governor of the Amazon province. Among the 3 provinces, the Amazon province was the largest and the most challenging to manage. It also had the weakest economic capabilities and the lowest development potential. However, the inclusion of Brasilia City in this province had significant political meaning. The ruling city of the American Governor-General's office was also chosen to be Brasilia City, signaling that this city would assume the historical responsibility of governing South America. This arrangement was designed to reduce the influence of the former dynasty to the greatest extent possible. Ouyang Shua had high hopes for Fang Xiaoru. First, he needed to open a path between the Columbia province and the Amazon province to connect the entire South American territory. The Brasilia province and the Uruguay province were separated by São Paulo, which is now under the Brasilia province and serves as its capital. Between the positions of provincial governor and secretary-general, Rio chose to become the provincial governor. Ouyang Shua did not comment on this matter and directly appointed Rio as the Brasilia provincial governor. At this point, Rio became the first person to be reappointed to the same position after submitting. The only difference was that his ruling region had shrunk by half. Uruguay, on the south side, included the southern tip of the Brasilia dynasty, the Uruguay region, and the prefecture around Buenos Aires. The ruling city was naturally in Buenos Aires. This arrangement had a purpose, allowing the Uruguay province to compete with the Brasilia province. It was also Ouyang Shua's method to limit the influence of Rio in the Brasilia region. He trusted Rio but also kept an eye on him. This was typical of Ouyang Shua's approach. Gu Hengxiao, the former governor of Yongzhou Prefecture in Xiangnan Province, was promoted to governor of Uruguay Province. Before submitting to Great Xia, he was also a lord. This promotion to the governor of such an important province was a significant leap for Gu Hongxiao, and from now on, his future was limitless. This was how Ouyang Shua used talent. He boldly trusted natives and lord players, providing them with opportunities to grow and improve while allowing them to make a few mistakes. Making mistakes in the game was better than making them on Planet Hope. The above three provinces, along with the newly established Columbia Province, formed the America Governor-General House, which was only the fifth of its kind in Great Xia and the third overseas. The former Governor-General of Zhejiang, Wu Fu, was reassigned to this position. Thus, he became the first person in Great Xia's history to have worked in two Governor-General houses, ensuring his place in the history books. Compared to Zhejiang, which was peripheral and less vibrant, South America was full of activity and potential. Although Wu Fu's role remained the same, the move was a promotion, offering him a larger stage. Zhang Yi, the former governor of Qingdu Prefecture in the Shu lands, was promoted to Secretary General. Zhang Yi was a high-ranking official during the North Zhou period and served as a minister in the Chancellor's office. After Yang Jian established the Sui dynasty, Zhang Yi became the governor of Longzhou and Jizhou. He passed away while on duty in Jizhou due to illness. Ouyang Shua chose Zhang Yi because of his extensive experience in the Chancellor's office. With his skills, Zhang Yi would effectively assist Wu Fu in managing the large American Governor-General's office. The position vacated by Wu Fu was initially taken over by Feng Qiuhuang, the former governor of Zhongyuan Province. Ouyang Shua had higher hopes for her than for Wu Fu, but he did not send her over. While her experience was one reason, the more significant factor was that Ouyang Shua had other plans for her. The Zhejiang Governor-General's office was just a temporary assignment. Her original position would be taken by Guo Anbang, also known as Old Gua, one of the two prominent figures at the Chinese elite level. Guo Anbang had agreed to start working and officially entered the Great Xia's political arena. Last year, the other prominent figure, Old Zhang, became the Director of Civil Affairs in Great Xia. Old Guo's agreement signified that the Chinese elite level had acknowledged Great Xia. However, Old Guo's appointment held more symbolic than practical significance. First, Ouyang Shua could not place someone he did not understand or trust at the core of the imperial court. Second, his advanced age meant his future potential could not compare to that of AI figures like Jiang Shang. With this, the arrangement for the imperial court in America reached a temporary conclusion. Apart from the provincial governor level, the prefecture governors, county magistrates, and other positions mainly followed the previous promise and relied primarily on local talent. Apart from that, the administration court relocated several demoted prefects or county magistrates to America to help establish offices. They were also responsible for spreading Chinese culture. In conclusion, Great Xia's rule of South America had just begun, and they still had a long way to go. In addition to internal affairs, military matters were also addressed. First, the Navy. The 3rd, 4th, and 5th Divisions of the Atlantic Squadron would patrol America. In the future, the Governor-General's House would construct a Navy base on the eastern shore of South America. As such, the Atlantic Squadron would live up to its name. Ouyang Shua even considered moving the headquarters there. Once the European battlefield concluded, the main role of the Atlantic Squadron in the Mediterranean would be to protect ships. If war needs arose, they could build a dedicated Mediterranean squadron. Otherwise, managing the vast Atlantic Ocean while interfering in Mediterranean battles would be impossible for the Atlantic Squadron alone. The Gulf of Aden and the Red Sea region were already under the control of the Indian Ocean Squadron. With the assistance of the American War Zone, the Atlantic Squadron had taken the Lesser Antilles and was now attacking the Greater Antilles. Due to the Greater Antilles being the gateway to the Gulf of Mexico, and the Gulf being the gateway to the Dawson Dynasty, conquering it would not be easy. The Dawson Dynasty would defend it with their lives. Ouyang Shua prepared for a prolonged battle and ordered the American War Zone and the Pacific Squadron to gradually wear down the enemy, advancing slowly. He did not aim to end the conflict in a single battle. Attacking the Greater Antilles itself was a significant threat to the Dawson dynasty. After establishing the American Governor-General House, the defensive regions of the three Legion Corps in the war zone became clear. The North American Legion Corps was stationed in Columbia Province, and the South American Legion Corps managed the Amazon, Brasilia, and Uruguay provinces. The Tiger Legion Corps would be temporarily housed in Brasilia Province. After all, the Brasilia dynasty had just submitted, and there were many uncertain factors. A large army was needed to defend and collaborate with the offices to address any issues. Once the situation in America stabilized, the Tiger Legion Corps would move according to their mission. Lastly, the challenge was how to handle the 550,000 Brasilia army. Fortunately, the Privy Court proposed an interesting plan that Ouyang Shua approved. It seems there is a richly detailed scenario presented, which involves the Privy Court of the Brasilia dynasty making critical decisions about troop selections, the impact of these decisions on the local population and governance, the process of forming new Legion Corps, and the integration of these corps into the larger military structure. Here is a cleaned and simplified version. The Privy Court of the Brasilia dynasty suggested selecting 500,000 elite soldiers from the 550,000 Brasilia dynasty army members. They proposed removing the injured, those who didn't meet the standards, and those who were the only sons of the families, to ensure the remaining troops were fit for service. They identified that disarming 50,000 individuals was the maximum number they could remove without adversely affecting the security or stability of the region. Disarming a large number of soldiers and reintegrating them into civilian life was delicate due to the uncertain governance situation. It risked creating social unrest and challenging the local administration. To avoid such negative outcomes, the Privy Court recommended careful and limited disarmament. Over time, if the disarmed soldiers were not integrated carefully, they feared the disarmed men might cause disruptions and blend into the society of the Great Xia system, potentially influencing the region's overall dynamics. To reinforce the North American Legion Corps and the Tiger Legion Corps, the most capable elite soldiers would be absorbed from the Brasilia army to fill the ranks. These elite reinforcements would help unite the local populace, balancing military-civilian relations, and easing any concerns that the Great Xia army might be seen as an overbearing presence. The Privy Court also proposed forming two new Legion Corps, one partially filled, to be separate from the main branches of the Great Xia's Orthodox army. After accounting for losses, the Brasilia army's elite group would be around 450,000 strong. This would include the South American Legion Corps, meant to act as a defensive unit, recruiting more locals and integrating them into the military to maintain local loyalty and involvement in the governance. This scenario illustrates the challenges of military downsizing and the strategic considerations in managing a reduced force effectively. It highlights the delicate balance between military necessity and social stability, as well as the importance of maintaining a local support base for the military presence. Their mission was not on the Empire's main battlefield but on the global stage. They were to help the Empire participate in wars it could not join outright. They could be called the Empire's mercenary army. For this, the Privy Court provided specific suggestions. At the current stage, they could deploy the fully manned 1st Legion to the Maple Dynasty battlefield and the 2nd Legion to the Mayan Dynasty battlefield. This north and south pincer movement would restrict the Dawson Dynasty and prevent its rise. While restraining the Dawson Dynasty, the American Warzone and Atlantic Squadron could take advantage of the chaos to occupy the Greater Antilles Islands. This strategy would allow them to achieve two goals at once. Given the current situation of the Mayan Dynasty and the Maple Dynasty, a slight hint from Great Xia would be enough to make them eagerly accept this new injection of strength. There were two rules for hiring them. First, the hiring dynasty would be responsible for all logistical supplies. This had a deeper meaning. The soldiers' salaries would still be paid by the Empire, which was an important aspect of the Empire's control over the mercenary army. The salaries would not be given directly to the soldiers but to the families they designated. These families served as another link to ensure the mercenary army's loyalty and prevent any betrayal. If a soldier of the mercenary army died in battle, the empire would still provide compensation. If the soldiers performed well, the empire would give them additional rewards discreetly. The salaries would be funded by the high payments from the hiring dynasty. To encourage the mercenary army soldiers to fight valiantly on the front lines, the Privy Court suggested increasing their military salary by 50% more than the empire's regular warfighting army. The Great Xia army already paid a substantial amount, so the additional 50% increase was seen as a significant incentive. Additionally, the hiring dynasty was required to allocate a large piece of land for the Great Xia's mercenary army to construct a military base. This base would serve as both a fixed camp and a key method for Great Xia to exert control over the mercenary army. The authority that this military base would possess would be similar to that of Great Xia's overseas territories. To strengthen their management of the military base, the Privy Court would be involved in the construction and command of the headquarters to ensure they were fully functional. This aspect was particularly important, as even after the war, Great Xia could use these military bases to maintain their influence on the hiring dynasty. It was no surprise, then, that Ouyang Shua agreed to the Privy Court's plan immediately. These 2 points, combined with the Privy Court's decision to integrate some American war zone troops into the mercenary army, ensured that the army would remain under the empire's control. Thus, they succeeded in addressing the security issues in the South American region and aiding the empire in securing another strategic advantage. Once the Privy Court's plan was approved, the project moved forward with full momentum. In charge of liaising with the Maple and Mei dynasties was Honglu Temple assistant Di Chen. Ouyang Shua acknowledged Di Chen's capability and was ready to provide him with a platform to show his skills. As expected, once Great Xia announced their readiness to provide mercenary forces, both the Maple dynasty, which was on the brink of war, and the Mei dynasty, which was likely to face it next, welcomed the offer with enthusiasm. Especially the Maple dynasty, which acted as though they had found their saving grace. After the Dawson dynasty withdrew their troops from Colombia, whether due to strategic reasons or to vent their anger, Jack ordered an increase in attacks on the Maple dynasty. Jack even declared that he would conquer the Maple dynasty within a month and unify North America. The frontline army could feel the king's fury. It was as if they had been injected with steroids, charging at the Maple dynasty with soaring morale. Even with Great Xia's firearm support, the Maple dynasty was on the verge of falling. At such a time, any outside help was invaluable to the Maple dynasty. They did not resist any of the terms Great Xia proposed and accepted them all. Honestly, Great Xia's terms were not overly unfair. Compared to the survival of the dynasty, a military base and a mercenary fee were minor costs. These mercenary troops were fighting for them. Ouyang Shua was truly humane. Apart from cash payments, they could choose to receive payment in the form of rare ores or the mining rights to or fields. In summary, they would not drive the two dynasties to desperation. Through the mercenary service fees, the Great Xia Business Bank also seized the opportunity to enter the financial markets of the two dynasties. As industrialization progressed aggressively, iron, copper, tin, and other ore resources became higher priorities for the empire. Consequently, Ouyang Shua approved the imperial court's establishment of a national resource department to ensure the logical use of land, ore, energy, and ocean resources. With the ongoing industrialization, the empire's structure experienced a new wave of expansion. Organization after organization was set up to meet the empire's needs, making the empire increasingly resemble modern nations in its capabilities. The National Resource Department was structured to support the empire's industrialization strategy, comprising a land division, ocean division, mine resource division, energy division, and geological survey division. Among these divisions, the Geological Survey Division faced the simplest tasks. Unlike their predecessors who had to search for new mines and oil fields, they only needed to conduct their work based on the existing geological data and research, ensuring the analysis of current land conditions. China, being a vast land rich in various mineral and energy resources, possessed sufficient reserves to sustain its industrialization drive for the foreseeable future. However, Ouyang Shua was far-sighted and strategic. In his directive, the National Resource Department was not only to exploit domestic resources but also to expand its horizons internationally, with a focus on territories like Africa, Nanjiang, and South America. He emphasized the need for sustainable practices, even contemplating the import of resources from other regions to ensure a continuous and lasting supply. The overarching aim was to pursue a path that would ensure the longevity and resilience of the empire's resource base. Recognizing the future significance of positioning within the game world, Ouyang Shua planned strategically. The empire initiated the formation of the China Mining Group and the China Energy Group, entities destined for greatness, each designated with the responsibility of mining energy and ores. These groups played a pivotal role in the empire's industrialization strategy, with modern factories being constructed across the empire, centered around mine fields and oil fields. A comprehensive infrastructure was being developed to process the extracted resources and transport them to the coast, with the construction of railroads to connect the inland regions with the coastal areas, thereby facilitating the shift of the empire's focus from agriculture to industrialization. Governmental bodies, along with the imperial court, implemented welfare policies to encourage the transition of farmers and craftsmen into industrial roles. This strategic move not only provided ample opportunities for many players who previously lacked the stage to showcase their talents, but also invigorated the entire empire, fostering a thriving and dynamic society. The empire was ablaze with the energy of progress, laying the groundwork for a prosperous industrial future. Scenes of construction, flames, and smoke rising into the air were everywhere. It was as if the other dynasties were burning with the flames of war. Great Xia's population surge was releasing unprecedented amounts of power. These were the foundations that Great Xia would use to rule the world. Although the Dawson dynasty was relatively peaceful compared to Great Xia, they had fewer than 100 million people and were not on the same level as Great Xia. A vast territory, rich resources, a large population, a stable environment, and a highly efficient internal system, all of these factors combined would shape a new empire. In terms of industrialization, Great Xia was slowly pulling ahead of the other dynasties and was leading the world. Moreover, their pace would only quicken. Such a Great Xia would be even more terrifying than the one that fought on the battlefields. If the world war continued like this, Great Xia would definitely be the final victor. With all factors in his favor, Ouyang Shua had no reason to disappoint them. 7th month, first day, Imperial Capital. The successful conclusion of the South America war matter helped resolve one of Ouyang Shua's concerns. Next, the empire's focus would shift from South America to the European battlefield. To align with the empire's strategy, stirring up the situation in Europe was crucial. The first priority was to ensure the survival of the Ottoman dynasty. For this, Ouyang Shua instructed Baichi, "It's time to act." After 3 months of intense fighting, the European continent was filled with a solemn killing intent, seriousness, and a sense of tragedy. As the main battlefield, the Ottoman Empire was in tatters. The stubborn resistance of the Ottoman Empire had greatly exceeded the Alliance army's predictions. In this life-or-death battle, over the short span of 3 months, the Ottoman Empire enlisted 400,000 troops, increasing their overall strength instead of weakening it. As time passed, the logistical pressure on the Alliance army became increasingly apparent. The European battlefield suddenly fell into a stalemate. At this point, the Alliance army hoped for the Dawson Empire's assistance to conquer the Ottoman Empire at the smallest possible cost. If not, and more time passed, the Alliance army would suffer heavy losses even if they won. If things went wrong, all the resources amassed by the European continent would be lost in this war. However, the Dawson Empire had just suffered a significant loss in South America. Not only had they lost the Columbia region, but the Great Xia dynasty was also threatening the Gulf of Mexico. The current ruler, Jack, was facing numerous challenges and was striving to secure victory in North America. Where would he find the strength to aid his European allies across the Atlantic? This created a difficult situation. The only bright spot for the Alliance army was that the hidden threat of Great Siah did not seem to want to enter the European theater. Even the North Africa Legion was advancing unusually slowly in Algeria. Though they did not understand why, they were relieved. Under these circumstances, Great Siah, which had been lying in wait, finally revealed its true intentions. On the second day of the 7th month, the Great Siah North Africa Legion, deep in Algeria, changed its approach, becoming highly mobile. They launched an relentless assault on the Spanish forces in the region. Due to the unexpected nature of the attack, the Spanish army was forced to retreat in defeat. Not only did the North Africa Legion Corps hold a numerical advantage, but the individual strength of their soldiers was greater as well. They were naturally unstoppable, sweeping through half of Algeria in less than a week. On the 10th day of the 7th month, the North Africa Legion Corps arrived at Algiers city. Although they moved swiftly, they had no concerns about supplies. During the standoff, the Africa Governor-General's office had gathered a large quantity of grain from the Libyan and Egyptian provinces, sending a continuous supply to the front lines and stockpiling it in surrounding cities. With the Legion Corps leading the way, the grain transport groups quickly followed, working in close coordination. This highly efficient logistical management was a result of Great Siah's full-scale takeover of the Egyptian dynasty. It had been 3 months since Great Siah took over Egypt. With the hard work of the Governor-General's office and the provincial governors' offices, the Egyptian and Libyan provinces had gradually returned to a normal path. Regardless of whether the civilians were willing or not, they had quietly accepted the change in their rulers. Along with the threat from the military and the kindness from the governmental offices, the people's mindset began to change. They adapted to their new lives and ceased to cause trouble. Order was restored. For those who could not accept the change, the wrongdoers locked up in jails served as a stark warning. Africa Governor-General Moulaniou was known for her skillful use of both gentle and tough methods to govern Africa. This usually gentle young woman often walked the streets, chatting with people as if she were a neighbor. However, when faced with truly difficult situations that required decisive action, she never hesitated. Since managing the Moroccan province, Moulaniou's name had spread throughout Africa. After becoming Governor-General, her reputation reached new heights. The African people called her the reincarnation of Hua Mulan and held her in high regard. That was not without reason. From the 4th to the 7th month, fewer than 100 riots occurred in the 3 provinces. Large and small protests escalated from the streets into group riots. Moulaniou did not stop the protests. However, if the situation turned violent, the offices did not show mercy and sent bailiffs to quash the riots. If the bailiffs were insufficient, they dispatched the provincial garrison forces. During the worst incident, she contacted the Africa War Zone to send a proper army to subdue it. Thus, the violent storm was slowly stifled. The passionate Egyptian people gradually woke up to the reality that defying the imperial court would bring no good and could even implicate their families. In contrast, if they acknowledged the imperial court's rule, they would quickly realize that Great Siah's internal politics were more efficient and fair. With the imperial court building schools, hospitals, and roads, their lives improved significantly. The influx of a large number of merchants promised even better futures. Comparing the two, the choice was clear. After a 3-month transition, the threats in the various provinces became more manageable. With the South America War concluding, Ouyang Shua decided to initiate the Africa War. Africa War Zone Commander Baichi understood Ouyang Shua's intentions. With the Governor-General's house as their backing, the Africa War Zone was confident in launching a fierce assault on their target, without worrying about their rear being vulnerable. As the North Africa Legion Corps entered the west, the 4th and 5th Legions of the Wolf Legion Corps moved west along the shore, serving as a reserve force ready to be deployed at any moment. The Africa War Zone was exerting its full strength. Like the recently concluded Battle of Colombia, every action of Great Xia could capture the world's attention and make them the focus of global scrutiny. This matter was no exception. The happiest party was undoubtedly Azerbaijan. Over the past 3 months, they had made numerous attempts to breach Great Xia, all to no avail. They waited and prayed, and finally, the Great Xia army made its move. The moment the Great Xia army acted, Azerbaijan saw a chance for victory. The Egypt army, which had endured a tough few months, was trapped in southern Spain. In front, an enemy army blocked their path, behind, there was a shortage of supplies. In the 6th month, they survived by scavenging the land. If not for their resilience, they would have collapsed. If Great Xia could conquer Algeria and Morocco, not only would they weaken the Spain Dynasty, but they would also open a logistical supply line, reviving the Egypt army. As a result, the European battlefield would see a significant shift. The key to these events lay in Great Xia's hands. Though it was a disheartening reality, it was the truth. Some would be elated, while others would be devastated. The most devastated would be the Spain Dynasty. Poor Spain had just been manipulated by the Dawson Dynasty in South America and expelled from Argentina, causing Casillas profound pain. Before his wounds could heal, Great Xia struck again in Africa. This latest blow cost Spain nearly half of its strength. Out of caution, Casillas had left half of the 120,000 troops that retreated from South America in Spain, sending the rest to Africa. As a result, the Spain Dynasty had 160,000 troops in Africa. With additional recruitment, they barely managed to reach 200,000. Obviously, such numbers could not fend off the Great Xia army. Luckily, the Great Xia army did not show too much invasiveness, allowing Casillas to heave a sigh of relief. He was not a fool, he did not think that Great Xia refrained from attacking out of mercy. In his eyes, it was more likely that Great Xia was prepared to sit on the fence, watching the European dynasties fight among themselves while doing nothing from the sidelines. This made the most sense. Due to similar conjectures, Henry and the others did not rush to send their troops in Africa to the Algeria region. Africa was not a peaceful place, so they did not dare to be careless. They had no way of knowing that Ouyang Shuo was not willing to be a bystander. Instead, he wished to stir up trouble in Europe, preventing its rise. This misjudgment led to the current series of events. Now, Casillas was facing a dilemma: should he give up on Africa or go all out? For this matter, Casillas had no choice but to convene another 6-country meeting. Chapter 13:11, Taking up the responsibility of managing the world. Putting down the communication compass, Casillas's furrowed brows formed a straight line. The 3-hour meeting with the 6 countries could be summarized in one sentence: we will support you in spirit. Each of the various lords had their own agendas and lacked the ability to aid the Spain Dynasty. In the end, they all tried to convince him to abandon Africa to stabilize the European battlefield and reduce the defensive line for the organization's benefit. Step back, and everything will be great, Caesar had said. Casillas wanted to flip on the spot. It was easy for them to speak so lightly when their own interests were not affected. They might even be floating in silence. Feeling helpless, Casillas could only seek some benefits. He demanded some rewards from the division of the Ottoman dynasty. Otherwise, let's break up. Casillas threw down an ultimatum. After 3 hours of debate and negotiations, they barely agreed to a new distribution plan. Even then, Casillas still felt annoyed. Seeing his dynasty fall from strong to weak, no ruler would feel good about it, especially not someone like him who valued his reputation. Casillas was also growing increasingly frustrated with the useless Jack. On the 12th day of the 7th month, the Spain Dynasty army put up a brief resistance before abandoning Algiers and withdrawing to their mainland. Over the next 10 days, Great Xia's North Africa Legion Corps advanced with an invincible aura. They not only captured Algeria but also reclaimed Morocco, erasing the previous humiliation. The entire North Africa came under Great Xia's rule. Not only that, but the Spain Dynasty's two other African territories, Western Sahara and Mauritania, were also taken. The Spanish dynasty officially withdrew from the battle for the African continent. Gdien City, Morocco, and Algeria were merged to form the province of Algeria. Algiers City was designated as the ruling city, becoming the 8th province under the African Governor-General. The former governor of Fengtian Prefecture in Beijiang Province, Wen Tianxiang, was promoted to the position of governor of Algeria Province. The Western Sahara and Mauritania regions were combined to form Sahara Province, with Nouakchott as its ruling city. The former governor of Dingzhou Prefecture in Minnan Province, Bailey Nanfeng, was promoted to the position of governor of Sahara Province. With this, the expansion of the Great Xia dynasty in Africa came to an end, shifting from offensive to defensive strategies. They would focus on managing their current territories and would not pursue further expansion in other regions of Africa. In just 4 months, from the acceptance of the Egyptian dynasty to the conquest of the Spanish territories in Africa, the size of the Governor-General's jurisdiction had doubled. If they failed to effectively manage this expansion, problems might arise. Ouyang Shua did not want the Great Xia dynasty to overextend itself after such rapid growth. In the blink of an eye, the 8th month arrived. The most significant impact of the Spanish withdrawal was the increased aggression of the Egyptian army. With Great Xia as a buffer, the logistical supply issues for the Egyptian army were resolved. With Gdien City, Morocco, and Atlantis City forming a strategic triangle, Great Xia gained complete control over the Mediterranean Gibraltar Straits. Not only did this prevent any disruption to Great Xia's supply lines, but it also determined whether the 3 squadrons of the Alliance Army could enter the Atlantic. The Mediterranean trade route was now entirely under Great Xia's control. On the day the province of Algeria was established, Great Xia issued a statement declaring its commitment to protecting global trade, much to the relief of the Silver Hand. This statement assured that Great Xia would not interfere with merchant ships passing through the Strait of Gibraltar. The traveling ships, regardless of whether they were from Great Xia, Azure Badge, or Silver Hand, could all travel through the Suez Canal and the Gibraltar Strait. The Mediterranean trade route would become more open and safer. Ouyang Shua made this decision because he believed in the win-win principle and did not want to drive others into a corner. The Mediterranean trade route was the lifeline of the Asia-Europe trade and was crucial to most of the dynasty's commerce. Even the House of Tudors, the Ottoman dynasty, the Romanov dynasty, and the Dawson dynasty had merchant ships navigating the Mediterranean. If Great Xia acted shamelessly and attempted to monopolize the route, they would become public enemy number 1. Wouldn't that give Silver Hand and Azure Badge the chance to unite against Great Xia? Ouyang Shua was not so foolish. Moreover, opening the trade route benefited Great Xia the most. Looking ahead, the third condition for becoming an imperial dynasty was gaining the recognition of all the world's dynasties. One had to assume global responsibility to become a global leader. In history, the United States rapidly rose to become a global superpower after World War II, taking on the role of the world's police. This is an undeniable fact. Who knows how many countries and global organizations received American assistance? Although the aid was not free and often had ulterior motives, it genuinely helped in the rebuilding of various nations and established the post-war order. This is a fact that cannot be disputed. Later, when the United States faced internal issues and was unwilling to shoulder global responsibility, it lost its position as the world's superpower. This is a pragmatic society where power and responsibility go hand in hand. Ouyang Shua used the United States of that period as a model to learn from. He would not make the same mistakes and attempt to lock down the Mediterranean Sea, thereby incurring the wrath of everyone. On the contrary, he wanted to use this opportunity to promote global free trade. Even with the Panama Canal, which Great Xia had just taken over, Ouyang Shua was not going to interfere with the Dawson dynasty merchants traveling across, as long as they accepted routine checks and paid the border fees. This was a silent infiltration. As Great Xia developed, it would gradually draw closer to the other dynasties, laying the groundwork that would help Great Xia dismantle the two organizations. Otherwise, why would they betray their own organizations? The Egyptian army intensified their offensive for one more reason: the deadline set by Ouyang Shua. At the outset, when Azerbaijan and Great Xia signed the agreement, they clearly stated that Great Xia would handle logistics, but only for a limited time. It was impossible for Great Xia to manage logistics indefinitely, as that would result in significant losses. The logistical supplies for the Egyptian army were depleting the coffers of the Governor-General's house. Ouyang Shua set the end of the 8th year of Gaia as the deadline. If the 8th year ended with the conflict still at a stalemate, the Egyptian army would need to resolve their own issues. It was already the 8th month, and winter was approaching. Although the Spanish dynasty, influenced by the Mediterranean Sea, had a warm climate with mild winters, it would still face some challenges. At the very least, gathering grain would become more difficult. Thus, the Egyptian army had little time left. They needed to achieve a decisive outcome on the Spanish battlefield before the 8th year ended. However, this was easier said than done. It seems there are a few anachronistic and unclear elements in your text, such as the mention of Spain Dynasty and Azerbaijan's actions, which do not align with historical records. However, I will clean up the text and attempt to make it more grammatically coherent, while also trying to maintain the original intent of the passage. The Spain Dynasty, despite shortening their defensive lines, managed to amass an army of nearly 320,000 soldiers in Spain. Furthermore, they held a geographical advantage, which made them confident against the Egyptian army. The balance of power on the battlefield was nearly even. However, the decisive factor would come from outside the battlefield, hinging on the actions of Azerbaijan. Please note that Spain Dynasty, Egyptian army, and Azerbaijan are unusual and might require further historical context to make the passage fully accurate and understandable. If Azerbaijan is a person, it might be clearer to write Azerbaijan, as it appears to be a proper noun. If Spain Dynasty is meant to refer to a specific Spanish ruling house or period, you may want to clarify which one. If this is a fictional setting, you might want to provide more context about the world and the characters involved. Chapter 13:12, Globalizing Currency. On the 5th day of the 8th month, after being pushed into a corner, the Azerbaijan finally exploded. In comparison to the Silver Hand, Azerbaijan's strength was scattered. Despite their influence stretching across the globe, they were unable to form a combined power. Among the 5 dynasties, only the Ottoman dynasty stood out as strong. Unlike the Silver Hand, whose powers were grouped, it was not a significant problem before. However, the moment they entered this world war, this weakness was magnified. Then, after making a deal with Great Xia, they were unable to turn the tides. The deals did not address the root of the problem. To change the tides of the European war, the Azerbaijan would have to take down at least one of the 5 alliance army dynasties to break the balance. If not, they would be like a trapped beast. The time running out. With no much time left, the Azerbaijan had no choice but to play their strongest card. On the same day, large-scale, chaotic incidents erupted in the borders of the Tudor, Gaul, Spain, Caesar, and Romanov dynasties. Officials were assassinated, fires ignited, and small-scale riots erupted. Under the instigation of the Azerbaijan, secret members hidden within the 5 dynasties acted with determination, ignoring the risk of being exposed, turning the 5 dynasties into chaos. This was referred to as fighting behind enemy lines. The Azerbaijan paid a heavy price with this move. From then on, they had entirely lost their influence over the 5 dynasties, and all of their secret members were cleared out by the enemy. Despite the heavy toll they paid, the results were clear. The sudden chaos caused the 5 dynasties, which were focused on the front line, to panic. The most affected parties were the Spanish and Gallic dynasties. There was no need to mention the Spanish dynasty, as they were already locked in an intense battle with the Egyptian army. Now, their backyard had suddenly been set alight, their military was not stable, and their grain supply lines were disrupted. The Egyptian army seized this opportunity to swiftly push northward. By the middle of the 8th month, only half of the Spanish dynasty remained. The original Portuguese region, apart from a small corner in the north, had largely fallen, leaving a tragic state. The second unlucky party was the Gallic dynasty. The Gallic dynasty was situated on the front lines. After the Egyptian army disembarked in Spain, the Ottoman dynasty changed its strategy and decided to focus its main defensive front against the Gallic dynasty. For the remaining two fronts, they opted to defend around the cities. On the western side, the Ottoman dynasty adopted a proactive defensive strategy, sometimes using attack as a means of defense. As a result, the territories of the Gallic dynasty were inevitably drawn into the conflict. Only empty plains remained between the two dynasties, adding to the chaos and exacerbating the situation for the Gallic dynasty. On the 15th day of the 8th month, the Egyptian army finally arrived at Madrid. Located in the heart of Spain, Madrid was not the capital of the Spanish dynasty but served as the imperial city of the Spanish region and was the largest city in the Spanish dynasty. Once it fell, the north of Spain would be left exposed and defenseless. Casillas finally panicked. At this point, he no longer cared about the bigger picture. He ignored the opposition from Henry and others and ordered Fernando to lead his troops back. The stalemate in Europe was finally broken. Without the Spanish army, it was as though an arm of the Alliance army had been severed, having their chances of victory. At this critical moment, the Ottoman dynasty made an unexpected move, sending a 100,000-strong force across the English Channel to land on Tudor soil. This sudden turn of events left the usually composed William in a state of panic. With these two new developments, the European battlefield finally began to shift in favor of the Azure Badge. At the House of Tudor, Avec Fort, a frown creased William's face. Despite maintaining his noble demeanor, he lacked the usual aura of vitality and strength. Noticing his state, Annie, who sat opposite him, asked, "Brother, should we withdraw some troops from the front lines to defend? The Ottoman army is pillaging our coastline, and we must address this." No. Compared to Casillas, William remained more rational. If we do that, the Battle of Europe will be for naught. Reorganizing another offensive will be incredibly difficult. Then let it be for naught, Annie countered, with a different perspective. Brother, I don't understand why Azure Badge and we must fight to the death until only one remains. We are locked in a fierce battle in Europe while the Great Xia and the Dawson dynasty stand to gain from the sidelines. Don't you think that's foolish? What do you know? William's face darkened as he responded. If we can defeat the Ottoman dynasty and unify Europe, the organization will control two continents, and we will still be the most powerful force in the world. Unify Europe? Annie's face twisted with a mocking smile. Do you really think Caesar and the others share that vision? Even if we defeat the Ottoman dynasty, I'd bet they would turn on each other. William's expression became incredibly complex and hard to read upon hearing this. In the end, he sighed and firmly said, "No matter what, we cannot withdraw at such a time. Even if the situation you described occurs, it will be an internal problem of the organization." Annie shook her head in disappointment. Brother, think about it. Before working for the organization, you are first the king of the House of Tudor. That is the root of the family. With that, she got up and left the room. In the imperial capital, just as Azure Badge started a storm on the European battlefield and showed signs of turning the tide, Old Chin visited Great Xia once more. He came to discuss a deal. Although the Ottoman dynasty had launched a counterattack on the House of Tudor, it was merely a move to announce to the world, "We have not fallen." If the House of Tudor retreated, it would be the best scenario for them. Unexpectedly, William remained so calm and did not even waver. He arranged native troops to fend off the invading army while continuing to send resources to the Gal dynasty. This made things difficult. The coffers of the Ottoman dynasty were drying out, and they were not willing to continue fighting. However, they had no choice. To inject new blood into the Ottoman dynasty, Azerbaijan gathered 40 million gold to make a huge firearm deal. More than half of the funds came from the Ottoman dynasty. Since there was money to be made, Ouyang Shua had no reason to reject them. He immediately agreed and signed an official agreement. Helping the Ottoman dynasty aligned with Great Xia's current strategy. Besides firearms, the Ottoman dynasty also placed a 10 million gold order for war resources. Ouyang Shua swiftly agreed to this as well. With the Mediterranean naval route now freed, these war resources could be easily transported from the Great Xia mainland to Europe, given their maritime transport capabilities. These two deals allowed Great Xia to earn an additional 50 million gold. Along with the previous orders, over 100 million gold flowed into Great Xia within just a year. Great Xia's gold reserves reached an unprecedented level. Ouyang Shua was not prepared to let this gold flow back into the market. Instead, he turned it into gold bricks and stored them in the Great Xia Bank's vault as a strategic reserve fund. In the present day, the Great Xia currency is the main currency used in transactions. To become the strongest and go global in the future, the Great Xia currency would need sufficient gold reserves. Otherwise, it would be unable to build the credibility of the Great Xia currency. Before Old Qin left, Ouyang Shua asked about a certain matter. The Azerbaijan also has secret members within Great Xia, right? Old Qin didn't know how to reply. Ouyang Shua smiled and said directly, if the Azerbaijan could pass that list to me, our sides will have a chance to continue working together. After all, no one hopes to have a bunch of time bombs by their side, right? The storm caused by the Azerbaijan in Europe made people realize the hidden strength they possessed. Naturally, this increased the wariness of Ouyang Shua and Jack. This was one of the after-effects. In comparison, Ouyang Shua was less concerned about the Azerbaijan secret members than Jack. First, Zhang Lang, a core member of the Azerbaijan, had handed over a list of members he knew when he submitted to Great Xia. Ouyang Shua kept the list and asked the Shanghai Guards to monitor them without taking action. Second, the Shanghai Guards, with this secret organization's oversight and the help of the Martial Management Division and various bailiffs, ensured that the Azerbaijan members remained hidden. Even if they did reveal themselves, they wouldn't cause much trouble. Of course, it would be best to eliminate them. I'll do my best to make this happen, Old Qin stated clearly. Ouyang Shua nodded in satisfaction and emphasized again, Old Qin, the previous invitation still stands. I'll consider it, Old Qin replied, not outright rejecting the offer this time. Regardless of whether the Azerbaijan managed to secure a foothold in the Ottoman dynasty or not, they would have no place for Old Qin. On the contrary, the current Great Xia Emperor dynasty, at the peak of its power, could certainly use Old Qin. To Old Qin, this choice was just a threshold. If he crossed it, his future would be limitless. Time flew, and the nervous 8th month flashed past. If one took a broad look at the world, a very interesting matter would be noticed. If Great Xia were at the center of the world map, the European and North American continents to its sides were embroiled in war, forming a stark contrast to the relatively peaceful Great Xia. Meanwhile, Africa, south of Europe and South America, gradually moved from chaos to orderly rule due to Great Xia's intervention. Great Xia's influence extended across the entire world. With this comparison, Great Xia's advantages were evident. Great Xia's economy capitalized on the sky-high prices of firearm deals and leveraged a relatively stable internal environment and abundant natural resources to achieve its greatest growth since the country's establishment. Currently, its industrialization was advancing rapidly. Whether on the mainland, in Nanjiang, Africa, or South America, all were developing swiftly, complementing each other. In the long term, they would certainly accumulate a significant lead over other dynasties. One point could not be overlooked. During this round of World War, 3 dynasties utilized their special geographical positions to remain unaffected. They were the Bantu dynasty in southern Africa and the Persian and Arab empires in Asia. The one that worried Ouyang Shua the most was the Persian Empire, his western neighbor. The Bantu dynasty, located in a remote corner, was locked down on its northern side by Great Xia and the Dawson dynasty, leaving it with limited options. It should serve as the backup base of Azerbaijan. The Arab and Persian empires, with their strong religious environments, were relatively harder to conquer. If it weren't for their religious differences, these two empires might have joined forces. Compared to the Persian Empire, the Arab Empire's greatest weakness was the lack of substantial ore mines, despite its abundant oil, natural gas, and other energy resources. Coal and iron ore were essential for industrialization. Since the Arab Empire possessed only oil and energy resources and lacked ore, it was unable to industrialize. Additionally, the Arab Empire's territory was filled with deserts of various sizes. The only habitable areas were along the shores of the Mediterranean, Persian Gulf, Red Sea, and Arabian Sea. This greatly restricted the Arab Empire's growth. Whether the abundance of oil and natural gas was a blessing or a curse was difficult to judge. On the other hand, the Persian Empire had all the necessary resources for industrialization and was one of the main adversaries Great Xia faced in their quest for Asian dominance. Moreover, there was a long-standing conflict between the two. Oghidai's forces were still living lavishly in Persia. In the past 6 months, thanks to the hard work of the people of Xinjiang and the Xinjiang construction team, the grain storage had gradually grown and was ready for the upcoming war. A conflict was inevitable in the West. On a broader scale, another region that must be mentioned is India. Since spring, the internal conflict in India has intensified. The combined efforts of the Peacock and Gupta dynasties have pushed the Ashoka dynasty back. Over the past 6 months, the Ashoka dynasty has lost nearly half of its territory and suffered heavy military casualties. Fortunately, the Ashoka dynasty had deep roots and ample grain reserves. Furthermore, Ashoka was a king who did not want to lose. If that were not the case, he would not have fought Great Xia to such an extent on the Tibetan battlefield. Even then, he likely did not have the strength to retaliate. Given the current situation, if the two dynasties went all out, there was a chance they could destroy the Ashoka dynasty and divide India. Such an outcome would be detrimental to Great Xia's strategy. A stable, united India was not in Great Xia's best interest. Although half a year of turmoil had significantly weakened India's overall strength, the two dynasties could still recover and thrive due to the country's large population. If that happened, they would become Great Xia's greatest obstacle, posing an even greater threat than the Persian Empire. This was something Ouyang Shua was not willing to see. Fortunately, at the end of last year, Ouyang Shua had laid a trap. Now, it was time to activate it. Gaia Year 8, 9th month, 5th day, Imperial Capital. In the 9th month, the Imperial Capital was bustling with activity. Especially in the newly built University District, which welcomed a new batch of students. Exceptional students from various provinces, who had passed multiple tests and stood out, were given the opportunity to study in the Imperial City. They were the future of the empire. Great Xia's education system was becoming increasingly sophisticated, capable of producing top-tier talent. Apart from the capital university and the teacher training university, students who came to the imperial capital could choose the technology university or the arts college. With the wave of industrialization, the capital technology university's popularity had grown significantly. Within the imperial reading room, Ouyang Shua summoned the military affairs minister, Du Ruhui, and the head of the Honglu Temple, Zhang Yi. He called them there to discuss the India strategy. Send a secret envoy to the Ashoka dynasty, Ouyang Shua said. When Zhang Yi heard this, he asked, "May I ask what the mission is?" "Tell Ashoka that as long as they are willing to pay a rich ransom, we are willing to return the 1 million Ashoka army war prisoners to them," Ouyang Shua revealed. During the war in Tibet, Great Xia had captured 1 million soldiers from the Ashoka dynasty. These soldiers were disarmed and sent to build the Chuan-Tibet and Qing-Tibet lines. By now, the two routes were mostly completed. Throughout the process, the war prisoners were exceptionally useful and had contributed significantly. Ouyang Shuo was not a violent ruler and instructed his men not to mistreat or beat these war prisoners. They were also to ensure the prisoners were well fed. When the war prisoners fell ill, they were treated by doctors. In essence, apart from not being paid, they were treated the same as regular workers. After half a year, the majority of the 1 million war prisoners were still alive. When Du Ruhui heard this, his eyes lit up, and he said, "Your Majesty, you want to strengthen the Ashoka dynasty to prolong the war in India?" This aligned well with Great Xiao's strategy. Ouyang Shuo nodded, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. "I want to see what interesting things will happen when the Peacock dynasty and the Gupta dynasty learn that the Ashoka dynasty has suddenly gained 1 million more troops. What kind of reaction will they have?" "That would be remarkable," Du Ruhui smiled. "As for the envoy matter, the Honglu Temple will be in charge. The handover of the prisoners will be planned by the Privy Court. Remember to keep it a secret, do not let the Peacock and Gupta dynasties notice." "Yes, my emperor." Du Ruhui and Zhang Yi nodded and then left. Chapter 13-14, Second Emperor Dynasty. As Ouyang Shuo had expected, the Ashoka dynasty gladly accepted the olive branch. After the negotiations, both sides finally agreed that the Ashoka dynasty would pay a 30 million gold ransom for the 1 million war prisoners. One had to admit, the Ashoka dynasty was truly wealthy. To some extent, the agreement helped ease the tension between the two parties. The Ashoka dynasty even suggested opening up trade at the border between the two. It seemed that the war had been a significant test of the Ashoka dynasty's resource capabilities. While Ouyang Shuo did not reject the suggestion, he also did not show much interest. After all, the cost of transporting goods from the mid-plains to the Xikang province border was substantial, and the Ashoka dynasty would struggle to afford the prices. The symbolic significance of the trade was more important than its practical value. Of course, Great Xia could use the trading teams to easily infiltrate the Ashoka dynasty. In the following month, under the organization of the Privy Court, the 1 million war prisoners were returned in an orderly and secretive manner, officially completing the trade. After the Ashoka dynasty took back the war prisoners, it would take at least a month for them to regain their fighting strength. Thus, these war prisoners would not solve their immediate problems. For the next 2 months, the Ashoka dynasty would have to endure. In the blink of an eye, it was already the 10th month. After 2 months of intense fighting, the global battlefield finally saw a new development. The deadlock was first broken on the North American front. Despite purchasing firearms and hiring mercenary troops from Great Xia, the relentless assaults of the Dawson dynasty forced the Maple dynasty into a retreat. As the war continued, the Dawson dynasty deployed 1 million troops to the Maple dynasty's battlefield. To destroy the Maple dynasty, the Dawson dynasty even reduced their defensive lines in Africa, committing everything to this battle to eliminate the threat. Otherwise, the Dawson dynasty would be unable to break out. Jack was anxious. Even without considering the Dawson dynasty's dire situation, the European front was extremely unfavorable for Silver Hand. As the leader of Silver Hand, the Dawson dynasty had to contribute to the European battlefield. However, before he could do that, he had to utterly destroy the Maple dynasty to avoid fighting on too many fronts. On the 10th day of the 10th month, under the ferocious assaults of the Dawson dynasty, the Maple dynasty's capital, Quebec City, finally fell. This event essentially announced the fall of the Maple dynasty. Prior to this, the imperial city of the Canada region, Ottawa, had already been conquered by the Dawson dynasty. At the final moment, the 1st Mercenary Legion protected the royal family of the Maple dynasty and helped the corps officials board the warships of the Atlantic Squadron. They successfully fled from the Maple dynasty, planning to disembark in Columbia Province and then teleport to the imperial city to seek shelter from Great Xia. They would be the first player dynasty to do so. Of course, seeking shelter was just a euphemism. Neither the Maple Dynasty nor Ouyang Shuo would speak of rebuilding the Maple Dynasty, as that was not practical. After taking down the Maple Dynasty, the Dawson Dynasty completed the unification of North America. On the 11th day of the 10th month, the day after the Dawson Dynasty defeated the Maple Dynasty, a system notification sounded across the world, boosting the morale of the Silver Hand camp. World notification: congratulations to America Region Lord Jack for successfully upgrading to the Emperor Dynasty, becoming the second in the world to do so. The player is awarded 2 AI instantiation opportunities, 6 million gold, and a mysterious gift as a reward. Almost 2 years after the Great Xia upgraded to the Emperor Dynasty, a second Emperor Dynasty finally emerged, solidifying the status and influence of the Dawson Dynasty globally. The person most affected by this was Ouyang Shuo. With the Dawson Dynasty now an Emperor Dynasty, Ouyang Shuo realized that, given the 3 conditions for becoming an imperial dynasty, the Dawson Dynasty had a chance of achieving it first. Requirement 1: Unify the America region. This requirement was met long ago when the Dawson Dynasty was still a king dynasty. Requirement 2: Obtain the overlord position in North America. Having unified North America, the Dawson Dynasty naturally met this requirement. Requirement 3: Gain recognition from other dynasties worldwide. As the flag of the Silver Hand, they had a significant advantage in global influence compared to the Great Xia. This realization made Ouyang Shuo increasingly nervous. The current Great Xia Emperor Dynasty had not even fulfilled the second requirement. With a stable base, the Dawson Dynasty would undoubtedly start to act more boldly, challenging the Great Xia and expanding its influence worldwide. Ouyang Shuo's concerns were quickly validated. On the 15th day of the 10th month, the newly upgraded Dawson Dynasty declared war on the Mayan Dynasty, boasting that it would eventually reclaim the Panama Canal and confront the Great Xia. The situation in America was undergoing a significant shift. It seems like there might be some confusion in the historical context you're trying to establish. However, I'll attempt to clean and refine the provided text for better clarity and readability. Here's the revised version. Since the Dawson Dynasty had broken away, the Mayan Dynasty, which held a poor geographical position, lacked resources, and was short on manpower, would inevitably face a significant challenge. Recognizing this, Ouyang Shuo did not hesitate and ordered the first mercenary legion to advance to the Mayan frontier to confront the aggressive Dawson Dynasty. This was a much-needed boost for the Mayan Dynasty, which was in dire straits. Both sides immediately connected in the struggle. Ouyang Shuo's strategy was to delay the Dawson Dynasty as much as possible, preventing them from interfering in the European theater. The longer they could hold them off, the better it would be for the Great Xia. Ultimately, Ouyang Shuo held no fear of the Dawson Dynasty. A Maple Dynasty could hold the Dawson Dynasty at bay for almost a year, creating numerous difficulties for them. If the same scenario played out on the Mayan front, Ouyang Shuo would be curious to see what they could bring to challenge the Great Xia. Deep down, Ouyang Shuo did not see the Dawson Dynasty as a peer competitor. On a global scale, perhaps only the Silver Hand organization could match the Great Xia. The Azure Badge was now a relic of the past and not in the same league. The loss of the Maple Dynasty was a severe setback for the Azure Badge's global strategy. If the Mayan Dynasty were to fall to the Dawson Dynasty, the Azure Badge would be left with only the Ottoman, Bantu, and Gupta dynasties in the global arena, which would complicate matters. Therefore, the Azure Badge had to adopt a more proactive stance. Besides the Mayan front, they had to collaborate with the Great Xia to defend their final territory in the Americas while causing disruptions in Africa. Please let me know if you have a specific historical or fictional context you are working within, and if you need adjustments or additional details. On the 16th day of the 10th month, the day after the Dawson Dynasty declared war on the Mayan Dynasty, the Bantu Dynasty changed its strategy and moved north to attack the Dawson Dynasty's Central African territory. The African continent, which had just enjoyed a brief period of peace, was once again engulfed in the flames of war. The Maya dynasty served as a buffer zone between the Joseon dynasty and Great Xia. The Joseon dynasty's aggressive actions and their eagerness to attack the Maya dynasty meant that conflicts with Great Xia were inevitable. Ouyang Shua could use the Maya dynasty to restrain the Joseon dynasty. In Africa, the Bantu dynasty launched an attack on Central Africa. While trying to draw the Joseon dynasty's attention, they also aimed to expand their influence on the continent. Currently, Great Xia's position as the dominant power in Africa was unshakable. Following them were the Bantu, European, and American dynasties. The Bantu dynasty's actions impacted Great Xia's strategy in Africa. The global landscape was extremely complex, driven by interests. An allied relationship did not exist between Great Xia and Azerbaijan, they merely used each other. If the opportunity arose, they would not hesitate to betray one another. The global situation was constantly evolving. Despite these circumstances, Great Xia's first Empire Olympics was progressing rapidly. The sports hall was already completed and in use. Thousands of athletes from the 19 provinces and 5 governor-general houses had arrived in the imperial capital to familiarize themselves with the venue and make final preparations. Compared to modern sports events, this one was smaller with fewer events. However, if it got off to a good start, it would only grow larger over time. In the future, holding a global sports event was not out of the question. This was another way to expand Great Xia's influence. On the 10th day of the 10th month, in the imperial capital, Di Qin, who had just returned from North America, was summoned by Ouyang Shua once again. His successful journey to North America had pleased Ouyang Shua, and he was summoned to receive a new mission. Ouyang Shua stated, "The imperial court is preparing to form a special trading team to oversee Pacific Ocean trade." The main participants include the Indian Empire, the Joseon Dynasty, and the Darkness Empire. In the past half-year, due to the rise of the Darkness Empire, the Pacific Ocean trade has been quite chaotic. The Darkness Empire frequently disrupted merchant ships traveling between Great Xia and South America, going as far as to sink several ships, which has negatively impacted the security of the trade route. Ouyang Shua is not one to shy away from a confrontation. He ordered the Pacific Squadron to retaliate against the Darkness Empire and the Joseon Dynasty's vessels. While they did not sink them, they did detain several batches. The idea was to fight fire with fire. As ironclad warships were continuously added to the Pacific Squadron, the strength of this fleet became equivalent to the Darkness Squadron. They were now well equipped for direct combat. Not long ago, both sides clashed near the Hawaiian Islands. At that time, the Pacific Squadron delivered a significant blow, demonstrating the enhanced strength. Despite their warships being formidable, the Darkness Squadron fell short in naval battle expertise. After all, the Pacific Squadron has been in active service for several years. Following that encounter, the Darkness Empire became more cautious and ceased its disruption of both merchant ships and the Nanjiang shoreline. Keisuke Honda's Darkness Empire consists of cowards who only know how to bully the weak. In the face of a formidable opponent, they flee in panic. Even so, Ouyang Shua does not underestimate the Darkness Empire. Although Great Xia has profited greatly from this world conflict, the Darkness Empire has also benefited to some extent. For every dynasty that was destroyed, a number of players would choose to go to the legendary Trial Lands to live under the rule of the Mu continent, the Darkness Empire. This helped to increase the population of the Darkness Empire. If this situation persisted, they would be able to leverage their geographical advantage to become a hub for most of the defeated nation's civilians. Regardless of which dynasty was destroyed, the Darkness Empire would easily benefit due to its strategic position. The Darkness Empire monopolized a continent that was far from Asia and Europe, yet not connected to America. It possessed vast plains and abundant resources, similar to the historical makeup of America. Such an adversary had to be taken seriously. Ouyang Shua's strategy was to continue his firm approach towards them to suppress and isolate the Darkness Empire. Before this, Ouyang Shua had to ensure the Pacific Ocean trade route was well managed. After the Governor-General of America improved the relationship between the Great Xia mainland and America, a safe and stable sea route became essential. Even though the Darkness Empire had sheathed its blade, this did not mean they would remain passive. Ouyang Shua, standing at a strategic height, proposed to invite the Spain Dynasty, the Darkness Empire, and the Indian Empire to hold a four-party dialogue. There would only be one core term: the four dynasties could be enemies, but they would share the responsibility of protecting the security of the trade route. None of them were allowed to send their ships to harass merchant vessels. Politics is politics, economics is economics, Ouyang Shua declared, making a clear distinction to resolve the Pacific Ocean trade route issue. He did not believe that Jack and the others were fools who would want both sides to suffer losses. A secure Pacific Ocean trade route would benefit all parties involved. You will lead the diplomatic discussion, he directed. Are there any problems? Ouyang Shua asked Di Chen. Di Chen understood the importance of this trading mission. They had to break the ice with the Darkness Empire and the Spain Dynasty, which made this a challenging task. Thinking about this, Di Chen felt a surge of emotion. His long cold blood boiled once more. It had been a long time since he felt this emotionally stirred, and he solemnly nodded, saying, "Do not worry, Your Majesty, I will complete this matter beautifully." Ouyang Shua smiled and promised, "If you complete this, I will grant you the title of third-class Marquis." Currently, Di Chen held only the title of first-class Earl. Becoming a third-class Marquis would be a significant leap, meaning a lot to Di Chen and his family. It was a substantial reward. More importantly, his promotion would signal to everyone that he had earned the Emperor's trust. This was more meaningful than the title itself. As the publicly recognized enemy of the Emperor, Di Chen's position in the country was weak. He was not only ostracized in the imperial court but also in the Honglu Temple, where officials felt he was not trusted by the Emperor. This alone made things difficult for Di Chen. Despite spending much time outside and doing several things for the Empire, he often felt cold-shouldered. Ouyang Shua's promise shattered his psychological barrier. Di Chen bowed solemnly, tears welling up in the corners of his eyes. The weight of trust placed upon him was too precious to bear lightly. From this day forward, his path would be a bright one. Ouyang Shua smiled and said, "Do not forget that we are all children of China, we are one family." Right, one family. Di Chen was overwhelmed with emotion. At this moment, he finally shed the burden in his heart and fully embraced his new role. Once mortal enemies, they now exchanged genuine smiles. In the 10th month of the autumn moon, the period of great harvest, Ouyang Shua paid special attention to the construction efforts in Beiyuan, Zhejiang, Xikang, and Australia. After a year of tireless work, these four regions had reclaimed nearly 10 million mu of land, dedicated to agriculture, forestry, and animal husbandry. Numerous semi-militarized farms sprang up across the wilderness, breathing new life into the Chile frontier zones. They gradually began to fill the recently constructed granaries with produce. Simultaneously, taking advantage of the abundant mining resources in the Western Territories, the Privy Court initiated the construction of multiple factories. Equipment and armaments flowed out of these factories like a stream, preparing for the imminent war expected to erupt the following year. The borders, which had remained calm for nearly a year, were regaining their war-ready posture. Because of this, Ouyang Shua directed the Honglu Temple to issue a final warning to the Persian Empire: they must hand over Ajadai. If the Persians refused, they would meet again on the battlefield. Ouyang Shua was determined, poised for war, as he sought to pressure the Persian Empire and keep a watchful eye on the oil fields in the Persian Gulf. It was crucial for him to subdue the rising threat from the Persian Empire, ensuring the region's stability and his people's prosperity. In the Persian Empire, Tehran City. After receiving the final warning from Great Xia, the Persian king felt rather awkward. Though he knew this day would eventually come, he still found it tough to make a decision. Exiling Ojadai's forces would bring temporary peace. If he did not, war would descend upon the Persian Empire next spring. Like Great Xia, the Persian Empire had used this period of peace to focus heavily on industrialization. Much of the firearms used by the European Alliance army had been provided by the Persian Empire. Once war with Great Xia broke out, this progress would be disrupted. Their industrialization speed would rapidly decline or even come to a halt, which he could not accept. The issue was that handing over Ojadai's forces would be a grave insult to the Persian Empire. The army might find it hard to accept, affecting their morale. "We must find a win-win solution," the Persian king muttered, his eyes gleaming with deep thought. In the imperial capital. As the 10th month arrived, the large-scale house removal operation by the Great Xia Imperial Court finally concluded. The great storm had settled, allowing them to exert even more power. The construction of the logistical hubs for the 8 war zones was nearly complete, with numerous cities focused on military works rising around these hubs. With these hubs in place, the number of war laborers dedicated to the war was halved. The expanded Martial Management Division had quickly spread, reaching into various provinces to monitor and instruct all martial artists in the empire. The most noticeable effect was a 20% decrease in crime rates. Overall, the strategies set by the imperial court at the beginning of the year were nearing completion. To Great Xia, the 8th year had been a year of great harvest. Though it was not immediately apparent, their strength had reached a new level, and everyone viewed them differently. On the 20th day of the 10th month, Great Xia's first power plant was built on the western outskirts of the imperial capital and officially put into use. The imperial capital had its first electric lights. This was a momentous occasion for Great Xia. Ouyang Shua even personally attended the ceremony, lighting the first light in the imperial city. The era of electricity had arrived. To Ouyang Shua and the other players, these scenes were both familiar and foreign. In the real world, incandescent light bulbs had been phased out. To see them in the game world, a place where martial arts and technology coexisted, felt a bit odd. Ouyang Shua thought of a way to describe this current situation, a steampunk era. An era that combined modern technologies with mysterious powers. For the players, this should be the best era. They could enjoy the convenience brought by technology while advancing on the path of personal evolution. Humans and technology worked in harmony, unlike in the real world, where technological advancement sometimes led to human decline. Ouyang Shua loved this era. On the first day of the 11th month in the imperial capital, at 9 a.m., the Empire Olympics began. Ouyang Shua personally attended the opening ceremony and delivered an impassioned speech, advocating for the first time for the entire country to prioritize physical activity and health. Following his speech, the Emperor's Troupe, the Emperor's Artist Group, and other artistic ensembles performed a spectacular opening ceremony for tens of thousands of spectators, showcasing the essence of Chinese civilization flawlessly. In the next half-month, the imperial capital would be filled with happiness and excitement due to this event. Thousands of athletes would give their all to chase the top. The empire's first athletic records would also be set and recorded in history. Outside of Great Xia, the chaos would cease, and a resting period would begin with the arrival of winter. The battlefields would slowly fall silent. The involved parties would use this precious time to rest and accumulate more grain and resources. For example, the Ottoman dynasty would need to use this winter to recruit more troops. The current peace was merely the calm before another storm. Ouyang Shua predicted that the 9th year of Gaia would still focus on war. Once this round of wars ended, the global landscape would be renewed, and perhaps a short period of peace would follow. In Gaia's mind, the game world would not truly have peace unless a super empire unified the world. However, such a feat was extremely difficult to accomplish. Even someone as confident as Ouyang Shua did not believe that Great Xia had the capability. In the final week before winter, the other three dynasties responded to the Pacific Ocean trading rules proposed by Great Xia. The four-party discussion would begin. Over the next few months, representatives from all four sides would engage in round after round of discussions. The lengthy process was due to the lack of trust among the four sides, making it a negotiation path filled with obstacles and challenges. Ouyang Shua appointed Di Chen as the leader of this negotiation team, fully in charge of the matter. From this moment on, Di Chen was fully accepted by Great Xia. Chapter 1317, Extradition. On the 5th day of the 11th month, the Persian Empire finally provided an official response to Great Xia's warning. The Persian king stated that if Great Xia was willing to pay a ransom, they would be prepared to return Ajadai to Great Xia to maintain their friendship. The specific amount of the ransom can be discussed, the Persian king added. The Persian king was an astute individual. He was not overly concerned with the ransom money itself, rather, he intended to use it to silence the opposition within his country. This way, the Persian Empire could rid itself of a troublesome issue while preserving internal stability, a perfect solution. To gain Great Xia's agreement, the Persian king expressed openness to negotiating the amount. Honestly, under these circumstances, he would have been willing to return Ajadai even if Great Xia did not pay a single cent. After careful consideration, Ouyang Shua decided to accept the proposed terms. First, Ajadai was a source of distress for Wang Jian, and dealing with him early would help Wang Jian regain a positive mindset. Second, Ouyang Shua did not have immediate plans to declare war on the Persian Empire at the start of spring. The focus for Great Xia in the coming year was India. Only after securing control of India would Great Xia have the resources to move westward. After all, the strength of the Western Asia and Southern Asia war zones could not sustain a two-front conflict. By agreeing to the ransom, Ouyang Shua also sought to pacify and potentially mislead the Persian Empire. In the end, each side had its own considerations, and it came down to who was the better strategic thinker. On the 20th day of the 11th month, at the border of Xizjiang Province, South City Pass. Great Xia had two major passes at the Xizjiang border, one to the north and one to the south. The northern one was called the North Gate, and the southern one was known as the South City Pass. These two passes were crucial for defending Great Xia's border. Beyond these, the terrain was mostly mountain ridges, making it extremely difficult to pass through, let alone move large forces. Therefore, the strategic importance of these two passes was evident. Of the two, the South City Pass was considered even more critical, as it led directly into the heart of the Persian Empire. When Ajadai led his troops in retreat last year, they had used this pass. It was also the route taken by the Mongol army during their western offensives. The natural pass had uneven walls that bore the scars of time, testament to many historical moments. The Corps Legion of the West Asian War Zone, the Bear Corps 1st Legion, was the true trump card of the region and was garrisoned here. The 2nd Legion was stationed at the North Gate, while the other three legions were placed outside of the two passes. On a cold morning, a chilling breeze blew across the South City Pass, the frosty air making each breath turn into a white mist that rose to the sky. On the city wall, soldiers stood in stoic silence, immovable and straight as statues, their loyalty firmly defending the empire's border. Their heavy armor was coated with a layer of white snow, but their determined gaze revealed that they were very much alive. At this moment, heavy footsteps echoed from the steps leading up to the city wall. Leading the march was a middle-aged general dressed in martial garb, his face a mask of firm resolution, eyes sharp and full of vitality. "Commander." As he walked over, the soldiers along the way all greeted him. He was the Southwest Warzone commander, the Empire's great general, God General Wang Jian. Just that morning, Wang Jian had arrived at South City Pass with his personal guard, following instructions from the imperial court. His task was to receive the returning Ajadai troops. Last night, Wang Jian had a rare bout of insomnia. A year had passed, and it was time to resolve the resentment between him and Ajadai. Wang Jian was truly grateful for the emperor's understanding and support. Standing on the city wall, he looked out at the rising and dipping mountains and the twisting mountain path. His gaze drifted, lost in thought. The soldiers, noticing this, held their breath, unwilling to disturb the commander's contemplation. For the next hour, Wang Jian stood still in the cold wind, unmoving. The surrounding soldiers were similarly still, like statues guarding the empire's border. Wang Jian was thinking about when he could lead the army out of South City Pass, over the mountain ranges, and into Persian territory to contribute once more on the battlefield. In history, Wang Jian had never led an expedition outside of China. He yearned to spread the authority of China, of Great Xia, to the wider world. At 9 a.m., the sound of galloping horses echoed from the mountain path ahead of the pass, impossible to ignore. "Commander, they are here," the personal guard captain reminded Wang Jian. Wang Jian nodded as the large Persian army approached on the official road, raising clouds of dust. As they drew near, Ajidai and his forces came into view. Ajidai was bound with many ropes and walked in the middle of the group. All of them were depressed and down, their faces pale. When they first escaped to the Persian Empire, Ajidai had a total of 200,000 men with him. Just a year later, many had died either in battle, from hunger while traveling, or due to other reasons. As a result, only 150,000 remained. Clearly, their time in the Persian Empire over the past year had not been good. Many of the soldiers began to feel regret. If they had known this would happen, they would have surrendered to Great Xia. That way, they could at least reunite with their families. Unlike now, living far from home and even being bullied. In truth, their extradition was something most of them were happy about. Being able to return home alive and have the chance to see their families was simply too precious. Of course, Ajidai was not among those who were happy. He was acutely aware of the fate that awaited him after being sent to Great Xia. At best, he would be locked up until he died of old age. Ajidai was also filled with hatred. He could not understand why the Persian Empire was so afraid. After just one warning from Great Xia, they decided to hand him over without hesitation. If he had known this would happen, he would not have submitted to the Persian Empire. How could he know the true reason the Persian king accepted his submission? It was not because of his forces or him, but to regain the territory taken by the Mongol Empire. As for Ajidai's forces? The Persian people had not forgotten the slaughter caused by the Mongols' westward conquest at the Persian border, which had occurred not long ago. Who could forget such a blood debt? As a result, after Ajidai's forces surrendered, some people took matters into their own hands, even without the Persian king's orders. Moreover, they became increasingly unrestrained as time passed. First, they confiscated the soldiers' pay, then their grain, and finally locked them up. As this continued, once Ajidai's troops had been reduced to sick kittens, the Persians stormed the camp and openly took their revenge. Their methods grew increasingly vicious. Out of the 50,000 dead, more than 70% died by such means. There is no such thing as regret in this world. The Persian army, tasked with escorting Ajidai's forces back, stopped 1,000 meters away from the gates. Only a single general and a squadron of guards proceeded toward the city gate. "Move." Wang Jian turned and headed down the city wall. Shortly after, the city gates were opened, and Wang Jian and his group walked out. To ensure the safety of the handover, the West Asia war zone had made ample preparations. Besides the defending troops assembled at the city wall, many cannons were positioned in the nearby mountains, aimed at preventing the Persian Empire from any sudden moves. While the likelihood of such an event was low, they had to be prepared. "Hello." The Persian general greeted them first. Wang Jian looked over to see a tall, thin general in full body armor with a striking yellow beard. Based on their intelligence, this was Xerxes, the east border commander of the Persian Empire. "Hello." Wang Jian nodded, expressionless. If things went as planned, the next time these two met, they would be enemies on the battlefield. Xerxes seemed to understand this as well. The two generals sized each other up, and the air was thick with tension. "Sign the agreement," Wang Jian said. Both sides had received permission from their respective courts to sign the handover agreement. Xerxes asked, "Where is the ransom?" The agreement did not specify an amount for the ransom, meaning Great Xia could choose any sum to give to the Persian Empire. Wang Jian smiled and took out a single gold coin. He spoke solemnly, "Here." At the sight of the gold coin, humiliation and anger flashed across Xerxes' face. Setting the ransom at 1 gold coin was undoubtedly an insult to the Persian Empire. After a moment's struggle, Xerxes held his anger in and, expressionless, took the coin and handed over a set of the agreement. Once Wang Jian signed it, the agreement would take effect immediately. Wang Jian noticed all the changes in Xerxes' expression, and his heart sank. This general's experience and ability to suppress his anger made Wang Jian even more wary of this neighboring country. The subsequent matters were relatively simple. Ajadai and his generals were handed over first and locked up in the jail in South City Pass. The remaining soldiers were surrendered in squadrons and sent into the pass. For safety, the entire process took 2 days. Each time the pass received a batch of prisoners, they were moved to the back to ensure the passageway remained clear. Unbeknownst to outsiders, Ajadai died in jail that night. Wang Jian, who was in charge of monitoring him, had acted on instructions from Ouyang Shua. Otherwise, no matter how bold Wang Jian was, he would not have taken matters into his own hands. Among the remaining soldiers, those with injuries were sent to the military doctors for treatment. After settling them, some were sent home, while others were moved to the Shijiang or Shikong construction teams. A single gold coin for 150,000 strong, young laborers, Great Xia had not lost out. Through this move, the imperial court could also win over the hearts of the Mongol people to some extent, achieving 2 goals with 1 action. In the blink of an eye, winter arrived. The global battlefield fell silent, entering a rare period of rest. Thanks to Great Xia's interference, the Dawson dynasty's progress in the Mayan battlefield had been significantly slowed. Certainly, here is a cleaned-up and grammatically corrected version of your text. Before the resting period, they had made virtually no progress, which left Jack feeling extremely depressed. The European front remained in a precarious situation. In particular, the firearms supplied by the Great Xia to the Ottoman dynasty enabled the Ottoman forces to hold off the pressure from the front lines. This winter was crucial for the Ottoman dynasty. Meanwhile, in Africa, the Bantu dynasty was very aggressive, fighting a life-or-death battle with the Dawson dynasty in the Angola region. The determination of the Bantu dynasty was now key. Before the new year, the Bantu Empire placed a large order for 20 million gold worth of firearms from Great Xia, demonstrating the vast ambitions of the Bantu dynasty. Despite Ouyang Shua's wariness, he eventually accepted the deal. Meanwhile, Ashoka surprised Ouyang Shua. Though it was unclear what Ashoka was planning on the Indian front, he did not deploy the 1 million redeemed war prisoners on the battlefield. It was as if the million troops had never even been there. There would certainly be significant developments on the Indian front in the new year. On the 25th day of the 12th month, the Westerners' Christmas arrived. On the American and European fronts, the soldiers spent an unforgettable Christmas in the trenches. After Christmas, the 8th year of Gaia drew to a close. On the 30th day of the 12th month of the 8th year of Gaia, a system notification echoed worldwide. World notification, Earth Online has operated for 8 years, and the game will now undergo its 9th and final system update, effective immediately. For details, please visit the official forums. The moment this notification was issued, the world fell completely silent. Unconsciously, the game had entered its 8th year, and each annual update had been a significant event affecting the entire world. Some of the updates had massive consequences. No one had expected this to be the final system update. This also meant that, in the 9th year of Gaia, the 10th year of Gaia, and even in the foreseeable future, there would be no rule changes. It seemed that Gaia was trying to reduce its interference with the game world. In the imperial capital, Ouyang Shua shook off his random thoughts and logged onto the official forums to check the system update. 1. Removing system updates. From today onward, regardless of the player's achievements, Gaia will not publish any system notifications. Related achievements will only be posted online. This was a crucial step toward making the game world feel more real. While system notifications were convenient, they gave players the impression that Gaia was omnipresent and could control the information everyone received. This was not a good experience. Players' privacy needed to be sufficiently protected. When necessary, relevant notices would appear as messages or emails on the communication compass for players to read, which would also be quite convenient. 2. Removing a portion of teleportation formations. From today onward, each game region, the region specified at the start, can only keep one teleportation formation. For example, if Ouyang Shua chose to keep the formation in the capital city, the 9 imperial cities would all lose their teleportation formations. This had a significant impact on Great Xia. The only part that made Ouyang Shua feel relieved was that most of the teleportation formations overseas could be kept. Otherwise, the vast territory of Great Xia would have faced huge problems.